Chapter 41-45. Emperor God Mo Yuan was no match for Emperor Lord of New Sun. He was sent flying and coughed up blood. However, he was still filled with battle intent and wanted to fight again. However, at this moment, a dragon's roar rang out from his residence. Then, a huge dragon charged out from his residence. After the black dragon rushed out of Mo Yuan's mansion, it became as huge as a mountain. With a swipe of the dragon's tail, the insufferably arrogant Emperor Lord Shaoyang was sent flying out of sight. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. This dragon was so powerful that it sent the Emperor Lord of New Sun flying with a single slap. That was the Emperor Lord of New Sun. Emperor Lord of New Sun was an expert who was determined to surpass Emperor Lord of Dark Night. He was one of the best Emperor Lords. Hong. At the very next moment, a wave of divine power of extreme yang came from the mountains in the distance. A divine bird rushed out of the mountains, and endless divine fire burst from the divine bird, engulfing the world. That is, even though they were hundreds of thousands of miles away, they could still feel the terrifying heat from the divine bird. It was a divine power that could burn the sky and boil the sea. Golden Crow? Emperor Lord of New Sun's real body is the Golden Crow? Someone exclaimed. What? Even Gu Fei was shocked. That was the Golden Crow. Even in the Heaven God realm, the Golden Crow tribe had disappeared for many years. However, no one would have thought that the Golden Crow existed in the Dark Night continent. The divine bird soared into the sky and swooped down on the dragon. The divine bird flapped its wings and instantly covered a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. Towering divine fire engulfed the dragon. However, the next moment, a dragon claw came out of the sea of fire. It grabbed the divine bird. The divine bird flapped its wings and blocked the dragon claw. The two supreme existences charged at each other. The two powerful forces kept colliding. Soon, the divine bird was blasted away. So what if it was a golden crow? If it wasn't a great emperor, it was still an ant. Black Dragon was the guardian of the ancient, desolate stone gate, a true emperor. The true dragon emperor was extremely powerful. He even dared to fight against the Dark Night Emperor, let alone the New Sun Emperor who wasn't even an emperor. This time, the Golden Crow's body was nearly blasted apart by the true Dragon Emperor. Its feathers were in a mess as it coughed out blood continuously. The Golden Crow's divine blood was a great supplement. A single drop could be used to refine great medicines. It was a precious blood that alchemists yearned for. However, at this moment, no alchemist dared to collect the Golden Crow's divine blood. Alchemists didn't dare, but alchemy emperors did. Aya, don't waste it. An old man carrying a huge cauldron screamed as he rushed over from afar. He directly used the huge cauldron to collect the Golden Crow blood that was dripping down from the sky. Old Yao, the New Sun Imperial Lord, was both startled and angry. He could still take back the divine blood he coughed out, but if it was taken away by this crazy alchemy emperor, then he wouldn't be able to get it back. Usually, when I ask you to give me some blood, you won't do it. But now, even if you don't want to, you will. Haha. The alchemy emperor laughed and continued to collect the Golden Crow blood. The New Sun Imperial Lord was furious, but there was nothing he could do. This old man was a madman. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become an alchemy emperor. Hehe. The alchemy emperor was very proud. The Golden Crow's divine blood was a treasure that he really wanted. He had visited the New Sun Imperial Lord many times to ask for it. However, the New Sun Imperial Lord naturally didn't want to give it to the alchemy emperor for no reason. Thus, the alchemy emperor returned in disappointment each time. At this time, the black dragon turned into a black-clothed middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had a mighty appearance and a stern aura. The aura of a great emperor was extremely powerful. The spectating experts felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their bodies. They couldn't even straighten their backs from this great emperor's aura. Great Emperor. Since when did the Dark Night continent have a great emperor? The other sovereign lords were all dumbfounded. One should know that it was definitely not an easy task to become a great emperor. Moreover, no one could become a great emperor without anyone knowing. This was because the moment one became a great emperor, the heaven and earth would send down a heavenly tribulation. Once this tribulation was activated, it would shake all directions. No wonder Mo Yuan dared to betray the Dark Knight Emperor. So it turns out that he also has a great emperor behind his back. At this time, people finally understood why Mo Yuan dared to betray the Dark Knight Emperor. It was because he found another backing. Die. The black dragon in the form of a middle-aged man roared and took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the New Sun Imperial Lord and unleashed a fist towards him. Rumble. A thunderous sound came from the New Sun Imperial Lord's body. A monstrous golden crow divine power erupted as if countless suns had suddenly appeared in the world. However, the true Dragon Emperor's fist immediately shattered these suns and forcefully broke through the New Sun Imperial Lord's power. The fist then landed on the New Sun Imperial Lord's body. Bam! With a muffled sound, the New Sun Imperial Lord was blasted into a cloud of blood mist. Both his body and soul were destroyed. The New Sun Imperial Lord died just like that? The other Emperor Lords were dumbfounded. A great emperor. This guy was definitely a true great emperor. Only a great emperor could kill the New Sun Imperial Lord with one punch. Gu Fei was also surprised to see this. Although the New Sun Imperial Lord was not a great emperor, he was not weak either. If he wanted to escape, he still had some tricks up his sleeve. However, the true Dragon Emperor did not give him a chance to use his tricks. He directly ended the New Sun Imperial Lord's life with one punch. There's nothing left to see, Gu Fei sighed. At this time, the armies of the 5 emperors began to retreat, especially the army under the command of the New Sun Imperial Lord. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The 4 emperor lords who were fighting with the fatty turned around and fled at the same time. They were great emperors. The New Sun Imperial Lord was the best example. It was absolutely a piece of cake for a great emperor to kill an emperor lord. At this time, the true Dragon Emperor flew down from the sky and entered the palace of Emperor God Mo Yuan. As if nothing had happened, the extremely terrifying power of the great emperor dissipated in the void without a trace. No one had expected that the true Dragon Emperor's attack would scare off the armies of the 5 emperors. This was something that even the true Dragon Emperor had not expected. The 5 emperors had attacked, and a dragon had repelled the enemies. The news spread and shocked the world. True Dragon Emperor. On a mountain peak in the Dark Knight continent, a white-robed young man wore a solemn expression. His deep eyes seemed to be able to see through the void. Once the New Sun Imperial Lord died, the New Sun Imperial Lord's territory would be his. At the thought of this, Emperor God Mo Yuan could no longer sit still and quickly gathered everyone. While the New Sun Imperial Lord had just been killed, they would seize as much territory as they could. With the support of the true Dragon Emperor, Mo Yuan had no scruples at all. Even if the Dark Knight Emperor came, he would not be afraid. Gu Fei was still leisurely sipping tea in the courtyard. It was as if territories and battles had nothing to do with him. Everything that was happening now could not arouse his interest. It was too boring. Gu Fei wanted to find the source of Heaven Divine Realm as soon as possible and leave. He could not use the Wheel of Myriad Realms yet. Otherwise, it would be even easier. He would be able to travel through the myriad realms at will and become a truly transcendent existence. However, at this moment, a muffled sound came from nowhere. Then, a gust of gloomy and terrifying aura appeared between heaven and earth. This aura came and went quickly, causing everyone to be inexplicably shocked. Yu Quan, the true Dragon Emperor, directly rushed out of Mo Yuan's residence and rushed to where Yu Quan was. In an instant, he disappeared into the sky and disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Soon, another muffled sound was heard. This time, the gust of gloomy and terrifying aura was even stronger. Some of the old antiques felt the gust of gloomy and terrifying power of death between heaven and earth. Their expressions changed because they knew what had happened. Yu Quan was a taboo in the Dark Knight continent. Yu Quan, Emperor God Mo Yuan stood in front of Gu Fei respectfully. With regards to Yu Quan, Emperor God Mo Yuan knew about it. He also knew that Yu Quan was sealed by a supreme secret skill, and it was impossible for the thing inside to break out of the seal so easily. Even Emperor God Mo Yuan did not know what kind of creature was sealed in Yuquan. However, he knew very well that once the seal on Yuquan was broken, the entire Dark Night continent would be finished. Let's go take a look. Fatty was not satisfied yet. He carried his halberd and strode out. He looked for people to fight with so that he could quickly recover his former peak cultivation. The mysterious skill he cultivated made him stronger and more powerful as he fought. This guy, Gu Fei, shook his head. Fatty seemed to want to recover his former cultivation as soon as possible. However, it was definitely not something that could be done overnight. Then, many people looked at Yuquan. Especially Emperor Dark Knight, he had made preparations in advance. Although he might not be able to suppress Yuquan, he could stop the creature in Yuquan. Yuquan was swallowing the power of death. The cold aura spread out and froze everything within 10,000 miles. Soon, Fatty's figure appeared near the quiet spring. Boom! A great battle suddenly broke out. A mountain was wiped off the ground and violent divine power swept in all directions. Someone only saw a halberd sweep past, and the entire mountain turned into ashes. The scene was as terrifying as the end of the world. What's going on? The battle ended quickly. When someone reacted, the battle had already ended. There were no corpses, only some bloodstains. Some experts were injured. Gu Fei also arrived nearby. He was also somewhat interested in the Nether Spring Devil Cave, but he wasn't too interested. He was here to watch a show, not to compete with the various experts. Chapter 41-46. In the center of the Dark Night continent, there was a place where not even a blade of grass grew. It was shrouded in cold fog all year round. The cold fog was extraordinary. As long as humans and beasts touched the fog, they would fall to the ground and become corpses like ice sculptures. This was a famous place in the Dark Night continent, the Cold Domain. The Domain of Frost covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Within the Domain of Frost, one could only see barren mountains and frozen rivers. After entering the Cold Domain, there was only one sound left in the world. It was the sound of the wind. Apart from the whistling of the mountain wind, there was no other sound. There were almost no living creatures in the Cold Domain. However, in some of the rivers outside the Cold Domain, there was a type of fish living under the ice. People outside the Cold Domain often entered the Cold Domain and came to the frozen rivers to break the thick ice. Then, they would fish under the ice. It was a fish with golden scales and was only 2 fingers wide. It was called the golden dragon carp. The golden dragon carp was unique in the Cold Domain. Ordinary people boiled it into soup and ate it. It could strengthen their body and change their physique. If a cultivator used it with other elixirs, they could refine the Ice Soul Pill. The Ice Soul Pill could transform a cultivator's physique into the divine body of ice. The divine body of ice was the entry level of the divine body of Taiyin. It could transform into the strongest divine body of Taiyin. Therefore, people often risked their lives to enter the Cold Domain to fish for the golden dragon carp. At this moment, a thin figure squatted on the surface of a small river outside the Cold Domain. This person held a fishing rod and stared at a hole in the ice in front of him. It was a young man. Although he was wrapped in thick clothes, he was still shivering from the cold. The young man squatted for more than 2 hours and did not move at all. It started to snow, and the temperature became colder. The young man wiped his snot. At this moment, he suddenly raised his fishing rod. A golden figure instantly flew out of the hole and landed on the ice. It was a small golden fish that was only the width of a finger. This small fish was the golden dragon carp. The young man happily stepped forward and carefully placed the golden dragon carp on the ice into a small wooden bucket. Just as the young man was about to continue fishing, a loud sound came from the depths of the Cold Domain. The next moment, the earth shook and the ice on the river cracked. The young man was shocked and hurriedly abandoned his fishing rod. He grabbed the small wooden bucket and rushed to the shore. Boom! Just as the young man rushed to the shore, the ice on the surface of the river behind him collapsed in the next moment. Seeing this scene, the young man was so scared that his legs turned to jelly, and he fell to the ground on his butt, terrified to the extreme. Whoosh! At this moment, a beam of divine light shot over the top of the young man's head. Then, 2 beams, 3 beams, countless beams of divine light shot into the depths of the frigid region. What happened? The young man was shocked to the extreme. He could clearly see that there was a silhouette in every beam of divine light that shot down from the sky. Gods! So many. The young man looked at the divine light that kept appearing in the sky in fear. This young man was an ordinary human being without any cultivation. In the human clan he belonged to, there was a mighty god who stood high above the masses and seemed to be able to do anything. However, the deity in the tribe was much weaker than the deities that flew over from the sky. Boom! Another loud sound rang out. This time, cracks appeared on the ground and the mountain. It was as if the entire world was about to shatter. It was terrifying. The young man hurriedly got up from the ground, grabbed the small golden dragon carp in the wooden bucket, then turned around and rushed out of the frigid region. The outside of the frigid region was full of vitality, but the inside of the frigid region was devoid of life, forming a sharp contrast. The young man was less than a mile away from the outside of the frigid region, but this distance seemed like an insurmountable distance to him. He only felt that there was nothing under his feet, and his entire body fell. However, at this moment, a huge hand reached down from the sky and grabbed the young man, pulling him out of the frigid region. The young man was scared out of his wits, paralyzed on the ground, shivering. "Little fella, why are you so scared?" A silhouette appeared in front of the young man. When the young man saw that the person who saved him was actually a young man in black, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. The young man stretched out his trembling hands, and in his hands was a small golden fish. "What is this? Do you want to give this fish to me?" The young man in black said with a faint smile. I only have this golden dragon carp." The young man looked at the young man in black and said in fear, "It's fate that we met." The young man in black thought for a while, then pointed his finger. A ray of divine light immediately rushed out from the tip of his finger and instantly disappeared in between the young man's eyebrows. "All right, I'm going," the young man in black said as he flew into the sky and directly rushed into the frigid region. "Who are you? I'll definitely repay you in the future." The young man suddenly stood up and said loudly, "Haha, you want to repay me? Interesting, interesting. Remember, my name is Gu Fei." A voice came from afar. "Gu Fei." The young man looked in the direction where the young man in black disappeared and muttered to himself. The young man who was saved by Gu Fei on a whim was called Ming. In the future, Ming relied on a cultivation skill that Gu Fei imparted to become an unparalleled expert. In the end, he even broke the void and went to the upper world to follow the footsteps of a supreme deity called Gu Fei. When Gu Fei arrived at the Quiet Spring, there were already many experts from the Dark Night continent near the Quiet Spring. However, no one dared to go near the Quiet Spring. Standing in front of everyone were the Black and White Elders. Everyone was wary of the Black and White Elders, so they avoided them and didn't dare to go near the two elders. Everyone stared at the Quiet Spring in front of them. Then, a layer of cold mist gathered above the Quiet Spring. The Quiet Spring was breathing in and out the death chi. The death chi also contained a strong poison. As such, it was a double fatal blow. Even an emperor god would lose a layer of skin if they were attacked by the death chi. "Old white ghost, what do you think?" The Black Elder asked the White Elder beside him. "What else can I think? I'll leave it to fate." The White Elder shrugged and said indifferently, "Although the Quiet Spring was terrifying, it wasn't enough to take their lives. Moreover, if the Quiet Spring exploded, they would be free." The Black and White Elders had protected the Quiet Spring for countless years because of a promise. Hee. The Black Elder laughed and didn't say anything. At this moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and landed in front of the Black and White Elders. "Great Emperor." The Black Brush Elders were shocked when they saw that person and quickly went forward to greet him. It was a young man in white. This young man was the legendary Great Emperor. No one would have thought that the peerless emperor who had once caused rivers of blood to flow in the heavenly god world. Who is that person? The Black and White Elders are so polite to him. Someone guessed. Almost no one had seen the true appearance of the Great Emperor. The emperors near the Quiet Spring were also shocked. Even the subordinates of the Dark Knight Emperor couldn't tell that this young man was their master. The Dark Knight Emperor? Gu Fei looked at the figure. Even with his cultivation, he was surprised that he couldn't see through this fellow's cultivation. Boom! At this moment, the divine spring suddenly began to tremble, and pitch-black spatial cracks began to appear in the void. An unimaginably powerful fluctuation of divine power erupted from within the quiet spring. In the next moment, the sky collapsed, and it was as terrifying as the end of the world. The surrounding experts hurriedly retreated and didn't dare to get close. Only an emperor-level existence would not be shocked by this scene. "Array, rise." The young man waved his hand. In the next moment, countless runes appeared in the sky, and these runes interweaved to form an ancient Tao diagram. Rumble. The sky and earth shook, and a total of 9 huge dragons appeared in the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone was inexplicably shocked. At this moment, the entire quiet spring was sealed. However, in the next moment, the quiet spring exploded. There was a loud explosion, and the explosive power swept out in all directions. A few emperor gods couldn't avoid it in time, and they were frozen into ice sculptures. The black and white elders immediately retreated. They didn't want to consume too much origin chi. After all, there were countless emperors watching in the surroundings. Countless divine runes directly dissipated in the void, and the ancient Tao diagrams turned to ash. In the explosion of the death energy, a dead spirit actually charged out from the death energy. The Emperor of the Dark Knight pointed out with his finger, and the dead spirit that was pouncing towards him immediately exploded. He died once again, but this time, his body and soul were both destroyed. Finally, it's not so boring anymore. Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw this. This guy was many times stronger than ordinary emperors. Mo Yuan and the others were like ants compared to this person. Roar. Just as the Dark Knight Emperor made his move, a terrifying roar came from the depths of the quiet spring, and a wave of power that made the Dark Knight Emperor's face change color surged out from the darkness. The terrifying undead spirit in the depths of the quiet spring was about to come out. This was definitely a peerless dead spirit. Once it came out, the entire Dark Knight continent might be destroyed by this guy. At this moment, the Dark Knight Emperor's face was extremely solemn. It should be known that the Dark Knight continent was his world, his territory, and it wasn't easy for him to conquer the entire Dark Knight continent. He didn't want his place to be destroyed by a dead spirit. Therefore, he definitely wouldn't let this mysterious dead spirit out. He wanted to kill this dead spirit directly. However, the power of this dead spirit was far beyond his expectations. Chapter 41-47. The show was about to start. The spring exploded, and a huge black hole appeared in the sky. The black hole spewed out endless death chi that swept across the sky and the earth. Soon, the entire world was enveloped by the death chi. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. In the pitch-black death chi, there were dazzling sun-like divine lights flickering and emitting powerful divine power ripples. That was the light emitted by the protective divine light of the god emperor-level experts. How is this possible? Cries of alarm and misery rang out one after another. A half-step emperor rushed out in terror. His protective light was constantly weakening, and very soon, it dimmed and dissipated in the air. As the aura of death assaulted his body, the half-step emperor howled miserably and fell from the sky. As he fell, his fleshly body was rapidly thinning. In the end, even his clothes, flesh, and bones were reduced to ashes. Before he could fall to the ground, he had already vanished completely. Nothing was left. Everyone was stunned when they witnessed this scene. The vast aura of death that surged out from the black hole was actually so terrifying that it was capable of directly transforming a formidable quasi-emperor into ash. Even the emperor gods looked extremely solemn when they saw this. The quasi-emperors immediately turned around and fled. Many quasi-emperors were like shooting stars that streaked across the dark sky and disappeared. Every divine light that disappeared meant the death of a half-step great emperor. In an instant, more than a dozen divine lights disappeared in the endless death chi. More than a dozen half-step great emperors died just like that. The leaders of the sects and clans in the Dark Knight continent were probably going to vomit blood. Gu Fei stood on the mountain peak. At this moment, a divine light broke through the layers of death qi and landed next to Gu Fei. A fat man carrying a halberd appeared in the divine light. There were a few drops of blood on the fat man's sleeves. A drop of blood dripped from the edge of the halberd. It was sovereign blood. The moment that drop of sovereign blood came into contact with the death qi, the essence contained in it was instantly corroded. This death qi, the fat man was a bit moved. However, the death qi from the black hole made even him a bit worried. Your cultivation seems to have increased again. Gu Fei glanced at Fatty and said, "Boss, your eyes are really sharp. You can even see this?" Fatty said in surprise. He had just fought with someone and beheaded the Emperor God. He had devoured the Emperor God's cultivation base, and his cultivation base had indeed increased a little. Your secret technique is quite interesting, Gu Fei said. In Gu Fei's eyes, the secret techniques of the heavenly god realm were all trash and were beneath his notice. However, the fatty's secret technique was unique. He was certain that the secret technique that the fatty cultivated was not a technique of the heavenly god realm. In the heavenly god realm, who could create such a powerful and heaven-defying technique? Gu Fei even suspected that this fatty might not be a native of the heavenly god realm, but an outsider who had come from a higher realm. Only a higher level of heaven and earth could give birth to more powerful creatures, and only then would people be able to create more powerful cultivation techniques. At that moment, a terrifying roar came from the depths of the black hole, and an even more terrifying death qi began to spread out from the depths of the black hole. The void that was shrouded by the death qi was being annihilated silently. The void between heaven and earth could not contain the horrifying creature in the black hole. It was constantly being annihilated like a world-destroying death spirit. The Dark Knight Emperor saw this scene and was finally moved. The death spirit sealed in the depths of the Nether Spring was too powerful, far beyond his expectations. At that moment, a huge dragon and a figure directly rushed from afar and landed on the mountain where Gu Fei was. The huge dragon was the true Dragon Emperor, and that person was Emperor God Mo Yuan. "Why are you only here now?" Fatty said. "I was delayed by something," Mo Yuan said. However, that huge dragon ignored the fatty. One must know that this huge dragon was the true Dragon Emperor. Whether in the Dark Knight continent or the Heaven Divine realm, a great emperor was known as the strongest existence. A great emperor was undoubtedly comparable to an ultimate god. However, there was only one great emperor in the Dark Knight continent, while the Heaven Divine realm might have more than one ultimate god. That was the reason why the Dark Knight Emperor could not conquer the Heaven Divine realm. However, the true Dragon Emperor dared not underestimate Gu Fei because even the true Dragon Emperor could not see through Gu Fei. This great emperor was very afraid of Gu Fei. Boom! At that moment, the 9 huge dragons broke through the void and directly suppressed the black hole. The Dark Knight Emperor made his move. He wanted to reseal the nether spring that led to an unknown place. The 9 Dragon Sky Sealing Formation was an ancient killing formation obtained by the Dark Knight Emperor. Moreover, this killing formation was a complete killing formation, not something that those incomplete killing formations could compare to. The killing formation triggered the power of the universe and was known to be able to seal the sky. The 9 dragon shadows blocked the horrifying death qi from the black hole in the void. Rumble. The 9 huge dragons exploded with extremely strong divine power fluctuations, not only blocking the death qi from the black hole, but also dispersing the surrounding death qi. The entire dusky world began to brighten up. Unknowingly, the dusky sky had disappeared. Countless stars, a bright moon, and a divine sun appeared in the sky. The stars and the sun and the moon competed for brilliance. This was a strange scene that had never appeared in the Dark Knight continent for thousands of years. Everyone was stunned by this scene, including the God Emperors. Something earth-shattering is happening. An antique God Emperor looked at the strange scene in the sky in horror, and his voice trembled. "This thing is earth-shattering enough," someone said disapprovingly. The explosion of the Nether Spring, the black hole, and the unknown dead spirit that was about to break through the seal in the black hole threatened the entire Dark Knight continent. Will the Dark Knight Emperor succeed? Someone said. Who knows? Some people didn't care because they were God Emperors, the strongest existence in the Dark Knight continent besides the Dark Knight Emperor. Some people even thought that even if the terrifying dead spirit in the black hole came out, it wouldn't be a big deal. They could just kill it. Of course, there were also people who thought that this was a great calamity for the Dark Knight continent. This guy is not someone with an undeserved reputation. Fatty looked at the figure controlling the 9 dragons' heaven-sealing formation in the sky and put away his smile. His face became solemn. That's all, Gu Fei said indifferently. Fatty was speechless. That's an invincible land. That's all? The Dark Knight Emperor was known to be invincible in the Dark Knight continent. He conquered the entire Dark Knight continent with his own strength and built the strongest force in the history of the Dark Knight continent. Originally, he wanted to conquer the heavenly god realm and establish a foundation there. However, his subordinates encountered Gu Fei. As a result, the Dark Knight Emperor's subordinates were unlucky. Rumble. As the 9 dragons sealed the sky, the black hole gradually calmed down. He can actually seal you Quan again? Someone exclaimed. The Dark Knight Emperor seemed like he was really going to succeed. His entire body was emitting endless divine light, and a terrifying emperor's might filled the sky. Countless ancient divine runes appeared in the void around him. As he raised his hand, a resplendent bolt of lightning directly descended from the sky, blasting into the black hole in the void. Roar! An angry roar was heard from the void black hole. The entire void black hole shook violently. At the same time, a huge bone claw stretched out from the void black hole and grabbed at the Dark Knight Emperor. The bone claw was so huge that it shrouded the entire heaven and earth, including the Dark Knight Emperor. Humph! The Dark Knight Emperor sneered. He triggered the 9 dragon shadows, and a shocking scene appeared in front of everyone. The 9 dragons soared into the sky and collided with the bone claw that came from the black hole. Boom! With a loud bang, the 9 dragons directly collapsed in the void, and the bone claw smashed the 9 dragons apart as easily as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. What? The Dark Knight Emperor was shocked. He saw the bone claw falling from the sky, and when it was about to hit him, countless ancient Tao diagrams appeared on his body. The ancient Tao diagrams supported the heaven and earth, and naturally, they also blocked the terrifying bone claw that fell from the sky. It's the 9 sky diagrams. The legend is true. Someone exclaimed. It turns out that he obtained the 9 sky diagrams. No wonder he could unify the Dark Knight continent and become the only supreme existence to conquer the entire continent. An old antique exclaimed. Each of the 9 sky diagrams had a great origin. Ordinary people could reach the sky in a single step and become a supreme expert of the divine path as long as they obtained one of the sky diagrams. The 9 sky diagrams turned into 9 divine beasts. The Kuan Peng soared into the sky and set off monstrous black water. On the other side, the black tortoise emerged from the sea and shook the earth. Each of the 9 sky diagrams corresponded to one of the strongest divine beasts in the world. Boom! The 9 divine beasts collided with the black hole in the void. At the next moment, the huge bone claw exploded and turned into bone powder, dissipating in the void. When the Emperor gods saw this, they were stunned. The strength and terror of the bone claw was obvious to all. It could even break the 9 dragons sealing heaven's formation with a single strike. However, such a powerful bone claw was turned into powder by the supreme divine beasts formed by the 9 sky diagrams. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the black hole in the void, and a peerless dead spirit was struggling to rush out of the black hole. The terrifying power of death spread in all directions. The region, which had already been devoid of life, was completely obliterated by the power of death. Even the living beings underground were completely wiped out. Chapter 41-48. The existence that was sealed in the Netherworld Spring was absolutely terrifying. If that guy were to come out, many living creatures would die. However, at this moment, the living creature in the black hole was completely enraged. Boom! A huge head came out of the black hole. The void around the black hole immediately cracked and countless divine patterns intertwined. However, it was still difficult to suppress the living creature. It was the skull of a strange beast that Gu Fei had never seen before. In the skull, there was a soul fire that was even more resplendent than the sun in the sky. The soul fire from the eye sockets of the dead spirit was thousands of miles long. It was like a peerless divine sword that pierced through the void. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. This dead spirit was really too powerful, and even the 9 heavenly diagrams were unable to suppress it. Roar! The Dark Knight Emperor roared again and again. He kept activating the 9 sky diagrams crazily. The power of the sky diagrams was gradually stimulated. The 9 sky diagrams seemed to be evolving the 9 great worlds. This thing is not bad. Feeling the mighty aura from the sky diagrams, Gu Fei could not help but nod. The 9 sky diagrams could already be considered as divine tools. However, the Tao patterns inside the 9 sky diagrams seemed to have been erased, so they could only display the power of a quasi-saint. The power of a quasi-saint was definitely enough to sweep the entire heavenly god realm. Even the Dark Knight Emperor or the True Dragon Emperor were only equivalent to a quasi-saint. They were not even saints. The heavenly god realm did not have the conditions to give birth to a saint. A saint was an expert that could only be born in the perfect world. If one was not a saint, he would still be an ant. The so-called hierarch and great emperor were just a joke in front of a saint. The ancient sky diagrams were a legend in the heavenly god realm. If one gathered all 9 sky diagrams, he could become a great emperor. However, there was a higher realm above the great emperor. It was impossible to become a saint by relying on the sky diagrams. To become a saint, one could only rely on himself. Rumble. The 9 sky diagrams kept evolving as if they were really evolving into the 9 great worlds. Every sky diagram had the power of heaven and earth surging out. Even though it was very weak, it was indeed the power of heaven and earth. The 9 heavenly diagrams contained the seed of heaven and earth. In this way, the 9 sky diagrams were no longer as simple as a pseudo-saint artifact. The 9 sky diagrams could transform endlessly. It was not impossible for them to become a supreme saint artifact. Boundless energy gushed out from the 9 diagrams, directly sealing the space around them. The 9 diagrams continued to press towards the black hole. That terrifying dead spirit kept roaring, wanting to rush out of the black hole in the void. Extremely violent death energy erupted, causing the void to continuously crack. That huge head had already squeezed out of the black hole in the void. This dead spirit was simply too big. Its head was countless times bigger than a mountain. If this fellow were to break free from the black hole in the void, its huge body would probably be able to support the entire world. I didn't expect the 9 sky diagrams to be obtained by the Dark Knight Emperor. The fatty carried his halberd and stared at the 9 sky diagrams in front of him. He couldn't wait to snatch them away. With the 9 sky maps, Emperor Dark Knight is invincible. Emperor God Mo Yuan stared at the figure opposite him and said calmly, "Invincible?" Gu Fei smiled. Even he didn't dare to claim to be invincible. Roar! The True Dragon Emperor kept roaring at the dead spirit. At this moment, everyone was extremely nervous. The battle between the Dark Knight Emperor and the undying creature would directly determine the fate of the Dark Knight continent. The Emperor Lords under Emperor Dark Knight were here. However, even someone as strong as Emperor Z couldn't intervene. The power that erupted from the 9 sky diagrams could definitely kill an emperor instantly. Whoever went up would die. The existence that could cultivate to become an Emperor Lord was definitely a nature-defying guy. It wasn't by chance or luck that they could become Emperor Lords. A terrifying extermination aura surged out from the black hole in the void. 2 strong powers collided, and the void was annihilated. Die. Emperor Dark Knight went all out. He couldn't possibly let the dead spirit enter Dark Knight continent. As Emperor Dark Knight bellowed, the 9 sky maps attacked the black hole in the void at the same time. The next moment, the black hole in the void collapsed under the 9 sky maps. The dead spirit was severely injured too. There were cracks on its huge skull, as though it was going to collapse at any time. The soul fire in the skull dimmed. However, Emperor Dark Knight used the 9 sky maps to severely injure the dead spirit. However, he also destroyed the seal power around the black hole and the dead spirit broke free. Then, a huge dead spirit appeared in the universe and the deathly aura swept across the sky and the earth. The dead spirit stood up in the void and its huge skeleton entered the starry sky. At the position of the eyes on the skull, there was a star-like light. Everyone was dumbfounded and they looked at the scene in disbelief. The dead spirit was too huge. It was truly indomitable. So big. Fatty lifted his head and looked at the dead spirit opposite him as his eyes glowed. So tall, Emperor God Mo Yuan's soul was trembling. The power emitted from the dead spirit was enough to make an emperor god bow his head. Looks good but weak, Gu Fei said calmly. Although the dead spirit was huge, it didn't mean that its cultivation was as strong as its size. Looks good but weak? Fatty and Mo Yuan were a little confused. At this moment, the sound of a heartbeat suddenly rang out in the world. The sound was actually coming from the gigantic dead spirit. The dead spirit seemed to have received some kind of blessing. The countless cracks on its skeleton disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. The soul fire that had dimmed also became bright again. That is, Gu Fei's expression changed. The heartbeat coming from this dead spirit gave him an inexplicable feeling, a feeling that he couldn't explain clearly and unexplainably. What's going on? Gu Fei stared at the huge dead spirit as if he wanted to see through it. Just then, the Emperor of the Dark Knight stepped on the 9 sky maps and rushed towards the dead spirit. His murderous intention was shocking. All living beings in the Dark Knight continent could feel an extremely oppressive aura. Rumble. The huge dead spirit moved. A bone claw fell from the sky and slapped at the Emperor of the Dark Knight. Under the cover of the bone claw, the void was annihilated. Boom. The Emperor of the Dark Knight smashed the bone claw and came to the dead spirit in an instant. Slash. The Emperor of the Dark Knight roared and one of the 9 sky maps turned into a sharp saber light that flashed in the void. The skull of the dead spirit, which was much bigger than a star, was cut off by the Emperor of the Dark Knight's saber. Dong! Like the beating of a war drum. The heartbeat from the dead spirit sent the Emperor of the Dark Knight, who was stepping on the 9 sky maps, flying. How is this possible? Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. It was already a miracle that the dead spirit had a heartbeat. The heartbeat from the dead spirit seemed to have an inexplicable power. In the next moment, the skull of the dead spirit flew up and reconnected. The bone claw also reassembled instantly as if it had never been injured. Its heart. Gu Fei was really shocked. This terrifying and powerful dead spirit actually had a living heart. This was too shocking. He used the martial path Heavenly Eye and saw that there was a heart that was beating regularly in the huge bone body. At this moment, the Emperor of the Dark Knight also saw the weakness of the dead spirit. The 9 sky maps flew out from his body and turned into 9 rays of dazzling divine light that pierced the dead spirit's heart. The 9 rays of divine light broke through the heavy deathly aura around the dead spirit and instantly pierced the dead spirit's heart. You're still not dead this time? The Emperor of the Dark Knight was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, the 9 rays of divine light flew back to his body and turned into the 9 sky maps again. However, the Emperor of the Dark Knight's laughter suddenly stopped. Then, he stared at the dead spirit in shock. The 9 bloody holes in the dead spirit's heart were healing rapidly, and the strong heartbeat was constantly heard. How is this possible? The Dark Knight Emperor was truly shocked. This undead spirit simply possessed an immortal body. Bam! The Emperor of the Dark Knight was slapped away by the dead spirit, and the 9 sky maps were also sent flying. They floated in the void and kept absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. However, the Emperor of the Dark Knight rushed back very quickly. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was actually injured by the dead spirit. Aren't your hands itching? What are you waiting for? On the top of the mountain, Gu Fei said to the fatty. The fatty was shocked to hear this. The big guy in front of him was not a small character. No matter how arrogant he was, he would not dare to joke around with his life. Go and get the heart for me. Gu Fei said to the fatty. The fatty thought for a while and stomped his foot. His entire body soared into the sky like lightning and charged at the dead spirit. Boom! The heaven and earth shook when the halberd was swung. Wherever the halberd passed, it left a long crack in the space. The fatty's attack seemed to have scratched an itch and did not hurt the dead spirit at all. Sigh. It seems like I still have to take action, Gu Fei said and walked out with his hands behind his back. He raised his head and looked at the dead spirit calmly. At this time, the Emperor of the True Dragon made his move. A huge dragon soared into the sky and attacked the dead spirit. Violent divine power exploded, and the heaven and earth shook continuously. Chapter 41-49. The fatty was an existence that could fight endlessly with the heaven-trampling evil emperor. But now, when faced with this dead spirit that had broken through the seal of the spirit spring, he was actually defeated. Boom! However, Emperor Slayer's halberd smashed into the dead spirit's body. In the next moment, the halberd bounced back. A powerful force exploded from the dead spirit, sending the fat man and the halberd flying 1,000 miles away. So powerful! The fatty was shocked. Not only was the dead spirit huge, but its bones were also as hard as peerless divine metal. Even the Emperor's halberd could not hurt the dead spirit at all. Is it an immortal god bone? Fatty suddenly thought of something, and his face became incomparably solemn. Through the bone body, he could vaguely see that there was a beating heart inside the bone body's chest. At that moment, a dragon roar resounded. A dragon soared into the sky and charged at the dead spirit. The dragon spat out a mouthful of divine fire, and the entire world was immediately enveloped in a sea of fire, burning the void to the point where it was constantly being destroyed. However, such a terrifying divine fire was completely useless on this dead spirit. A layer of light appeared on the dead spirit's huge skeletal body, blocking the divine fire. At that moment, the Emperor of the Dark Night came back. The 3 Emperor-level existences joined forces to fight the dead spirit. At that moment, they were in a stalemate. The void was shattered and huge black holes appeared in the sky. Even the chaotic chi was blown out. Everyone watched in shock. Of course, not everyone could watch the battle from the side. The ripples of power from the battle were too powerful. Even the Emperor gods could only watch from afar and did not dare to get close. Those who were below the Emperor God level had already retreated. Even the half-emperors did not dare to watch the battle from the side. Powerful energy waves rained down from the sky, turning the mountains into ashes in an instant. Soon, the only thing left in a radius of more than 100,000 li was the mountain under Gu Fei's feet. Gu Fei stood on the mountain with his hands behind his back. Facing the ripples of energy, he felt like he was bathing in the spring breeze. No matter how strong the power was, it disappeared in front of him. The 3 great Emperor-level existences were locked in battle with the undead spirits. The Dark Knight Emperor stepped on the 9 diagrams and was like a supreme, heavenly lord that had descended. Every strike of his shattered the void and broke through the heavens and earth. However, when such a powerful force blasted onto the body of the dead spirit, although it was able to force it back, the dead spirit would immediately charge back. Moreover, what shocked Brother Li and the Dark Knight Emperor was that every time this undead spirit was heavily injured by him, its bone body would become even more powerful after being reconstructed. It really is an immortal god bone? The Dark Knight Emperor was shocked to the extreme. Immortal god bone? That was only a legend. Could it be that there was an immortal god bone sealed in the Netherworld spring? Roar! The true Dragon Emperor was going all out. He actually spat out the dragon pearl. It was as if a divine sun had appeared in the world, illuminating the entire world. However, 2 beams of death divine light shot out of the dead spirit's eye sockets and struck the true Dragon Emperor's dragon pearl. Damn it! Open for me! The fatty went crazy. His eyes turned red as he desperately waved the halberd in his hand and smashed it towards the undead spirit. Under this attack, the sky seemed like it was going to collapse. Boom! The undead spirit directly punched upwards. The bone fist clashed with the fatty's halberd, causing a loud explosion. The entire void exploded, and the fatty was sent flying. He held the halberd tightly with both of his hands. Both of his hands were trembling and blood was seeping out of his hands. The fatty looked down and saw that his hands that were holding the halberd were filled with cracks and blood was seeping out from the cracks. Good fella. The fatty knew that he had met the strongest opponent today. This undead spirit was definitely formed from the immortal god bone's consciousness. The bone body was an immortal god bone. This meant that the undead spirit was undefeatable. Moreover, the heartbeat that came from the undead spirit's body was extremely shocking. To a certain extent, it affected the battle strength of the three great emperor-level existences. Puny humans, how dare you act presumptuously in front of me? All of you, die. At this moment, a spiritual force came from the undead spirit's skull and a voice rang in everyone's heart. Boom. In the next moment, boundless death chi erupted from the undead spirit's body and instantly condensed into 9 huge dragons that pounced towards the true dragon emperor, the fatty, and the Dark Knight Emperor. Without any suspense, the 3 great emperor-level existences were sent flying 100,000 miles away by the dragons formed by the death chi. The Dark Knight Emperor's hair was disheveled and his body was stained with blood. One of the true Dragon Emperor's dragon horns was broken. Dragon blood seeped out from the broken horn and dripped onto the ground. The fatty was in the worst condition. The sleeves of his hands that were holding the halberd were torn and the flesh on both his arms were cracked. Some parts of his body were even showing his bones. It was a bloody mess. The fatty was trembling all over. The bones in his arms and even some bones in his body were cracked. However, he still held onto the halberd tightly. Everyone who witnessed the scene was stunned. The undead spirit was too powerful. It was much stronger than a great emperor. How could there be such a powerful existence in the Dark Knight continent? Only existences from the upper realm were stronger than great emperors or ultimate gods. What should we do? Some people began to worry. Even the Dark Knight Emperor was not a match for the undead spirit. Did that mean that the undead spirit was invincible in the Dark Knight continent? If that was the case, many people in the Dark Knight continent would die. Sigh. Just when everyone was in despair, a sigh was heard. Then, everyone saw a figure appear in front of the undead spirit. The undead spirit was shrinking rapidly and soon became as tall as a normal person. It was the bone body of an unknown exotic beast. There were countless divine inscriptions faintly visible on the bone body, revealing an immortal aura. Little guy, do you want to die? The undead spirit's skull sent out a spiritual force again. You're just a small undead spirit. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? The black-clothed young man stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. The Dark Knight Emperor heard the black-clothed young man's words and looked at him as if he was looking at a monster. This guy dared to talk to the undead spirit like that. Was he really courting death? The undead spirit was extremely powerful. Who would dare to provoke this guy? Boss, as soon as the fatty saw the black-clothed young man, he was overjoyed. That person was Gu Fei. Gu Fei finally made a move. The fatty and the others were not a match for the undead spirit even if they joined forces. If he did not make a move and allowed the undead spirit to escape from the cold domain, the consequences would be unpredictable. Rumble. Chapter 4150. Gu Fei was finally going to make a move. However, the dead spirit was one step ahead of him. A bone claw directly grabbed at Gu Fei. On the bone claw, 5 extremely sharp black lights rushed out. The 5 black lights were like 5 swords of death, piercing towards Gu Fei. Humph! The corner of Gu Fei's mouth curled up, revealing a trace of disdain. In the next moment, he clenched his right hand and punched towards the bone claw. The 5 piercing black lights were directly dispersed by Gu Fei's fist. Bam! Gu Fei's fist and the opponent's bone claw collided in an instant, causing a dull sound to erupt. A circle of transparent ripples spread from the 2 experts. In the next moment, the void of heaven and earth directly collapsed, and the chaotic chi was hit out. Then, a scene that made everyone dumbfounded appeared. They saw that insufferably arrogant dead spirit was directly sent flying. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. This person actually blew away an existence that even the Dark Knight Emperor was not a match for with a punch. When did such a person appear in the Dark Knight continent? Whoosh! At this moment, two black lights pierced towards Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. Yin and Yang disorder. Gu Fei directly displayed his killer move. The two piercing black lights suddenly reversed direction and directly pierced towards the dead spirit. The dead spirit roared angrily. It was shot by its own death light and once again flew out horizontally. Little guy, you deserve to die. The dead spirit was shocked and angry. It never expected Gu Fei to be so powerful. Boom! Endless death chi erupted from the body of the dead spirit, sweeping across the sky and the ground. A bone hand directly reached out from the death chi and grabbed at Gu Fei. Gu Fei punched again. Bam! Gotcha! The sound of the collision and the cracking of bones rang out almost at the same time. The dead spirit was once again blown away. The monstrous death chi was also dispersed by Gu Fei's fist. Gu Fei displayed the supreme fist technique. It was a simple and direct punch, but it displayed an almost invincible power. At this moment, the eyeballs of the Dark Knight Emperor and the others almost dropped to the ground. Boss is mighty, Fatty shouted loudly. The true Dragon Emperor watched silently from the side, not saying a single word. At this time, Gu Fei stepped into the void, took 2 steps, and instantly caught up to the dead spirit that was sent flying. Then, he directly stomped the dead spirit down from the sky. Boom! The dead spirit was like a meteorite falling from the sky, directly smashing a large pit in the ground, and a cloud of dust rose high into the sky. Gu Fei descended from the sky and stomped on the pit on the ground. Bam! The ground shook, and a huge footprint appeared on the ground. Seeing this, the group of Emperor gods were shocked speechless. The fighting power of the dead spirit definitely surpassed that of a great emperor. This was an undying spirit. Such a powerful undying spirit was beaten up by Gu Fei. This scene was too unreal. The Dark Knight Emperor was also shocked, and he looked at the figure with a solemn expression. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud bang, and the ground exploded. A figure emitting endless death chi rushed out from the ground and came to the sky. Dong! 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 The heart in the chest of the undying spirit was beating continuously, and the sound it made shook the surrounding void. Even Gu Fei felt threatened. Oomph! Gu Fei took a step and instantly appeared in front of the undying spirit. Then, he stretched out his right hand, broke the undying spirit's sternum, and grabbed the undying spirit's heart. The undying spirit was shocked. Before the undying spirit could react, Gu Fei had already grabbed the undying spirit's heart. Gu Fei looked at the heart in his hand in shock. The heart was beating so strongly that he almost couldn't hold it, and it almost flew out of his hand. The undying spirit that lost its heart instantly turned into ashes and disappeared just like that. You're finally here. At this moment, a weak wave came from the heart in Gu Fei's hand, and an ethereal figure appeared from the heart. It was a back view, and this back view quickly dissipated into the void like mist. What's going on? Gu Fei was shocked. At this time, the undying heart no longer showed any signs of abnormality. Such a powerful undying soul had actually vanished into thin air just like that. Even Gu Fei felt very surprised. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked by this sudden scene. Boom! At this moment, a figure suddenly broke through the void and directly reached out to grab the immortal heart in Gu Fei's hand. Someone wanted to snatch the immortal heart in Gu Fei's hand. You're courting death. Gu Fei's right hand, which was holding the immortal heart, trembled, and a powerful force erupted, directly sending the guy who had suddenly appeared flying. Swoosh! The person turned around and fled. Can you escape? Gu Fei directly pointed at the person, and a divine light instantly rushed out from his fingertip, piercing through the mysterious person. The person screamed and directly fell from the sky. It was obvious that he would not survive. Who wants this immortal heart? Come out. Gu Fei held the immortal heart in his hand and looked around. No one dared to say a word. The combat power Gu Fei displayed was too strong. He killed an emperor god with a finger. Even a great emperor or an ultimate god would not be a match for such combat power. The entire heaven and earth was silent. Congratulations on obtaining the immortal heart, boss. Fatty carried his halberd and walked over. At that moment, Fatty was extremely embarrassed. Gu Fei glanced at Fatty and directly threw an elixir pill to him. Fatty took a look at the elixir pill and was immediately surprised and happy. He quickly swallowed the elixir pill. Soon, the wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Good move, Taoist friend. At that moment, the Dark Knight Emperor walked over. Dark Knight Emperor. Gu Fei looked at the ordinary-looking young man in front of him and said indifferently, "Who are you, Taoist friend?" The Dark Knight Emperor came in front of Gu Fei and looked at Gu Fei with a solemn face. "I'm your master." Gu Fei suddenly smiled. "You want to be my master?" The Dark Knight Emperor's face suddenly became gloomy when he heard that. "Why not?" Gu Fei looked at the Dark Knight Emperor and said with a faint smile. Chapter 4151. The Heart of Immortality was extremely powerful and could turn a dead soul into an immortal dead soul. However, once the Heart of Immortality was removed from the dead soul's body, the terrifying dead soul that had beaten up the great emperor would instantly turn into ashes. Gu Fei obtained the immortal heart. He held it as though he was holding a part of the world. His heart was incomparably heavy. This immortal heart seemed to have some kind of connection with him. Why do I have such a feeling? Gu Fei muttered to himself. He had an inexplicable feeling of wanting to cry. Dong, dong. The immortal heart was beating. Gu Fei felt that the blood in his body was boiling along with his heartbeat. This was the resonance between the bloodlines. Could this immortal heart have been left behind by someone close to him? Things like bloodlines couldn't lie because bloodlines were the purest thing. Especially the figure that appeared on the immortal heart. It had touched something in the depths of Gu Fei's soul. He wanted to pursue the truth. His origin was a mystery. He wanted to unravel this mystery. However, at this moment, many people had their eyes on the immortal heart in his hand. Among these people, the Dark Knight Emperor was included. Dao friend, are you kidding me? You actually want to be my master? The Dark Knight Emperor stared coldly at Gu Fei and narrowed his eyes. Presumptuous. My boss wants to take you in as his servant. This is your good fortune. Are you still unwilling? Fatty carried his halberd and spoke to the Dark Knight Emperor in a low voice. Who are you? Since when did you have the right to speak? Scram. As he spoke, the Dark Knight Emperor waved his hand casually. Fatty immediately felt a powerful divine force rushing towards him. The void in front of him was distorted and rippled like water. Swish. Fatty waved his halberd directly. A cold light streaked across from top to bottom. In an instant, the ripple-like void in front of him was split into two. Listen up. I am the Lord of the Heavenly God Realm. The Fatty was incomparably domineering. The great halberd in his hand directly swept towards the waist of the Dark Knight Emperor. A powerful force radiated from the great halberd, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Heavenly God Realm Lord? You? The Dark Knight Emperor had a look of disdain. This fellow couldn't even defeat him, so how could he be the Realm Lord of the Heavenly God Realm? What a huge joke. With that, the figure of the Dark Knight Emperor instantly disappeared in the void. Fatty's halberd streaked across the void, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial crack. Go to hell. Return to the Realm Lord. The Emperor of the Dark Knight's voice came from above Fatty's head. In the next moment, a huge foot came crashing down on Fatty's head from the sky. Damn it! The fat man fiercely thrust his halberd upwards, and an incomparably sharp divine light immediately rushed out of the halberd, directly piercing through the giant foot that was trampling down. However, the giant foot directly stomped down on the beam of divine light that shot into the sky. Boom! In the next moment, Fatty, along with his halberd, was stomped into the ground by that huge foot. How dare you? Gu Fei was a little annoyed. He passed the immortal heart to his left hand, clenched his right hand into a fist, and punched at the Emperor of the Dark Knight Emperor. The punch was an ordinary punch, direct, simple, and straight. However, even if it was a punch from an ordinary person, Even someone as strong as the Emperor of the Dark Knight Emperor couldn't dodge it. The punch hit his left eye directly, and he fell backward. This, Emperor God Mo Yuan and the Emperor of Real Dragon were dumbfounded to see the scene. That was the #1 expert in the Dark Knight continent, the Emperor of the Dark Knight continent. He was actually sent flying by a punch from their master? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they definitely wouldn't have believed it. One should know that the reputation of the Emperor of the Dark Knight continent wasn't just a bluff, but a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Back then, in order to unify the Dark Knight continent, the Emperor of the Dark Knight continent had turned into a river of blood. Countless Emperor gods had died in his hands. Roar! The Emperor of the Dark Knight Emperor roared and charged back. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was filled with murderous intent. Ever since he had started his cultivation, he had never been slapped in the face. Today, not only was he slapped in the face, but he was also beaten into a panda eye. Then, the fatty, who was stomped into the ground by the Emperor of the Dark Knight Emperor, broke through the ground and dashed out. "Dark Knight, come and die." The fatty roared and pointed the halberd at the Emperor of the Dark Knight Emperor. Although he wasn't a great emperor, his cultivation method was unique. His divine body was extremely strong and could be compared to a real great emperor. That was the reason why he dared to challenge a great emperor. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The Emperor of the Dark Knight Emperor stared at the fatty and roared. However, his gaze soon fell on Gu Fei. "He's my man. It's not your place to teach him a lesson." Gu Fei held the immortal heart in his left hand and placed his right hand behind his back as he looked at the Emperor of the Dark Knight Emperor and said, "Go to hell." The Emperor of the Dark Knight Emperor couldn't wait to tear Gu Fei into pieces. His eyes narrowed and 2 light blades immediately shot out from his eyes, slashing at Gu Fei. "There's no one in this world who can kill me," Gu Fei said indifferently. At the next moment, 2 light blades shot out from his eyes and clashed with the light blades that the Emperor of the Dark Knight Emperor sent out. There were 2 soft clashing sounds, and then all the light blades dissipated at the same time. "What? How is this possible?" The Emperor of the Dark Knight Emperor was shocked to the extreme. That was a killer move that he had cultivated. How could the other party know such a secret skill? How is this possible? That was a secret skill that belonged to him. All the divine powers in the world lead to the same goal. Your divine power is just a small divine power in my eyes. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Small divine power? The Emperor of the Dark Knight Emperor was dumbfounded. He had used this divine power to kill more than one Emperor God. This guy actually said that the divine power that could kill an Emperor God was a small divine power? Even Emperor God Mo Yuan and the others were dumbfounded when they heard what Gu Fei said. The Emperor of the Dark Knight Emperor's deadly divine blade was a supreme divine power that was famous in the Dark Knight continent. Even an Emperor God would die if they were hit by his divine blade. Mo Yuan knew that at least 2 Emperor gods had died under the supreme divine power of the Dark Knight Emperor. It was an Emperor Slayer skill. However, the Emperor Slayer skill of the Dark Knight Emperor had become a small divine power in the words of Gu Fei. "Who are you?" The Emperor of the Dark Knight Emperor stared at Gu Fei solemnly. Divine power surged from his body, and divine patterns emerged and intertwined on his body. The divine power of a great emperor erupted. Everyone felt a great deal of pressure. Even Fatty, who was not afraid of anything, was moved. Chapter 4152. The Dark Knight Emperor showed his prowess. The terrifying Emperor's aura spread out, causing all living beings within a radius of 100,000 miles to tremble in fear. Even the strongest savage beast in the mountain range was lying obediently on the ground, trembling in fear. What's going on? Is that guy crazy again? At this moment, Old Black and White appeared in the sky. These 2 guys were extremely shrewd. When they saw the arrival of the Dark Knight Emperor, they immediately slipped away. When the undying spirit was destroyed, these 2 guys appeared nearby again. At this moment, the other Emperor Lords were also frightened by the Supreme Emperor's aura that erupted from the Dark Knight Emperor. They all came to greet him. "Old Black and White, where did you die?" The Dark Knight Emperor sensed the aura of Old Black and White and immediately roared in their direction. Dark Knight, don't be too presumptuous. We only promise to help you look after Quiet Spring. We are not your subordinates. Old Black, who was shrouded in black chi, said coldly, That's right. We're not slaves that you can order around. Old White nodded and said, Humph. If you can kill him, I will give you the Yin-Yang Emperor's Yin-Yang treasure book. The Dark Knight Emperor said coldly, What? Old Black and White heard and instantly became excited. The Yin-Yang Great Emperor was a peerless expert from countless years ago. Although the Yin-Yang Great Emperor did not unify the Dark Knight continent, some people said that he was the only existence in the Dark Knight continent who broke through the void and ascended to the upper realm. The Yin-Yang Great Emperor left behind his orthodoxy, but it was obtained by the Dark Knight Emperor. You really want to give us the Yin-Yang treasure book? Old White said in disbelief. How can it be fake? As the Emperor of the Dark Knight said, he took out a roll of jade slip. Kill. Old Black and White did not hesitate and directly attacked Gu Fei. Old Black waved his hand, and a cloud of fog immediately rushed out from his hand. It immediately spread out and shrouded Gu Fei. You're courting death. Fatty sneered and said. At this moment, the shadow of a dragon soared into the sky, directly dispersing the black fog that enveloped Gu Fei, and then swept towards the Black and White elders with a sweep of the dragon's tail. Without any suspense, the Black and White elders were directly swept away, and in an instant, even their shadows disappeared. Useless thing. The Dark Knight Emperor was speechless. Looks like the ancient desolate stone gate was also taken by you. The Dark Knight Emperor stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, I'll give you one more chance. Submit or die. Gu Fei was a little impatient. Although the Dark Knight Emperor was strong, if he didn't submit, he would have no choice but to kill him. He had never been lenient when dealing with his enemies. The Dark Knight Emperor's expression changed several times. He looked at the true dragon in the sky, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Even the powerful true dragon emperor had submitted? Do I need to think about it? Fatty said loudly. In the end, the Dark Knight Emperor had no choice but to lower his proud head. However, Gu Fei knew that this fellow was only temporarily subservient and would probably betray him soon. Very well. Gu Fei pointed with a finger and directly placed a forbidden technique on the Dark Knight Emperor's body. What is this? The Dark Knight Emperor was really shocked. The divine light that rushed into his body was definitely not something good. At the thought of this, he was even more shocked. The reason why he submitted to Gu Fei was an expedient measure. But now, Gu Fei actually did something to his body. In this way, he would forever be under the control of others. It's nothing. As long as you don't betray me, nothing will happen. Don't worry. Gu Fei shrugged and said. The Dark Knight Emperor was shocked and angry, but he didn't dare to really get angry. If you dare to betray me, I can destroy your body and soul with just a thought. Gu Fei continued. Miserable. The Dark Knight Emperor's intestines were green with regret. He didn't really want to submit to Gu Fei. He never thought that Gu Fei would place a forbidden technique on him. The Dark Knight Emperor's expression changed several times, but he finally knelt down in front of Gu Fei. Haha, Gu Fei laughed out loud. He never thought that the Dark Knight Emperor would become his slave just like that. His life and death were in his hands. One must know that this was the Dark Knight Emperor, a great emperor. A great emperor was comparable to an ultimate god. Being able to subdue such an existence made Gu Fei feel a sense of accomplishment. Hearing Gu Fei's laughter, the Dark Knight Emperor's face became even uglier. This time, he was really too smart for his own good. Black and White elders, those two bastards. The Emperor of the Dark Knight rushed out directly. Very soon, a great battle broke out in the mountains far away. The great Emperor vented all his anger on the Black and White elders. Capture those two guys and bring them to me. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the Dark Knight Emperor. Black and White elders were not bad. They cultivated the Yin and Yang Great Tao. These two guys were definitely half-step to Great Emperor and were much stronger than ordinary Emperor Lords. If he could subdue these guys and make them work for him, he would have more confidence to enter the Central Celestial Realm. The Central Celestial Realm was the center of the entire Heaven Divine Realm. The experts there were much more than the experts from the other 4 celestial realms combined. Moreover, there were invincible ultimate gods in the central celestial realm. Although Gu Fei wasn't afraid, it would be hard to avoid a great battle if he were to fight against an ultimate god. That was also the reason why he didn't kill the Dark Knight Emperor. As long as his subordinates were capable, it would be much easier for him. He didn't have to do everything himself. He only had to watch the show while drinking tea. After the news of the Dark Knight Emperor submitting to Gu Fei spread, the world was shocked, especially the Emperor Lords under the Dark Knight Emperor. Some of the Emperor Lords wanted to take the opportunity to escape from the Dark Knight Emperor's control. "Let's go back to your place first," Gu Fei said to Emperor God Mo Yuan. "Yes, master," Emperor God Mo Yuan said hurriedly. Then, he led the way and flew toward his own mansion in the sky. Emperor True Dragon followed closely behind, followed by Gu Fei and Fatty. At that moment, the battle between the Dark Knight Emperor and Black and White Elders had ended. When he captured Black and White Elders, Gu Fei and the others were long gone. The Dark Knight Emperor could only bring Black and White Elders to Emperor God Mo Yuan's mansion. Although Black and White Elders were strong, they weren't real great emperors. Hence, the 2 of them were unlucky. At that moment, the entire cultivation world of the Dark Knight continent was in an uproar. The Dark Knight Emperor was defeated. In other words, Gu Fei conquered the entire Dark Knight continent effortlessly. The entire Dark Knight continent. Chapter 4153. The Dark Knight continent had changed. When the news spread, the entire cultivation world was in an uproar. All the cultivators were extremely shocked. How could the sky of the Dark Knight continent change so quickly? How? An ancient existence let out a long sigh and left. Whether the Dark Knight continent changed or not, it had nothing to do with those who had lived for countless years. However, every time there was a change in the Dark Knight continent, it was accompanied by a bloodbath. However, this time, there was less carnage. This was something that no one had expected. Do you know the origin of this heart? In Emperor God Mo Yuan's mansion, Gu Fei was lying on a chair with the immortal heart in his hand. He looked at the 2 guys who were kneeling before him indifferently. The 2 guys were Elder Black and Elder Black. Elder Black and Elder Black had disheveled hair and bloodstains all over their bodies. Elder Black and Elder Black had been beaten up badly by Emperor Dark Knight. "This, how could we know?" Elder Black said with a trembling voice. Their cultivation had been crippled by the Dark Knight Emperor. If it wasn't for Gu Fei and the others controlling their aura, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the pressure in the hall and would have died. The immortal heart was still beating, emitting a dull sound. The entire hall shook along with the heartbeat. The power contained in the heart was too strong. Only Gu Fei dared to touch it. The others could not even get close to it, let alone touch it. Even great emperors, Emperor True Dragon and Emperor Dark Knight, stood aside and stared at the immortal heart in Gu Fei's hand. Their eyes were filled with passion. It was a legendary item. The dead spirit that was sealed in the Netherworld Spring was able to cultivate an almost indestructible dead spirit body because it had obtained the immortal heart. They were great emperors. If they could obtain the immortal heart and refine it into their bodies, they might be able to ascend to the heavens. Who knows? Gu Fei said indifferently. "This," Elder Black hesitated. "Just say it. I am here. What are you afraid of? If I am happy, I can help you recover your cultivation," Gu Fei said leisurely. "What?" When Black and White heard that Gu Fei could help them restore their cultivation, they immediately became excited. To cultivators, cultivation was their life. Losing their cultivation was equivalent to losing their life. When the Dark Knight Emperor crippled the cultivation of the Black and White Elders, they truly wanted to die. But if the Dark Knight Emperor did not let them die, they could not die even if they wanted to. The strong controlled the life and death of the weak. How could the weak have the final say in life and death? You can really help us recover our cultivation?" Master Bai's voice trembled with excitement. He stared at Gu Fei, who was sitting in the chair. "Impudent. If my boss says it's possible, then it's possible. How dare you question it?" Fatty scolded. The cultivation of Black and White Elders was not weak. They were considered top-notch existences among the god emperors. They were half-step great emperors. If the two of them joined forces, even Fatty would not be able to defeat them easily. I'll talk. We really don't know the origin of this immortal heart, but there's someone who might know. Old White glanced at the Emperor of the Dark Night. Huh. Gu Fei looked at the Emperor of the Dark Night. The Emperor of the Dark Night panicked when he saw Gu Fei looking at him. His eyes flickered a few times. Hee, Dark Knight, you know that my boss wants to know the origin of the immortal heart. How dare you not report it? What do you mean? Are you trying to betray my boss? Fatty rolled his eyes and stared at the Emperor of the Dark Night. Damn, Fatty, don't slander me. The Emperor of the Dark Night panicked even more. Tell me. Gu Fei took a sip of tea. Emperor God Mo Yuan didn't have many other abilities, but no one in the Dark Night continent could compete with him when it came to making tea. It was a type of divine tea that contained the essence of heaven and earth. There were only a dozen stalks in Emperor God Mo Yuan's mansion. In the entire Dark Night continent, there were only a dozen stalks of blood god tea. The tea was scarlet like blood, but it was fragrant and memorable. The Emperor of the Dark Night knew that if he didn't say anything, he might really die there. Because the Emperor of the Dark Night was a decisive person and Gu Fei was the same type of person as him. As long as he didn't say anything, Gu Fei definitely wouldn't let him live. So, the Emperor of the Dark Night told him everything that he knew. It turned out that Emperor Yin Yang had risked his life to seal Yu Quan. A great emperor sacrificed his life to seal Yu Quan. The power of the seal was unimaginable. However, no matter how strong the seal was, there would be a moment when it failed. Emperor Yin Yang was a great emperor in the Dark Night continent. When Emperor Yin Yang was alive, the Dark Night continent was still in the most barbaric era. Even in the cultivation history of the Dark Night continent, there wasn't a person named Emperor Yin Yang. The Emperor of the Dark Night had obtained the inheritance of Emperor Yin Yang and became a great emperor. Then, he unified the Dark Night continent and became the Emperor God of the Dark Night continent. The reason why the Dark Night Emperor knew about the Nether Spring was because the Yin Yang Emperor had left behind a detailed description of the Nether Spring seal. The Yin Yang Emperor wanted future generations to continue sealing the Nether Spring to prevent the undying undead spirit from coming out and bringing disaster to the world. Emperor Yin Yang also explained the origin of the immortal undead spirit. It was an ancient god skeleton that obtained a magical heart and cultivated into an immortal undead spirit. The way to destroy the immortal undead spirit was to destroy the immortal heart. However, the immortal heart was a real immortal divine item. In the end, Emperor Yin Yang could only seal the immortal undead spirit and the immortal heart in Yu Quan. The immortal heart is an item that fell from the sky? Gu Fei was a little surprised, but he wasn't surprised. The immortal heart was so magical that it naturally couldn't be born in a place like the Dark Night continent. Emperor Yin Yang knew the origin of the immortal heart. On a certain day, a big hole suddenly appeared in the sky above the Dark Night continent. The immortal heart rushed out of that big hole and landed on the Dark Night continent. The Dark Night continent before the primordial antiquity was not like this. This was the second heavenly realm. However, it was also from that time that the Dark Night continent became dark and gloomy. Countless years had passed, but there was still some kind of fog shrouding the entire Dark Night continent. Could it really be the heart of an expert from the supreme heaven and earth? Gu Fei muttered to himself. This kind of existence is probably even stronger than an extreme great supreme. Could it be the heart of an expert in the eternal realm? Gu Fei looked at the heart that was still beating vigorously in his hand and frowned. He didn't dare to be sure because he used to be a supreme existence in the eternal realm. However, he didn't feel the aura of an expert in the eternal realm from this heart. Everyone around quietly looked at Gu Fei. No one dared to make a sound. Who cares? I'll slowly study it in the future. Gu Fei directly put the immortal heart into his inner world. However, the next moment, his face immediately changed. He saw the layer of fog above the sky gathering towards him crazily, as if a supreme existence in the Dark Night continent had awakened from a deep sleep. A terrifying power was awakening. What's going on? Everyone was inexplicably shocked. Heaven and earth suddenly changed, and everyone felt a great pressure. The whole world changed color. Could it be? Gu Fei quickly took out the immortal heart. After the immortal heart was taken out by Gu Fei, the heaven and earth vision immediately disappeared, and the layer of fog above the sky no longer gathered towards Gu Fei. Interesting. Can I take this immortal heart with me? Gu Fei smiled, and then directly poured eternal essence into the immortal heart. In the next moment, the immortal heart seemed to have turned into a black hole, producing a powerful devouring force. The mist in the sky immediately gathered towards the immortal heart in a frenzy. Gu Fei let go, and the immortal heart in his hand soared into the sky, directly floating high up in the sky. Endless fog gathered towards the immortal heart and was devoured by it. The whole world was constantly flashing with dazzling lightning, and every bolt of lightning tore the world apart. A terrifying wave of power spread out from the immortal heart, and all the living beings in the Dark Night continent felt an oppressive aura. All the old antiques and monsters in the Dark Night continent were alarmed, and even some old antiques who were in a life-or-death situation jumped out. The immortal heart was devouring the strange fog that had shrouded the Dark Night continent for countless years. The movement was too big, and it was impossible not to alarm those big shots. Everyone in Mo Yuan's residence rushed out and was shocked to see the shocking scene in the sky. An endless amount of strange mist gathered and was constantly refined by the immortal heart. The entire world actually gradually brightened. Within the strange mist, there seemed to be blurry figures struggling towards the immortal heart. They were also devoured by the immortal heart. Roar! Soon, a terrifying roar rang out, and the strange fog gathered in the sky. A huge figure appeared between heaven and earth. Rumble! A huge claw directly slapped at the immortal heart in the sky, and an extremely violent destructive power erupted. However, such a powerful attack was enough to destroy a region, but it directly turned into nothingness in front of the immortal heart. Everyone was shocked when they saw the huge figure in the sky. That was an existence formed by the strange fog. The mysterious creature roared, and its voice was earth-shattering. But soon, the creature became faint and illusory. Chapter 4154. The sudden change in the Dark Night continent caused all the creatures on the continent to be extremely terrified. Roar! In the depths of the mountains, the roar of wild beasts could be heard from time to time. Beams of divine light rushed out from all kinds of caves, danger zones, and forbidden areas. All the big shots were alarmed. It's Mo Yuan's territory. The strange fog in the sky is gathering towards Mo Yuan's territory. An old man with no hair and no teeth was holding a bone staff, trembling on top of a mountain. A cold light flashed in the depths of his turbid old eyes. Behind the old man stood two black-robed old men. The two black-robed old men had a stern aura, and there was a divine light looming behind their heads. Both of them were God Emperors. Although the Dark Night Emperor was powerful, he could not subdue all the God Emperors in the Dark Night continent, nor could he plow the entire land of the Dark Night continent. In fact, even the Dark Night Emperor did not know how many emperors were hidden in the Dark Night continent. The 13 God Emperors that he subdued were only the God Emperors on the surface. Ancestor, what's going on? One of the black-robed old men said coldly, staring at the strange fog that was constantly gathering in the sky. This is definitely not something that little guy Mo Yuan can do, the other white-haired old man said in a deep voice. Said another white-haired old man in a deep voice. Mo Yuan, the overlord of a region, was just a little guy in his mouth. Even the Dark Night Emperor can't do it. The old man holding the bone staff said slowly. That is, the people from that world are finally here? The two black-robed old men behind the old man were shocked and couldn't help but look at each other. The world is changing again. I don't know if it's good or bad. Let's wait and see. The old man said, taking a deep look at Mo Yuan's territory, then turned around and left. The two black-robed old men were puzzled. Why didn't the ancestor go and see that person? The two black-robed old men did not dare to say much and hurriedly followed. The three figures soon disappeared between heaven and earth as if they had never appeared. As for the others, they couldn't sit still. Rays of resplendent divine light cut across the dark universe and dashed into Emperor God Mo Yuan's territory. These people had completely disregarded Emperor God Mo Yuan and barged into Emperor God Mo Yuan's territory. Under normal circumstances, it would be equivalent to declaring war against Emperor God Mo Yuan. However, Emperor God Mo Yuan could not be bothered with them now. I have two great emperors here, and Master Gu Fei is here. Who in the Dark Night continent can go against me? No matter how many of them came, they were just courting death. Very soon, the surroundings of Emperor God Mo Yuan's mansion flickered with divine light. In every ray of divine light, a figure appeared. There was a total of 26 rays of divine light. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Dark Night continent is really full of hidden talents. There are so many emperor gods. Fatty carried his halberd and swept his gaze over those fellows in the sky. His eyes flickered. Even the Dark Night Emperor was a little surprised. Back then, in order to unify the Dark Night continent, he had killed so many people that blood flowed like a river. He had even killed many god emperors. After his purge, there were still so many emperor gods in the Dark Night continent. This made the Dark Night Emperor's face turn solemn. Mo Yuan, why don't you stop now? As soon as a figure shrouded in strange fog arrived, he roared at Mo Yuan. His voice caused the surrounding space to ripple like water. He did not dare to confront the Dark Night Emperor or the true Dragon Emperor, but he dared to challenge Mo Yuan. Old ancestor Dark Underworld, are you courting death? Emperor God Mo Yuan turned around and stared at the figure in the sky. That person is the old ancestor Dark Underworld? Someone was shocked. The Dark Underworld sect was a hidden sect on the Dark Night path. It was aloof from worldly affairs and extremely powerful. Even the Dark Night Emperor couldn't find the location of the Dark Underworld sect when he swept through the world. The Dark Underworld sect cultivated the strange fog that enveloped the entire Dark Night continent. The strange fog had unpredictable power, and the Dark Underworld sect had mastered a secret skill that could refine the strange fog. The strange fog was the source of power for the Dark Underworld sect. Now, the immortal heart in the sky was devouring the strange fog in the sky. How could the old ancestor Dark Underworld sit still? If the strange fog in the sky was devoured by the immortal heart, the Dark Underworld sect would lose the foundation of its existence. At that time, the Dark Underworld sect would vanish into thin air. Mo Yuan, do you know what you are doing? You are destroying the foundation of my sect. Don't force me to die with you. The old ancestor Dark Underworld roared angrily. Seeing the sky gradually brightening, he was extremely anxious. Humph. So what if I destroy the foundation of your sect? If you want to fight, just fight. Don't talk nonsense. Mo Yuan stared at the old ancestor Dark Underworld with a strong fighting spirit. Go to hell. The ancestor of the Dark Underworld was furious, and he threw a punch at Emperor God Mo Yuan. An infinite amount of mysterious fog was released from his fist, and it gathered into a fist that was even bigger than a mountain, and it came crashing down from the sky. Hong! A terrifying divine power burst out from Emperor God Mo Yuan's body. The violent divine power condensed into a heaven sword that pointed to the sky. Clang! It was like a real peerless heaven sword being unsheathed. The heaven sword that Emperor God Mo Yuan condensed with supreme divine power soared into the sky and slashed at the huge fist. Hong! The next moment, the heaven sword and the huge fist collided. In an instant, the power that erupted was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time, and it swept across the universe. At the same time, the Emperor of Dark Night raised his hand, and a huge net flew out from his hand. It instantly covered a radius of 10,000 miles and blocked the terrifying energy storm that was descending from the sky. If the energy storm in the sky were to descend, apart from the emperors, everyone would die. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles would be erased from the surface of the earth. Die! The heaven sword shattered, and Emperor God Mo Yuan's figure appeared high up in the sky. Boundless sword light circled around him. He was a peerless sword emperor. He pointed with his finger, and countless sword lights covered the sky and pierced through the ancestor of the dark underworld. Every sword light that flew across the void gave off a loud sword whistle. There were countless sword whistles, and the momentum was extremely powerful. The battle between the two emperor gods was earth-shattering. The boundless strange fog was triggered by the old ancestor dark underworld's secret skill. The strange fog was like a tide, and it swept towards Emperor God Mo Yuan. Countless sword lights broke through the layers of strange fog and slashed into it. Emperor God Mo Yuan charged into the strange fog. Then, the immortal heart was still devouring the strange fog in the sky. A drop of real blood condensed in the immortal heart, and it was formed by the boundless strange fog. Gu Fei was startled seeing this. Could it be that the mist was formed by the true blood? What kind of real blood was it? One drop of real blood could envelop the entire world. Even the supreme real blood wasn't so overbearing. He was once a supreme existence in the eternal realm. He knew how terrifying the supreme and eternal supremes were. They could destroy the universe with a flip of their hand and create a perfect world with a finger. The true blood of an extreme grade sovereign or eternal grade sovereign was incomparably tyrannical, and a single drop of it could transform into rivers and lakes. However, a single drop of true blood turned into a mist that enveloped the entire world for countless years, causing it to sink into darkness. This was something that even Gu Fei had never seen before. Of course, there was a difference in strength between the Supreme and Eternal Supremes. It wasn't like the Eternal Supremes had no opponents. Who knew if there was an even stronger world beyond the primogenitor's realm, a wider world? Gu Fei didn't care about Emperor God Mo Yuan and the old ancestor dark underworld. The only thing that attracted his attention was the immortal heart. Very soon, the second drop of real blood was formed. As expected, the boundless fog was formed by the unknown real blood. This piqued Gu Fei's interest. He waved his right hand and wanted to take out the real blood that was formed by the immortal heart. However, he realized that the two drops of real blood in the immortal heart had fused with the immortal heart. He couldn't take them out at all. Then, the fog that enveloped the entire universe had been refined by the immortal heart. The sunlight could pass through the fog and shine on the ground. What should I do? As soon as some living creatures came into contact with the sunlight, their bodies began to emit wisps of white smoke. Under the illumination of the sunlight, these living creatures quickly turned into white smoke and dissipated into the void, leaving behind their clothes on the ground. Such things were happening everywhere in the Dark Knight continent. There was even a strong Dark Knight clan that was completely melted by the sunlight. How is this possible? Extreme fear spread across the Dark Knight continent. Countless clans hid underground and didn't dare to be exposed to the sunlight. The fog had enveloped the Dark Knight continent for countless years. As a result, many living creatures and clans in the Dark Knight continent changed and became living creatures that were afraid of sunlight. To those clans, sunlight was scarier than poison. Only the extremely strong existences and clans that weren't afraid of sunlight could appear under the sunlight. Then, the Dark Knight continent would be ruled by those clans. Gu Fei didn't care about that because humans weren't afraid of sunlight. No matter how long the fog had enveloped the Dark Knight continent, humans were still humans and nothing had changed. Humans were destined to rise in the Dark Knight continent. Keep it. Gu Fei activated the eternal real power again, and the immortal heart suddenly vibrated. The heartbeat reverberated across the universe and spread to every corner of the Dark Knight continent. The devouring power that erupted from the immortal heart increased tenfold. The remaining fog was devoured by the immortal heart, and the third drop of real blood appeared in the immortal heart. No, the ancestor of the dark world saw the scene, and he forced Emperor God Mo Yuan to retreat. Then, he charged at Gu Fei. You're courting death. Before Gu Fei moved, Emperor Real Dragon took action. He swung his tail and turned the ancestor of the dark world into blood fog. Even his primordial spirit scattered in the void. Looking at the scene, the surrounding emperor gods who were ready to make a move were dumbfounded. The ancestor of the dark world was killed just like that. Chapter 41:55 The true dragon emperor attacked. With a swing of his tail, the dark world patriarch was turned into a bloody mist. Both his body and soul were destroyed. All the emperor gods were shocked at the sight, especially those who were ready to make a move. They broke out in a cold sweat and felt lucky that they did not make a move. So weak. The true dragon emperor transformed into a middle-aged man and returned to Gu Fei's side. At that moment, Gu Fei waved his hand, and the immortal heart in the sky flew towards him. However, at that moment, a slender hand grabbed out of thin air without any warning and grabbed the immortal heart. What? Gu Fei's eyelids twitched. Someone dared to fight for the immortal heart? The surrounding emperor gods were dumbfounded. Who dared to snatch the immortal heart from the hands of this ferocious man? That was crazy. At that moment, a figure appeared in the void. It was a blurry figure. Although one could not see the figure's face clearly, it was definitely a peerless beauty. It was as if she did not exist in this world. She was like a puff of air. Even Gu Fei would not be able to sense her presence if he did not see her with his own eyes. How is this possible? Gu Fei was astonished. It must be known that he possessed the eternal real bone, and his divine willpower was extremely powerful. Even an emperor god who cultivated the void great path would not be able to hide from his divine will. The others were also shocked. All the emperor gods present, including the Dark Knight Emperor and the true Dragon Emperor, who were invincible in the Dark Knight continent, could not sense the mysterious woman's presence. Gu Fei realized that he could not even sense the aura of the immortal heart in the mysterious woman's hand. All he could sense was nothingness. Who are you? Gu Fei looked at the mysterious woman calmly. He had the eternal real bone to protect himself, so he was not afraid of anyone. The woman seemed to be sizing up Gu Fei and did not speak. Are you his son? After a long while, the mysterious woman seemed to sigh and said these words. What did you say? When Gu Fei heard this, he immediately became excited. This mysterious woman actually knew about his identity? You're not strong enough. The mysterious woman shook her head. Do you know something? Gu Fei was about to rush forward. It was obvious that this mysterious woman knew about his past. However, at that moment, the mysterious woman disappeared in space. The eternal heart hovered in space, and a heartbeat that sounded like a heavenly drum resounded. The mysterious woman did not take the immortal heart with her. When you are strong enough, I will come and find you. The illusory voice came from an unknown place, and the mysterious woman disappeared completely. A feather floated down from the sky, a very beautiful feather. The feathers had 9 different colors, and under the sunlight, they glowed with a faint 9-colored halo. Gu Fei reached out and caught the feather. He immediately felt a wave of heat coming from it, but when he looked at it carefully, he realized that it was just an ordinary feather. There was a huge wave in Gu Fei's heart, and he could not calm down for a long time. Someone who knew about his identity had actually appeared. Who was he? Who were his parents? Did he have any brothers or sisters? All of these were what Gu Fei desperately wanted to know. However, it seemed that he could not possibly know about his identity at the moment. He carefully kept the 9-colored feather, and then the immortal heart. The aura from the immortal heart was so strong that the surrounding celestial emperors had no choice but to retreat. Only the Dark Knight Emperor and the true Dragon Emperor were able to withstand it. Gu Fei tried hard to calm himself down. Let's go. Gu Fei waved his right hand, and a stone door immediately flew out from his hand. Rumble. The stone door rapidly grew in size, and in the end, it was like a huge mountain standing between the heavens and the earth. An incomparably ancient aura emanated from the huge stone door. Haha, boss, are we finally going back to the heavenly god realm? Fatty laughed and said, do you still want to stay here after this? Gu Fei looked at Fatty and said, at this moment, the Dark Knight continent could no longer be called the Dark Knight continent. The strange fog that shrouded the Dark Knight continent had disappeared, and the sun shone on the land. Some plants that, like the shade, were directly burned by the sun, and some even turned into ashes instantly. They could not survive under the sun at all. The strange fog had shrouded the Dark Knight continent for countless years, and most of the living creatures on the Dark Knight continent had undergone metamorphosis. These living creatures could not survive under the sun at all. However, such a change had no effect on those powerful living creatures, especially the existences in the Emperor God realm. Such existences could pluck the stars and capture the moon, and turn the clouds and reign over. A mere sunlight could not affect them at all. I don't want to stay in this place where even birds don't shit. Fatty curled his lips and said. All the Emperor gods on the Dark Knight continent were shocked that Gu Fei wanted to leave. They thought that Gu Fei was going to be the ruler of the Dark Knight continent, but who knew that he was going to leave? Then, they found out that Gu Fei was from the heavenly god realm. Gu Fei did not bring many people away from the Dark Knight continent. Those who followed him to the heavenly god realm were only the Emperor of Dark Knight, Emperor True Dragon, and Emperor God Mo Yuan. The others stayed in the Dark Knight continent temporarily and waited for Gu Fei's order. Gu Fei did not hesitate, but stepped into the stone door and disappeared. Fatty laughed as he carried his halberd and followed closely behind. The Emperor of Dark Knight and Emperor True Dragon looked at each other and walked into the stone door too. Emperor God Mo Yuan didn't bring anyone with him. He came to the front of the stone door alone. He stopped, turned around and glanced at the surroundings. Without saying anything, he turned around and stepped into the stone door. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the ancient stone door trembled. Then, the stone door that was bigger than a mountain shrunk and disappeared in the void. Needless to say, the ancient stone door that connected the heavenly god realm and the Dark Knight continent was naturally taken away by Gu Fei. At that moment, outside the Wang family's ancestral land in the heavenly god realm, murderous aura filled the sky. Countless soldiers and wild beasts set up a terrifying killing formation and surrounded the entire ancestral land. I'm afraid the Wang family is finished. In the distant sky, there were many powerful figures faintly discernible. There were experts from the heavenly god realm who were watching the battle. Hee, the Wang family has no choice but to be finished. That is the heaven-trampling evil emperor. Who dares to fight against him? Someone laughed. Not necessarily. You should know that there is someone behind the Wang family. Chapter 4156. What should we do? That lunatic heaven trampler is here himself. Is our clan really going to die? Inside the Wang clan's ancestral hall, the Wang clan's upper echelons were restless. Although the protective formation could temporarily stop the heaven-trampling evil monarch's army, the protective formation of the Wang clan's ancestral ground would not be able to hold on for long. By then, the entire Wang clan would be annihilated by Heaven Trampler. What are you panicking for? We still have the Divine Beast Protector. We can still fight. The Wang clan's ancestor, Wang, said, That's right. So what if Heaven Trampler is powerful? Our Wang clan is not to be trifled with. Another Wang clan's ancestor, Wang Xian, nodded. The Wang clan had been around for countless years. Its foundation was unimaginable. Once it used its foundation, it could even fight against Heaven Trampler. Boom. At that moment, a loud noise came from outside. The entire Wang clan's ancestral hall shook. That lunatic is attacking the Guardian formation again. Someone exclaimed in the ancestral hall. The Wang clan's upper echelons in the ancestral hall panicked. What are you panicking for? You're all a bunch of cowards. So what if we're facing a great enemy? We'll just die fighting. Our Wang clan doesn't raise cowards. On the throne in the center of the ancestral hall, Wang Xuanji slapped the armrest of the throne and roared at the upper echelons of the Wang family. You've all disappointed me. Another Wang clan's ancestor sighed. The panicking crowd gradually calmed down. Heaven-trampling evil emperor is really too despicable. Our Wang family doesn't have any deep enmity with him, right? Wang Jin, an expert from the Wang clan, said. It's probably because of our master. Someone said in a low voice. That's right. I heard that before our master left, he wreaked havoc in Heaven Trampler City and crippled the evil monarch's son. Someone said. Everyone began to discuss. The master they were talking about was Gu Fei. They all said that everything was caused by Gu Fei. Many people knew that Gu Fei was heading to the Dark Knight continent from the Thousand Dragon City. As the news spread, those forces that didn't dare to attack the Wang clan jumped out. However, when the heaven-trampling evil monarch arrived, all the forces retreated. The heaven-trampling evil emperor was a lunatic. Whoever provoked this lunatic would definitely be unlucky. That was because a lunatic would not act according to common sense. As a matter of fact, the demonic emperor directly led his army to the Wang family's ancestral ground and surrounded it. This siege lasted for half a month. After being attacked by this madman for half a month, the Wang family ancestral ground's protective formation finally couldn't hold on any longer. It was said that this lunatic had gone to invite the Cloud Emperor. Once Emperor Yun arrived, with the combined strength of two emperor gods, the Wang clan's ancestral ground's defensive formation would definitely not be able to withstand it. Once it was breached, the Wang clan would naturally be annihilated. Shut up. Wang Xuanji's expression changed when he heard the higher-ups of the Wang family discussing Gu Fei. Gu Fei was a supreme existence that could suppress an entire clan. Even if he was not an ultimate god, he was close to that realm. If he was angry, he might be even more terrifying than Tatian Evil Emperor. Is Master someone you can talk about? One of the Wang clan's old ancestors, Wang, roared. Old ancestors, if this goes on, the Wang clan will really be annihilated. An elder of the Wang clan, Wang Yuan, said, Our Wang clan has been through a lot. Didn't we turn our misfortunes into blessings? Wang Xuanji stared at Wang Yuan and said coldly, But it's different this time. Wang Yuan said anxiously, Are you guys going to surrender without a fight? Wang Jin yelled at Wang Yuan, Even if we want to surrender, Tatian Evil Emperor will not let us go. Someone said, Boom. At that moment, another loud explosion was heard. The whole world seemed to be destroyed as everyone could feel the terrifying destructive aura coming from the outside world. Could it be Emperor Yun? Wang Xuanji could not sit still anymore. Emperor Yun was a god emperor who had been through life and death with Tatian Evil Emperor. Once the two of them joined forces, even the Southern Heaven Divine Emperor would have to retreat. Haha. Listen up, you bastards inside. I'm going to break your turtle shell. Wash your necks and wait for me. An insolent laugh came from the outside. Tatian, don't go too far. Wang Xuanji said angrily. Pfft, I'm bullying you. What can you do to me? The voice came from the outside. Would you dare to be so presumptuous if my master was here? Wang Xuanji said with a cold smile. Your master? That guy named Gu Fei? Can he still come back? Tatian Evil Emperor's voice was filled with disdain. You. Wang Xuanji was furious. The Dark Knight Emperor is not someone to be trifled with. Gu Fei has offended the Dark Knight Emperor. Do you think he can still leave the Dark Knight continent alive? Tatian Evil Emperor's voice continued. Hearing Tatian Evil Emperor's words, everyone in the Wang clan's ancestral hall was shocked. They had heard of the Dark Knight Emperor. One should know that the Dark Knight Emperor had attacked the heavenly divine realm from time to time. He was a supreme being who could compete with the ultimate gods. A god emperor was as weak as an ant before such a being. What should we do? At that moment, everyone in the Wang clan's ancestral hall was in a panic. Come out and surrender, and I'll leave your corpse intact, Tatian Evil Emperor said. Wang Xuanji did not say anything. He could not believe Tatian Evil Emperor's words. Could it be that my master is really lost in the Dark Knight continent? Wang Xuanji could not help but sweat on his forehead. If that was the case, then the Wang clan might not be able to escape this calamity. Brother Tatian, why are you talking to them? Wait until we break this protective formation. You can kill the people inside if you want. Another voice was heard. The only one who could be brothers with the heaven-trampling evil emperor was the Cloud Emperor, who was also a god emperor. Emperor Yun is really here? Wang Xuanji was shocked and angry. He could only bite the bullet and come out to preside over the overall situation. However, it seemed that the Wang clan was really on the verge of extinction. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out, shaking the heavens and earth. The protective formation of the Wang clan trembled violently as countless divine runes appeared and interweaved in the air. An extremely powerful energy ripple spread out in all directions. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in the void wherever it passed. Boom! Outside the Wang clan's ancestral ground, two emperors stood in the void with their respective divine weapons in their hands. The two emperors were Tatian Evil Emperor and Emperor Yun. Chapter 4157. The sky-trampling evil monarch was extremely powerful. He had personally commanded his soldiers to surround the Wang family's ancestral ground. The Wang family's ancestral ground was the foundation of the Wang family. If the sky-trampling evil monarch were to breach it, the Wang family that had existed for countless years in the southern divine region would be done for. Last time, Gu Fei had already broken through the defensive formation of the Wang family's ancestral ground. This time, it was only a matter of time before the sky-trampling evil monarch and the cloud monarch broke through the defensive formation of the Wang family's ancestral ground. Bang! A deafening explosion shook the entire Wang family's ancestral ground. A giant hole with a circumference of a few li appeared in the sky above the ancestral ground. The people in the Wang family's ancestral ground were dumbfounded upon seeing this. The defensive formation has been breached? An elderly man of the Wang family stared at the giant hole in the sky and said with a trembling voice. Many disciples of the Wang family felt their legs turning to jelly. There were countless formation runes intertwining around the huge hole in the sky. Those were ancient Tao runes. One after another, they formed a huge formation diagram. The formation pattern loomed over the entire Wang family's ancestral ground. However, at this moment, this ancient defensive formation was actually broken through by someone. Haha, cultivator trampling. It seems like the defensive formation of the Wang family's ancestral ground doesn't live up to its reputation. Following a burst of laughter, two figures charged out from the hole in the sky and unleashed two powerful monarch auras. In the next moment, countless disciples of the Wang family were forced to the ground by the two monarch auras. They trembled in fear. Even their souls were trembling. Only a few experts in the Wang family's ancestral ground were unafraid of the monarch auras. Even Shun King was barely able to remain standing. Bang! More than 10 figures charged out from the Wang family's ancestral hall. Each of them was incredibly powerful. The auras they unleashed when they stood together were on par with the two monarchs. The one leading them was Wang Xuanji. Trampling evil monarch, cloud monarch, what do you mean by this? Wang Xuanji stared at the two monarchs and said while clenching his teeth. He was a genius that once competed against the South Heaven God monarch. Even though he had yet to become a monarch, his cultivation was comparable to a god monarch's. Wang Xuanji, I didn't expect you to live so long. The heaven-trampling evil emperor sneered at Wang Xuanji. Cultivator Tatian, don't underestimate Wang Xuanji. He's a genius who was able to compete with the South Heaven divine emperor for the throne. Emperor Yun looked at Wang Xuanji with a stern expression. Tisk, those who are not martial emperors are all ants. Fellow Taoist Yun, you worry too much. The heaven-trampling evil emperor did not take Wang Xuanji seriously at all. Emperors were the true rulers of the heaven divine realm. Emperors were invincible as long as the ultimate gods didn't show up. Wang Xuanji wasn't an emperor, so God Lord Tatian certainly wouldn't see him as a worthy opponent. Hee, that's true. Everyone beneath the emperor realm is an ant. Emperor Yun sighed and said, Get out of my Wang clan's ancestral grounds, or you'll die. Wang Xuanji glared at the sky-trampling evil monarch and the cloud monarch and roared. That's right. This is not a place where you can behave atrociously. The old ancestor Wang behind Wang Xuanji said. Ancestor Wang Xin and the others glared at the two people in front of them. You still dare to be impudent in front of us when you're about to die. What a joke. Emperor Yun sneered and said, Why are you talking so much nonsense with these ants? The sky-trampling evil emperor stretched out his hand and slapped at Wang Xuanji and the others. A powerful emperor realm power surged out and the void in front of his palm rippled like water. Kill! Wang Xuanji roared and made his move. Behind him, Wang and the other old ancestors slapped Wang Xuanji's back and poured their power into Wang Xuanji's body. Boom! At the next moment, an extremely powerful wave of power burst out from Wang Xuanji's body. His cultivation level was instantly restored to its peak, and his aura was still rising. Emperor Yun suddenly thought of something when he saw this scene and couldn't help but be shocked. Bang! The two palms collided in an instant. Amidst the muffled sound, Wang Xuanji didn't move at all, but the sky-trampling evil emperor's upper body shook a little. How is this possible? Emperor Yun was extremely shocked. Those who didn't become emperors were just ants, but the battle strength displayed by Wang Xuanji had broken the iron law of the heavenly divine realm. However, when Emperor Yun saw the dozens of experts from the Wang family behind Wang Xuanji, he understood what was going on. These people stretched out their right hands and pressed them on the backs of the other old ancestors. The dozens of experts poured their power into Wang Xuanji's body. These people were the best of the Wang family. They were either half-emperors or peak Shin King. When these people passed their power to Wang Xuanji, it would be strange if Wang Xuanji's cultivation level didn't improve. Wang Xuanji was already half-crippled by Gu Fei, but at this time, he borrowed the power of others. Not only did he recover his cultivation level, but the shackles of his cultivation level were also loosened. Roar! Wang Xuanji roared at the sky, and a powerful sound wave spread in all directions. Ripples that were visible to the naked eye spread out with him as the center. A powerful aura that shocked heaven trampling evil monarch and Emperor Yun burst out from Wang Xuanji's body. The heaven-trampling evil monarch was pushed back by the powerful energy that burst out from Wang Xuanji's body. What? At this time, the heaven-trampling evil monarch and Emperor Yun were shocked. Especially the heaven-trampling evil monarch. The energy that burst out from Wang Xuanji's body could push him back. This shocked and angered him. The old ancestor became a monarch? The old ancestors and elders of the Wang family were surprised and overjoyed. They immediately backed off and gave 70 to 80% of their cultivation level to Wang Xuanji. At this time, they were extremely weak. However, it was all worth it. Wang Xuanji's cultivation level finally entered the Emperor realm. At this time, the entire sky changed color, the sun and moon lost their light, and the endless power of heaven and earth gathered towards him. A terrifying power of heaven and earth descended from the depths of the sky. This is outrageous. The heaven-trampling evil monarch and Emperor Yun's expression changed when they sensed the power of heaven and earth. Heavenly tribulation. The heaven-trampling evil monarch was furious. Kill. The heaven-trampling evil monarch attacked again. This time, 9 figures rushed out from his body and attacked Wang Xuanji. Each of the figures was extremely powerful. 9 evils heavenly art? Emperor Yun's eyes flickered when he saw this. The 9 figures surrounded Wang Xuanji right away. Without any suspense, Wang Xuanji was sent flying while coughing out blood. Old ancestor. Chapter 4158. Wang Xuanji broke through to the Emperor realm when Emperor Yun and Emperor Tatian joined forces to attack the Wang family's ancestral ground. He was about to become an emperor. It was not easy to become an emperor in the heavenly divine realm. It would trigger a heavenly tribulation. Only those who passed the heavenly tribulation could become a true emperor god. Those who failed to pass the heavenly tribulation naturally could not become an emperor god. Because there was only one outcome for failing to pass the heavenly tribulation: death. Since ancient times, no one had ever survived a heavenly tribulation. Die. Before the heavenly tribulation descended, Emperor Tatian made his move. Without any suspense, Wang Xuanji was sent flying. Emperor Tatian's art of 9 evils was powerful and overbearing. Wang Xuanji reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His emperor-level pressure surged between heaven and earth, and endless worldly essence converged from all directions. In just an instant, Wang Xuanji's injuries were healed. At that moment, on a mountain outside the Wang family's ancestral ground, there were several figures. Humph! Emperor Tatian dared to come here and cause trouble. This time, I will make sure he cannot leave. A chubby young man in a Taoist robe sneered at the scene in the Wang family's ancestral ground. The chubby man carried a halberd on his shoulder. This guy was the self-proclaimed lord of the heavenly divine realm. And the black-robed young man standing beside the chubby man was Gu Fei. Behind Gu Fei stood Emperor Dark Knight, Emperor True Dragon, and Emperor God Mo Yuan. On his right arm, there was a fire Qilin brand. Nourished by Gu Fei's essence, the fire Qilin brand on Gu Fei's right arm became even more powerful. Rumble. At that moment, the sky above the Wang family's ancestral ground suddenly darkened. Tribulation clouds gathered from all directions. Bolts of lightning appeared in the sky and tore the void apart. Damn it! Emperor Tatian wanted to make another move, but he looked up at the sky and left immediately. The God Emperor Heavenly Tribulation was about to erupt. If he were to be within the range of the Heavenly Tribulation, he would definitely be affected. At best, he would be injured. At worst, his body and soul would be destroyed. The Cloud Emperor didn't dare to stay here any longer. He could already feel a terrifying destructive force about to descend. The destructive force that erupted from the heaven and earth made even his heart palpitate. Why did those two guys come out? Fatty's eyes suddenly lit up. What, are you itching for a fight again? Gu Fei smiled. Last time in Heaven Trampling City, the outcome of our battle against this heaven-trampling evil emperor was undecided. Since we've encountered each other, we will naturally have to fight again to determine the outcome. After saying that, the fatty hefted the great halberd and charged forward. Rumble. At this moment, a deafening rumble of thunder came from the sky in front of them. Pitch-black tribulation clouds enveloped the entire area, and countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. The power of heaven and earth was too terrifying. Ordinary living beings naturally could not withstand it. Countless living beings fled into the distance in fear. The heaven-trampling evil emperor's army also set off. Countless divine soldiers and heavenly generals retreated to the distant sky like dark clouds. Their formation was not disrupted at all. It could be seen that the heaven-trampling evil emperor's divine army was definitely a rare elite. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to directly kill their way to the Wang family's ancestral ground and surround the entire Wang family's ancestral ground. It's you? At this moment, the fatty stopped the heaven-trampling evil emperor right away. The heaven-trampling evil emperor was enraged as soon as he saw the fatty. You've returned from the Dark Night continent? The Cloud Emperor was also shocked. It was no secret that Gu Fei killed the Spirit Emperor, subdued Mo Yuan, and went to the Dark Night continent with the fatty. The heaven-trampling evil emperor and the Cloud Emperor naturally knew very well. One should know that the Thousand Dragon City was the heaven-trampling evil emperor's territory. Hee, the last battle wasn't satisfying enough. This time, I'm going to cripple you. The fatty did not waste any time and directly swung the great halberd at the heaven-trampling evil emperor. Whoosh! A dazzling blade of light rushed out of the great halberd, directly cutting the void between heaven and earth, and instantly landed on the heaven-trampling evil emperor's head. How dare you? The heaven-trampling evil emperor directly raised his hand and blasted upwards. One could see that he was wearing a black glove. Boom! The heaven-trampling evil emperor's palm slammed hard on the blade of light descending from the sky. In the next moment, the blade of light actually shattered. Huh! The fatty was shocked. At this moment, the heaven-trampling evil emperor was shocked, and in a flash, he directly attacked. The hand that was wearing the black glove directly grabbed the fatty's head. There was a dark light flowing on the glove, and a powerful wave of power spread from his hand. Damn, fatty! I'm going to kill you today. The heaven-trampling evil emperor roared angrily. 5 extremely sharp dark light suddenly rushed out of his 5 fingers, piercing the void. The fatty was shocked again and hurriedly retreated. At the same time, he directly swept the great halberd, directly blocking the 5 rays of light. However, the fatty only felt as if he had been hit by 5 divine mountains, and his entire body involuntarily flew thousands of miles away. His hands that were holding the great halberd were actually trembling slightly. How did this guy become so powerful? The fatty was inexplicably shocked. How long had it been? And the heaven-trampling evil emperor was already powerful enough to push him back. Last time, in the heaven-trampling city, he and the heaven-trampling evil emperor were only mutually injured. The heaven-trampling evil emperor hid his strength last time? Gu Fei on the top of the mountain saw this scene and could not help but frown. Master, let me go kill this guy. The Dark Night Emperor said. This kind of guy was just an ant in his eyes, and he could kill him countless times with one hand. No, it'll be a lot less fun this way. Gu Fei shook his head and said, Boom. At this moment, 9 evil shadows rushed out of the heaven-trampling evil emperor's body. He used the 9 evil heaven art, and the 9 evil shadows instantly rushed in front of the fatty like ghosts, directly colliding with the fatty. 10 direction annihilation. The fatty was furious. He only saw him roar, and a dazzling divine light burst out of his body. That divine light actually enveloped the 9 evil shadows of the heaven-trampling evil emperor in an instant. The 9 evil shadows were instantly obliterated by the divine light and disappeared in an instant. Not only the 9 evil shadows, but even the void around the fatty was being annihilated. As long as the area was enveloped by that ball of divine light, everything would be instantly obliterated. Fatty, this guy is also holding something back. Gu-Fei smiled. These guys were all extremely shrewd, and they all had their own trump cards. The heaven-trampling evil emperor was shocked. This guy actually destroyed his 9 evil shadows in an instant. Could it be that this guy was like him in the last battle and did not use his full strength? Chapter 4159. Wang Xuanji finally took that step and triggered the God Emperor Heavenly Tribulation. Terrifying tribulation clouds covered 100,000 miles, and countless living beings were terrified. All the cultivators in the heavenly God realm and the southern divine region could feel the terrifying aura of destruction coming from heaven and earth. Someone became a God Emperor? There were 5 strongest God Emperors in the southern divine region. Apart from the southern heaven God Emperor and Tatian God Emperor, there was also Emperor Yun and 2 other God Emperors. As for the other 2 God Emperors, they were mysterious and unfathomable. Their whereabouts were uncertain. At this moment, on the peak of a divine mountain in the southern divine region, a green-robed middle-aged man with a sword on his back suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the Wang family's ancestral ground. Is that Wang Xuanji? The green-robed middle-aged man was like a heavenly sword. The powerful sword and tint radiating from his body made even the world lose its color. He was a sword god emperor. There weren't many people who could become a god emperor with the way of the sword in the heavenly god realm. There was more than one sword emperor in the entire southern divine region. Wang Xuanji is finally going to become a god emperor. We can't miss it. A white-robed woman beside the green-robed sword emperor suddenly smiled. She wasn't a fairy-like beauty, but she wasn't ugly either. She looked at the green-robed sword emperor with adoration. All right, let's go take a look. The green-robed sword emperor hugged the white-robed woman and soared into the sky. What a powerful god emperor, heavenly tribulation. Which peerless person is becoming a god emperor? Some of the god emperors were shocked and also headed to the Wang family's ancestral ground. The god emperor, heavenly tribulation, shocked the entire world. Not only the southern divine region, but people from other divine regions were also alarmed. They immediately rushed to the Wang family's ancestral ground to see who was undergoing the tribulation. Soon, many powerful figures appeared outside the Wang family's ancestral ground. Some didn't even hide their tracks, and their powerful auras filled the air. However, some were very mysterious and only watched from the side. Some only showed a blurry shadow, while others couldn't even be seen. They were completely hidden in the void. For a god emperor, it was difficult for others to find them if they wanted to hide. Countless god emperors arrived at the Wang family's ancestral ground in a short time. It's quite lively here. On the top of the mountain, Gu-Fei stood with his hands behind his back. He calmly glanced at the distant sky and said, "They are just some ants." The Dark Knight Emperor said, "Don't underestimate the creatures of this world." The True Dragon Emperor said solemnly, "Umph." The Dark Knight Emperor sneered and did not speak. He had once attacked the heavenly god realm and wanted to conquer the entire heavenly god realm. However, in the end, he had no choice but to retreat to the Dark Knight continent. In the heavenly god realm, there were powerful existences that were not weaker than him. Kill. At this moment, the fatty let out a furious roar and directly charged towards the heaven-trampling evil monarch. The halberd in his hand emitted an unprecedentedly powerful energy ripple. Rumble! Fatty brandished his halberd, causing the entire void to tremble. The great halberd in the fatty's hand transformed into an undying divine light that pierced straight towards the Tatian evil emperor. The powerful force directly destroyed the void. However, the sky trampler evil emperor only extended his right hand and directly blocked the ray of light that pierced through him. The black glove on the heaven-trampling evil emperor's right hand emitted a layer of black light. The fatty's halberd could not penetrate the layer of black light. However, the powerful impact sent the heaven-trampling evil emperor flying 1,000 miles away. Roar! The fatty roared and his aura surged again. At this moment, this fella's divine might was unparalleled. He was like a different person from his usual playful self. Could this be the fatty's true self? Gu Fei muttered to himself. At this moment, Emperor Yun did not make a move. He was only watching the battle from the side. In fact, he was guarding against Gu Fei and the others. In the eyes of Emperor Yun, Gu Fei was less than an ant. However, Emperor God Mo Yuan, the true Dragon Emperor, and the Dark Knight Emperor beside Gu Fei made Emperor Yun feel threatened. Boom! The heaven-trampling evil emperor was sent flying again. The fatty was extremely overbearing. Even the heaven-trampling evil emperor was suppressed by him. Seeing this scene, all the emperor gods were shocked. The fatty was not an emperor god, but he could completely oppress an emperor god. The combat power that the fatty displayed was beyond everyone's understanding. Damn it! The heaven-trampling evil emperor was shocked and angry. Even with the glove that he brought today, he still could not defeat the fatty. This made him extremely depressed. In the next moment, the heaven-trampling evil emperor performed his ultimate move. 9 evil shadows rushed out from his body and pounced at the fatty. Get lost. The fat man brandished his halberd and sent the 9 evil shadows flying away, one hand to suppress heaven and earth. The heaven-trampling evil emperor roared and slapped at the fatty with his right hand that was wearing the glove. Boundless power of the 9 evils condensed on his palm. The evil emperor's palm was like an ancient divine mountain, pressing down on fatty. Break! The fatty became stronger as he fought. The halberd in his hand smashed upwards. Boom! With a loud bang, the halberd in the fatty's hand collided with the huge hand that was descending from the sky. The two figures separated in an instant. The fatty fell from the sky and smashed into the mountain. With a loud bang, the entire mountain range below instantly turned into dust and dissipated into the void. It was wiped off the ground in an instant. The heaven-trampling evil emperor was sent flying into the sky. His right sleeve was torn to pieces. Who is that fatty? He can actually compete with the heaven-trampling evil emperor. Someone said, "This guy looks familiar." Some old antique experts were discussing in low voices, could it be him? An old antique seemed to have thought of something and could not help but turn pale. Who is it? The other old antiques hurriedly asked. The ancient relic, the old antique said with a trembling voice. What? The other old antiques were shocked to the extreme. No, no way. An old antique said in disbelief. It's too similar. It's exactly the same. An old antique with white hair and a beard said, from the ancient times until now, this. The old antiques were all incomparably shocked. Does this fatty have some kind of shocking background? He heard the conversation between the other emperors and was a little curious about the fatty's secret. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly turned his head and looked to the far left. In the distant sky, next to a monarch stood a woman. Xian Shi? Gu Fei frowned. The joke that day was too big, so much so that it made things very awkward between him and Xian Shi. Xian Shi also noticed Gu Fei, her eyes a little complicated. Is that the Gu Fei that you think about day and night? A dignified voice sounded. It was the monarch next to Xian Shi. There was no need to ask. This monarch should be the Southern Heaven God Emperor, Xian Kuan. The Southern Heaven God Emperor was one of the top peerless experts in the Southern Divine region. Who would have thought that he would also come? There was a group of people standing behind the Southern Heaven God Emperor, and none of them were weak. They were either divine emperors or half-step god emperors. This kind of power was enough to sweep through the entire Southern Divine region. Xian Shi did not speak. He's just a piece of trash, the Southern Heaven God Emperor said coldly. In his eyes, Gu Fei's cultivation level was simply negligible. He's not a piece of trash. She said. This guy's ability to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger was absolutely unprecedented. She had been deceived by this hateful guy. If he's not trash, then what is he? The Southern Heaven God Emperor said disdainfully. This, she did not know what to say for a moment. Swoosh. At this moment, a divine arrow directly shot from the distant sky toward Wang Xuanji, who was in the midst of transcending tribulation. Its speed was extremely fast. However, a bolt of tribulation lightning fell from the sky and directly struck the divine arrow. In the next moment, the divine arrow directly collapsed under the bombardment of tribulation lightning. At this time, even a monarch could not easily hurt Wang Xuanji. Countless tribulation lightning fell from the sky and directly struck Wang Xuanji's body. The tribulation lightning instantly enveloped Wang Xuanji. Seeing this scene, everyone was inexplicably shocked. The area covered by the tribulation lightning continued to expand. The terrifying aura of destruction spread between heaven and earth. Even the Dark Knight Emperor was a little shocked. No one could help Wang Xuanji transcend the tribulation. He could only rely on himself. If he failed, his body and soul would be destroyed. If he succeeded, he would become an invincible God Emperor. At this time, the sky above the sky changed color, as if the entire world was about to be turned upside down. Kill! Emperor Yun made his move. With a roar, he charged towards the fat man. With a wave of his hand, 5 beams of divine light pierced through the void and shot towards the fat man in an instant. So what if the two of you come at me together? The fatty seemed to have gone mad. The halberd in his hand danced, directly shattering the divine lights that pierced through him. He then raised the halberd in his hand and fiercely attacked Emperor Tatian and Emperor Yun. The 3 great experts began to fight. Seeing this, everyone was extremely nervous. They watched as the 3 great cultivators fought and moved. Everywhere they passed, everything was destroyed and turned into ashes. Some emperors quickly retreated and did not dare to observe the battle. One should know that it was not a joke to be affected by a battle of this level. Gu Fei couldn't help furrowing his brows when he saw that the 3 experts were actually heading towards the mountain where Gu Fei was. Oomph! The Dark Knight Emperor sneered and stood out. He pushed his right hand forward, and the 3 experts who were charging towards him immediately became motionless, as if they had collided with an immortal mountain. The fatty and the others were immediately pushed back. Dark Knight, they're yours, the fatty said to the Dark Knight Emperor, then turned around and left. You should have done this long ago. The Dark Knight Emperor smiled. In the end, he still made his move. Emperor Tatian and Emperor Yun were immediately taught a lesson. Although it was not life-threatening, it was still extremely embarrassing. It was Gu Fei who asked the Dark Knight Emperor not to kill the 2 of them. Otherwise, Emperor Tatian and Emperor Yun would have long died. Ultimate God. Chapter 4160. The Dark Knight Emperor made his move. With just a single palm, he blocked the 3 experts who were charging towards him. Fatty threw heaven-trampling Evil Emperor and Cloud Emperor to the Dark Knight Emperor. Who are you? Trampling Evil Emperor stared at the Dark Knight Emperor and was shocked. Is this guy an ultimate god from the Central Divine Realm? Otherwise, how could he block them so easily? I think we've met a few times. You don't know me? The Dark Knight Emperor said indifferently. He's the Dark Knight Emperor. Emperor Yun, who was beside trampling Evil Emperor, suddenly exclaimed. What? Tatian Evil Emperor was shocked to hear that. The Dark Knight Emperor was the #1 person in the Dark Knight continent who unified the Dark Knight continent. He was an existence that could compete with the ultimate gods in the Central Divine Realm. The surrounding God Emperors were also shocked to hear Emperor Yun's words. The Dark Knight continent is invading again? All the God Emperors were shocked. It was no secret in the cultivation world of the Heavenly God Realm that the forces of the Dark Knight continent wanted to conquer the Heavenly Divine Realm. The Dark Knight Emperor had invaded the Heavenly Divine Realm several times. Almost all the cultivators knew there was an invincible existence in the Dark Knight continent. Obediently come over and kneel before me. The Dark Knight Emperor stood with his hands behind his back and looked at trampling Evil Emperor and Emperor Yun. This, Trampling Evil Emperor and Emperor Yun looked at each other. The opponent was the Dark Knight Emperor. Even if they joined forces, they would not be his match. Only those supreme existences from the central divine realm would be able to contend against this great emperor. At that moment, all the god emperors were shocked. The Dark Knight Emperor was domineering. He wanted Trampling Evil Emperor and Emperor Yun to kneel and surrender. Trampling Evil Emperor and Emperor Yun were among the 5 strongest god emperors in the southern divine region. They were only half a step away from becoming great emperors. They were called half-step great emperors in the heavenly divine realm. The evil monarch Tatian and the cloud monarch's faces turned extremely ugly. If they knelt down, their reputation would be gone, and they would never be able to raise their heads again. Hee, if you want us to rise and fall, then you'll have to show us your true capabilities. Heaven-trampling evil monarch's expression changed several times. In the end, he clenched his teeth and stared at the Dark Knight monarch as he said in a deep voice, "That's right. You want us to submit to you with just a few words? You underestimate us too much." Emperor Yun nodded and said, "With their status, how could they be scared by the Dark Knight Emperor? Even if they had to surrender, they had to surrender under the supreme martial power of the Dark Knight Emperor so that they wouldn't lose face. To be able to become god emperors, these two fellas were extremely shrewd and cunning." "Ha ha!" The Dark Knight Emperor burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Heaven-trampling evil monarch said coldly, "Once I make a move, there will definitely be blood. Do you really want me to make a move?" The Dark Knight Emperor suddenly stopped laughing and looked at Heaven-trampling evil Emperor and Cloud Emperor with a faint smile. "Humph, trying to scare me? Bring it on." The heaven-trampling evil monarch sneered, "Since you guys want to die, there's no reason why I won't fulfill your wish." The Dark Knight Emperor said and took a step forward. His left hand was still behind his back, but his right hand waved his sleeve and swept towards heaven-trampling evil monarch and Cloud Emperor. The Dark Knight Emperor's sleeve seemed to have turned into a cloud that covered the sky, and it shrouded heaven-trampling evil monarch and Cloud Emperor in an instant. The heaven-trampling evil monarch and Cloud Emperor only felt that their vision turned dark, as if they had suddenly entered another world. They were shocked. Heaven and Earth sleeve? Heaven-trampling evil monarch was shocked and surprised because the divine power that the Dark Knight Emperor performed was the most ordinary divine power, heaven and earth sleeve. Even an ordinary divine king could master this divine power, let alone a god emperor. However, when the Dark Knight Emperor performed the same heaven and earth sleeve, it was extremely powerful, and it managed to capture the 2 god emperors. The god emperors who were watching the battle almost dropped their eyeballs when they saw that. Those were the 2 most powerful god emperors in the southern divine region, and they were captured by the Dark Knight Emperor's heaven and earth sleeve? Everyone could hardly believe their eyes. The Dark Knight is really good at pretending. Fatty shook his head and said. Gu Fei did not see how the Dark Knight Emperor made his move. He suddenly raised his head and saw a purple aura surging in the sky far away. The purple aura spread out very quickly, and it was heading towards them in an overwhelming manner. At the same time, a terrifying aura that made the souls of the God Emperors tremble arrived. All the God Emperors turned pale with fright, and they felt uncomfortable as if a divine mountain was pressing down on them. That is, everyone looked towards the purple aura, and they saw that there were purple lightning bolts appearing in the purple aura. The terrifying aura of destruction made people's hearts palpitate. At this moment, the Dark Knight Emperor suddenly roared angrily. His right sleeve suddenly exploded, and 2 rays of divine light rushed out. Kill! The Dark Knight Emperor was furious. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the 2 rays of divine light that were escaping. A heaven-devouring power surged out from his palm. The void in front of his palm collapsed abruptly, and it was being devoured directly. The 2 rays of divine light that Emperor Tatian and Emperor Yun had transformed into froze in the void immediately, and they shook violently. Roar! Emperor Tatian's divine sense fluctuated violently. He tried his best to break free from the devouring power that was surging out from the Dark Knight Emperor's palm. However, the devouring power was too strong, and he could not break free at all. Emperor Yun was the same. Although he was a half-step great emperor, he was not a real great emperor. In front of a real great emperor, they were as weak as ants. Still trying to escape? The Dark Knight Emperor exerted force in his right hand, and the two rays of divine light that Emperor Tatian and Emperor Yuan had transformed into flew towards his palm. They were about to be caught by him. At this moment, a purple lightning descended from the sky and blasted towards the Dark Knight Emperor. A terrifying aura of destruction spread from the purple lightning, as if it could destroy the world. It was extremely terrifying. Humph! The Dark Knight Emperor's expression changed, and he retracted his right hand. Then, he used his hand as a saber and slashed at the purple lightning. Although it was just a hand saber, the power of the Dark Knight Emperor's saber was much stronger than an attack from a real divine saber. The purple lightning struck the Dark Knight Emperor's hand saber, and it exploded. The Dark Knight Emperor's hand was not damaged at all, and he blocked the terrifying destructive purple lightning. The sky-trampling evil emperor and the cloud emperor took the opportunity to escape. They were terrified, and they did not dare to stay there at all. They ran away in embarrassment. Zile, since when did you learn to hide? The Dark Knight Emperor did not care about Emperor Tatian and Emperor Yuan who were running away. He did not need to care about such ants at all. At this moment, boundless purple chi filled the sky, and within the purple chi, there were rays of lightning that kept appearing. It was a purple world. A figure appeared in the purple world in front of the Dark Knight Emperor's voice. It was a tall, majestic-looking old man in a purple robe. On the old man's body, purple divine patterns were intertwined. The legendary Purple Thunder Divine Lord? Everyone was inexplicably shocked, and even Gu Fei was a little moved. Dark Knight, don't be so arrogant. I'll take you on. The purple-clothed old man said as he took a step forward. Boundless purple chi immediately gathered from all directions, and rays of lightning directly blasted at the Dark Knight Emperor. The Dark Knight Emperor waved his big sleeve, and the purple lightning that filled the sky was directly absorbed into his big sleeve. Purple thunder rage. The purple-clothed old man roared, and 9 balls of purple lightning were directly blasted at the Dark Knight Emperor. That was the power of the purple thunder, which was extremely overbearing. Even an ultimate god would not dare to take it head-on. However, the Dark Knight Emperor did not dodge and let the 9 balls of lightning hit him. The 9 balls of lightning exploded, but the Dark Knight Emperor was not hurt at all. How is this possible? The Purple Thunder Divine Lord was shocked and angry when he saw that. The combat strength that the Dark Knight Emperor showed was really amazing. Eat my palm. The Dark Knight Emperor directly slapped his right hand upward, and a huge palm immediately appeared in the void and blasted at the Purple Thunder Divine Lord in the sky. Rumble. Wherever the big palm passed, the void was annihilated as if it could disperse the endless purple chi. Boom. A loud noise was heard as 2 extremely tyrannical forces collided together. A violent energy storm swept across the sky and the ground. Many giant mountains on the ground were directly turned into dust and completely wiped out from the ground. Gu Fei stood on the top of the mountain with his hands behind his back, and a light flashed in his eyes when he saw that scene. The Purple Thunder Divine Lord must be an invincible existence in the Central Celestial Territory. Everyone was shocked that he actually left the Central Celestial Territory and appeared in the Southern Celestial Territory. One should know that the ultimate gods in the Central Celestial Territory were not existences that could casually leave. The 2 ultimate god experts were engaged in a fierce battle. Extremely violent energy fluctuations kept surging out, causing the entire heaven and earth void to tremble. All the god emperors retreated far away. From time to time, divine light rushed out from the 2 experts and destroyed everything. An emperor god was swept by the divine light and turned into dust. He didn't even have the time to scream before his body and soul were destroyed. He died and his Tao disappeared. So strong. The god emperors who saw that scene were all shocked. The great emperors and ultimate gods were too strong and could simply crush all god emperors. Even the strongest god emperor was absolutely not a match for those 2 existences. Rumble. Just as the Dark Knight Emperor and the Purple Thunder Divine Lord were fighting, Wang Xuanji's heavenly tribulation had reached a critical juncture. The destructive aura of the tribulation clouds in the sky became stronger, and the power to destroy heaven and earth was rapidly condensing. That was the power of heaven and earth, and all living beings were extremely terrified. Even the god emperors retreated far away and did not dare to approach. Chapter 4161. The battle between great emperors was earth-shattering. Purple Thunder Divine Lord and Purple Aura from the south fought against the Dark Knight Emperor of the Dark Knight continent. This battle attracted the attention of countless experts, and everyone was watching. However, not everyone was qualified to watch this battle. The strongest experts in the heavenly divine realm were the ultimate gods, while the most powerful existence in the Dark Knight continent was the Dark Knight Emperor. Ultimate gods and great emperors were just different names for different realms. The Dark Knight Emperor was a dragon that had crossed the river, while the Purple Thunder Divinity was a local snake. When a dragon that had crossed the river met a local snake, the outcome of this battle was hard to predict. If the Dark Knight Emperor won, the entire heavenly god realm would once again be plunged into dark turbulence. If the Purple Thunder Divine Lord won, the Dark Knight Emperor would not need to return to the Dark Knight continent, as he had a stronger existence behind him. No matter the outcome of this battle, the Dark Knight Emperor did not care. Even if the sky fell, there would be someone stronger to support it. Boom! Bam! The two supreme experts directly shattered the void, destroyed the world, and went straight into the depths of the starry sky, plucking the stars, capturing the moon, and swallowing the sun. These were the means of a great emperor. The Dark Knight Emperor stretched out his right hand, and the dozen stars in the distance immediately flew towards him. The dozen stars rapidly shrunk, and then he grabbed them in his hand. Go! The Dark Knight Emperor directly waved his hand, and the dozen stars that he had refined into beads directly bombarded the Purple Thunder Divine Lord. Even though it had been refined into a bead by the Dark Knight Emperor, it was still a star after all. The moment it made a move, it caused the surrounding void to collapse. Even though there were only a dozen or so beads, wherever they passed, the void would tremble and pitch-black spatial cracks would appear. Kill! The Purple Thunder Divine Lord roared, and a dazzling purple electric light appeared on his right fist. The next moment, his fist directly smashed towards the dozen beads that were bombarding him. Boom! The next moment, the dozen beads instantly exploded, and a terrifying power of stars erupted. The starry sky within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles directly collapsed and annihilated. The vast and terrifying power of destruction directly enveloped the Purple Thunder Divine Lord. Is that all you've got? Divine Purple Thunder's voice rang out from the destructive storm formed by the exploding stars. The Emperor of the Dark Knight stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He looked at the figure walking out of the destructive storm step by step with an indifferent expression. The Violet Thunder Divinity was domineering to the extreme. He was the old ancestor of the Violet Thunder sect in the Central Divine region. Even the current sect leader of the Violet Thunder sect had to address him as old ancestor. The waters of the Central Celestial Territory were very deep. No one knew how many legendary ultimate gods were hiding in the Central Celestial Territory. However, there was definitely more than one ultimate god in the Central Celestial Territory. Humph! Even Hung Tian doesn't dare to speak to me like this. Who do you think you are? The Dark Knight Emperor said indifferently. Hung Tian. Divine Purple Thunder's eyes lit up when he heard this. Rumor has it that a great emperor has appeared in the Dark Knight continent. I would like to see if the great emperor of the Dark Knight continent is more powerful, or if the hierarch of the heavenly god realm is more powerful. Divine Purple Thunder's battle intent was like a rainbow. Two balls of lightning flashed in his eyes. The glaring electric light was brighter than the stars. I only know of Hung Tian in the heavenly god realm. I didn't expect there to be another arrogant guy besides Hung Tian, the Dark Knight Emperor said disapprovingly. Cut the crap. Kill. Divine Purple Thunder roared and directly punched the Dark Knight Emperor. As he punched, endless purple lightning appeared in the void. Every purple lightning was bigger than a mountain and directly tore the starry sky apart. Ultimate gods were existences that could break the void and directly enter the upper realm. In the heavenly god realm, ultimate gods were invincible existences. The reason why they didn't leave was because they wanted to protect the heavenly god realm. Divine Purple Thunder was one of the guardian gods of the heavenly god realm. The Dark Knight Emperor was also such an existence. However, the Dark Knight Emperor was not the guardian god of the heavenly god realm. He once wanted to conquer the entire heavenly god realm. The Dark Knight Emperor waved his big sleeves and once again displayed the sleeve universe divine ability. Although this divine ability was very ordinary, in his hands, it had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. Boom! The endless lightning was directly absorbed by the Dark Knight Emperor's big sleeves. Buzz! At this moment, a purple lightning divine spear appeared in Divine Purple Thunder's hand. The divine spear cut through the void and instantly pierced between the Dark Knight Emperor's eyebrows. At this moment, the Dark Knight Emperor's eyebrows suddenly split open and a divine light directly rushed out. Boom! Endless divine power exploded like a divine sun and directly exploded. The tyrannical power directly shook Divine Purple Thunder and his divine spear thousands of miles away. What? Divine Purple Thunder was shocked and angry at the same time. His hand that was holding the divine spear trembled slightly. His entire arm was numb from the shock, and he almost couldn't hold the divine spear in his hand. Swoosh! The next moment, Divine Purple Thunder only felt a divine light in front of him and pain in his eyes. After that, his chest was hit hard. His whole body shook and a sound of bones breaking was heard. What? Before Divine Purple Thunder could finish his thought, he exploded with a bang and turned into a cloud of blood mist. At this time, everyone felt a terrifying fluctuation appear and disappear in an instant. It was as if this fluctuation had never appeared in the first place. Some experts who went into the starry sky to watch the battle saw this scene and their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. What did I just see? Purple Thunder Divine Lord's divine body was destroyed? Some emperor gods who were watching the battle from the starry sky were in disbelief. One must know that Divine Purple Thunder was an ultimate god, yet his divine body exploded? How was that possible? At that moment, a ray of light was fading from the Dark Knight Emperor's cracked eyebrows. The next moment, the crack on the Dark Knight Emperor's eyebrows also disappeared. You're overestimating yourself. The Dark Knight Emperor waved his big sleeves and directly kept the blood mist into his big sleeves. An ultimate god died just like that? Someone exclaimed. What is Dark Knight doing? The true Dragon Emperor who was standing behind Gu Fei was a little impatient. He's met a rare opponent. Emperor Godemo Yuan said. He's here. Gu Fei raised his head and looked towards the starry sky. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky and landed on the mountain top. Greetings, Master. This person immediately bowed to Gu Fei. This person was the Dark Knight Emperor. Divine Purple Thunder died just like that? The surrounding emperor gods were really shocked. That was an ultimate god, an invincible ultimate god, but he was actually killed by the Dark Knight Emperor. The news spread quickly and everyone was shocked. The news spread at the fastest speed to the Central Celestial Region, and then the entire Central Celestial Region was in an uproar. Divine Purple Thunder died in the Southern Celestial Region? How is that possible? I heard it was the Dark Knight Emperor. All the experts in the Central Celestial Region were inexplicably shocked. The Purple Thunder sect was even more gloomy. There was news that Divine Purple Thunder's life plate in the Purple Thunder sect had shattered. There was only one possibility for a life plate to shatter, and that was that Divine Purple Thunder had really died. The Purple Thunder sect was one of the strongest forces in the Central Celestial Region. But now, with the death of Divine Purple Thunder, the Purple Thunder sect was immediately in a precarious situation. Many forces directly targeted the Purple Thunder sect. The Central Celestial Region was in an uproar. The death of Divine Purple Thunder had completely broken the balance of the Central Celestial Region. Of course, Gu Fei couldn't possibly know all this. At this moment, Wang Xuanji's God Emperor, Heavenly Tribulation was still going on. A monstrous and terrifying aura spread out. Even the God Emperors didn't dare to get close. Swoosh! Another arrow light shot from afar and directly shot towards Wang Xuanji, who was under the tribulation clouds at an extremely fast speed. Who is it? Gu Fei frowned. With his current cultivation, He was actually unable to sense exactly where the fellow that attacked from the shadows was hiding, and this caused him to feel extremely depressed. Although he had the eternal true bone, Gu Fei's cultivation didn't increase by much. However, it was enough for him to sweep across the entire heavenly divine realm. The arrow light directly broke through the layers of purple lightning and shot directly in front of Wang Xuanji. Wang Xuanji raised his right hand and directly blocked the arrow light. The arrow light hit Wang Xuanji's hand and exploded. The destructive force directly blasted half of Wang Xuanji's body into a bloody mess. However, Wang Xuanji took a deep breath. The wound on his left shoulder was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Trying to obstruct me from becoming an emperor? Wang Xuanji was shocked and angry. He didn't offend anyone. Why did someone actually obstruct him during his tribulation? Rumble. The heavenly tribulation was operating, and the terrifying destructive force directly landed on Wang Xuanji's body. Roar. Wang Xuanji roared to the sky and desperately fought against the power of the heavenly tribulation. Even if he wanted to pull out the person in the dark, he couldn't split himself. Beside Gu Fei, the true Dragon Emperor wanted to make a move but was stopped by Gu Fei. "Where's the Dark Knight? Come out and fight." At that moment, a loud and clear voice resounded, echoing throughout heaven and earth. Heaven traversing? The Dark Knight Emperor's face suddenly became solemn when he heard the voice. The next moment, a figure appeared opposite the mountain where Gu Fei was. Gu Fei took a look and saw that the person was dressed in black. He was tall, and his entire body was surrounded by divine light. An extremely powerful wave of divine power erupted from his body. Heaven-traversing divine master? Some emperor gods exclaimed when they saw that person. Heaven-traversing divine master was the ultimate god of the central celestial territory. This ultimate god was much more powerful than the purple thunder divine master. Heaven-traversing divine master stood in the void, and his surroundings immediately became a world with him as the center. He was the supreme ruler of that world. Dark Knight, it's really you. Heaven-traversing divine master crossed the domain, but he didn't expect to meet Gu Fei right away. Heaven-traversing divine master, do you want to fight? Chapter 4162. Sky-traversing divine lord, the ruler of the central divine territory, was extremely powerful. Back then, the Dark Knight Emperor directly entered the divine realm from the Dark Knight continent and swept across the 4 divine territories. No one could stop him. In the entire divine realm, only the central divine realm had yet to be conquered by the Dark Knight Emperor. When the Dark Knight Emperor finally entered the central divine realm, he still swept across everything in the beginning. All his opponents could not even take one blow from him and were directly smashed into pieces. However, when the Dark Knight Emperor swept across half of the central divine realm, a figure stopped him. A man and a spear stood on top of a mountain and stopped the millions of divine soldiers from the Dark Knight continent. That scene had subdued countless cultivators from the central divine region. From that day onwards, the entire heavenly god realm came to know of a person's name, Hung Tian. It should be more accurate to say that he was the divine lord Hung Tian. Sky-traversing divine lord fought against the Dark Knight Emperor. The battle in the central divine realm was still talked about enthusiastically even after countless years had passed. Dark Knight, how dare you come to the divine realm? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to go back? The flying sky divine master looked at the Emperor of the Dark Knight indifferently. His expression was like an unchanging block of ice. It was extremely cold, as if nothing in the world could move him. Interesting. This guy is the strongest ultimate god in the central divine realm, sky-traversing? Gu Fei was looking for the divine realm's origin of heaven and earth. The origin of heaven and earth should be in the central divine realm, which was the center of this world. Therefore, he previously learned about the central divine realm from the Dark Knight Emperor. The Dark Knight Emperor was a fierce person who directly entered the central divine realm. If it was not for sky-traversing divine lord, he might have conquered the entire divine realm. Sky-traversing divine lord could compete with the Dark Knight Emperor and even forced him to retreat to the Dark Knight continent. His cultivation and combat power were definitely the strongest in the divine realm. The previous Purple Thunder Divine Lord could not be compared to Sky-Traversing Divine Lord at all. You can't stop me. The Emperor of Dark Night took a step forward, and a gust of great emperors might immediately burst out from his body. The divine might soared into the sky, and the entire heaven and earth suddenly changed color. The sun and moon lost their luster as though the sky was about to be overturned. Is that so? Let's give it a try. Traversing Divine Holiness extended his right hand and grabbed at the void. A pitch-black spear appeared in his hand. The spearhead and the body of the spear were one, and there were streaks of dark light lingering around the spearhead and the body of the spear. Ancient divine patterns could be faintly seen within the body of the spear. A terrifying murderous aura spread out from the divine spear and divine revered gods' hands, and all the surrounding emperor gods who were watching the battle felt their souls tremble. That is, Gu Fei discovered that the spearhead of the sky-traversing divine being's spear was stained with blood that had yet to dry. The dark blood was like fresh blood. However, it was definitely not a new blood, as the blood on the spearhead had a weak great emperor's aura. The great spear was extraordinary, as it had killed a great emperor or an ultimate god. Even the Dark Knight Emperor had some misgivings about the great spear in the hands of Flying Sky Hierarch. This spear is called Void-Shattering. Sky-Traversing Divine Venerable looked at the spear in his hand and said calmly, "Void-Shattering Spear?" The god emperors of the heavenly god realm were all astonished. Having cultivated to such a realm, having lived for countless years, they were all ambitious and ruthless characters. Naturally, they knew many secrets of the heavenly god realm. Void-Shattering Divine Spear was one of the strongest divine weapons in Heaven God World. Legend had it that the spear had the power to destroy heaven and earth. However, the Void-Shattering Divine Spear had disappeared for countless years. No one would have thought that the Void-Shattering Divine Spear had fallen into the hands of Flying Sky Hierarch. Even the Dark Knight Emperor was shocked when he heard that. He had once wanted to conquer Heaven God World. Naturally, he knew the history of Heaven God World. One should know that only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy could one win 100 battles. Emperor's Blood. Emperor True Dragon stared at the great spear in Flying Sky Hierarch's hands, and his expression grew solemn. He was the guardian of the ancient stone door, and he had existed since the Antiquity era. He could tell how powerful and terrifying the great spear in Flying Sky Hierarch's hands was at first glance. What Emperor's Blood? Emperor God Mo Yuan asked suspiciously. His cultivation base was not high enough, and he naturally could not sense the existence of Emperor's Blood. Emperor True Dragon and the others ignored Emperor God Mo Yuan. From their point of view, Emperor gods were merely ants, and they could kill them with one finger. Emperor God Mo Yuan did not dare to say anything when he saw that Emperor True Dragon was ignoring him. The other party was a great emperor, the strongest person in Dark Knight Continent, and he was merely an emperor god. Regardless of where it was, the strong would be respected. It was an iron law and an unchanging rule. Especially in Dark Knight Continent, it was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. The fate of the weak could only be controlled by the strong. They had no freedom, and they could not even control their own life and death. Emperor Dark Knight did not speak. He pulled his hands in front of him, and a divine weapon appeared immediately and floated in the void in front of him. It was a divine axe, and the divine axe was a complete whole. It was forged from a single piece of divine metal, and there were countless ancient divine marks imprinted on the divine axe. This divine axe was like an ancient giant beast that was in a deep slumber. It emitted a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Once the divine axe was awakened, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Emperor Dark Knight held the divine axe, and his aura instantly soared to the limit. An unparalleled emperor aura spread out and caused the entire place to become unstable. Everyone was extremely shocked. The god emperors who were watching the battle immediately retreated far away. South Heaven Emperor Xian Kuan and Xian Shi retreated too. God emperors were no longer able to interfere in a battle of this level. When two great emperor-level existences were fighting, even the slightest ripple of energy could destroy a god emperor's body and soul. No god emperor dared to watch the battle from afar. If they were to be affected by the battle, they would most likely die. Should we leave too? Emperor Godemo Yuan said. The powerful aura that burst out from the two experts was terrifying. Even a god emperor like him could not withstand it. If it wasn't for Emperor True Dragon, he would have fled long ago. Although Gu Fei did not seem to have the cultivation base of a god emperor, he was still calm when facing the two experts. No one could see through Gu Fei's cultivation. Even the Dark Knight Emperor, the True Dragon Emperor, and even the heaven-traversing hierarch could not see through Gu Fei's cultivation. Emperor Godemo Yuan looked at Gu Fei, who was standing with his hands behind his back and looking at the two great emperor-level invincible experts in front of him. He had mixed feelings. This axe is called sky-breaking. Emperor Dark Knight caressed the axe and said, Sky-breaking axe? Emperor Godemo Yuan was shocked when he heard it. Emperor True Dragon's eyes shot out two rays of divine light that were over 10 zhang long. It's the sky-breaking axe. Chapter 4163. The Dark Knight Emperor had dominated the Dark Knight continent for tens of thousands of years. There were very few people who had seen him use his weapon because most of them were dead. In the Dark Knight continent, only a few people knew that the Dark Knight Emperor had a divine weapon. However, it was a secret as to what kind of divine weapon it was. It was only today that Emperor Godemo Yuan found out that the Dark Knight Emperor's weapon was the heaven-shattering axe. It was the #1 divine weapon in the Dark Knight continent. The heaven-shattering axe is in his hands. The Emperor True Dragon squinted his eyes as he stared at the heaven-shattering axe in the Dark Knight Emperor's hand. Then, he took a glance at Gu Fei, who was standing in front of him. He and the Dark Knight Emperor were both Gu Fei's servants. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to get the heaven-shattering axe. The Emperor True Dragon's cultivation and fighting power were on par with the Dark Knight Emperor's. The heaven-shattering axe was the #1 divine weapon in the Dark Knight continent. It had been famous in the Dark Knight continent since the Antiquity era. It would be strange if he wasn't tempted by the heaven-shattering axe. Everyone in the Dark Knight continent was tempted by it. Of course, with Gu Fei around, the Emperor True Dragon wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Let's fight. The Dark Knight Emperor stared at the sky-traversing divine master and said calmly, Let's fight then. The sky-traversing divine master exhaled. The next moment, he raised the divine spear in his hand, and it turned into a ray of dark light that pierced towards the Dark Knight Emperor's forehead. The spearhead that was stained with the Emperor's blood emitted a ball of dark light, and a terrifying murderous aura spread from the spear. The Dark Knight Emperor didn't dare to delay. The divine axe in his hand turned into a ray of light and slashed at the divine spear. Clang! As the sound of metal piercing through stone rang out, the two extremely powerful divine artifacts collided in an instant. All the god emperors felt as if their eardrums were about to be shattered. They all felt as if their heads were about to split open, and the entire world seemed to have fallen silent. They couldn't hear anything for the time being. A trace of blood seeped out of the ears of the slightly weaker god emperors. Some emperor gods were even shaken down from the sky by the terrifying sound waves and fell to the ground. Although they didn't fall to their deaths, they were in an extremely pathetic state. Only Gu Fei and the True Dragon Emperor remained calm, as if they were not affected at all. That terrifying sound wave swept over, but Gu Fei was like a spring breeze, still standing on the mountain top with his hands clasped behind his back, with a calm expression on his face. As the sound waves spread out, countless mountains within a radius of 10,000 miles were directly turned into dust. Even a portion of Wang Xuanji's celestial emperor, heavenly tribulation, was dispersed. Seeing the might of this attack, everyone was dumbfounded. Wang Xuanji, who was undergoing tribulation, was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He hurriedly retreated further away. If he was affected, he would also die. One must know that he was not even a god emperor. However, when Wang Xuanji moved, the tribulation clouds in the sky actually moved as well. Rumble, boundless tribulation clouds covered the sky and chased after Wang Xuanji. This scene was shocking to the extreme. Wherever the tribulation clouds passed, there was chaos. Those celestial emperors all retreated at once. The Wang clan's ancestral land was completely destroyed. However, there was no one from the Wang clan. They were obviously hiding in the grotto heaven. For a cultivation clan like the Wong clan that had been passed down for countless years and had emperor gods for generations, there must be a grotto heaven in the ancestral land. Only the Wong clan's grotto heaven could enter. Outsiders had no idea how to enter the grotto heaven. Of course, ultimate existences like ultimate gods and great emperors could directly break the void and enter the grotto heaven. It was not impossible for them to destroy the grotto heaven with a raise of their hand. At that moment, while everyone was still in shock, the Dark Knight Emperor and the sky-traversing Divine Master were fighting. The void around them directly exploded. They were like the gods of destruction as they directly shattered the void between heaven and earth with every move they made. This world could no longer restrain them. Boom! Clang! The terrifying divine power exploded continuously. The divine axe in the Dark Knight Emperor's hand seemed to be splitting the sky. When the axe was swung, divine light suddenly appeared like cold lightning and tore the void between heaven and earth. The void-breaching divine spear in the sky, traversing divine master's hand, pierced through the void, and the bloody spearhead did not leave the Dark Knight Emperor's glabella. The sound of weapons clashing against each other caused the entire void to tremble. Crack! The mountain that Gu Fei was standing on had cracks on it, as though it could collapse at any time. Humph! The Emperor of True Dragons stomped his foot, and a gush of divine power was transmitted into the mountain from his foot. The next moment, the cracks on the mountain disappeared. A great emperor's power shrouded the entire mountain. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, only the mountain that Gu Fei was standing on wasn't erased. The other mountains were turned into dust by the sound waves. Then, Emperor Godemo Yuan let out a breath of relief. The Emperor of True Dragon's power isolated the terrifying pressure from the outside world. Hong! At this time, high up in the sky, two figures instantly collided with each other like meteors. The void shattered, and a destructive storm of power swept out in all directions. The two experts couldn't determine the winner within a short period of time. The sky-traversing Divine Master is really powerful, someone exclaimed. The fighting power that the sky-traversing Divine Master had displayed was really shocking. An ordinary ultimate god might not even be able to take one hit from him. However, the Dark Knight Emperor wasn't an ordinary person. Their cultivation and fighting power were on par. It was difficult to determine the winner, and it was even more difficult to determine the winner. Sky-splitting axe. The Dark Knight Emperor roared in anger. He held the divine axe with both his hands and slashed at the sky-traversing Divine Master with all his might. The light blade from the sky-splitting axe lit up the entire universe as though it was going to split the universe into two. Sky-splitting spear. The sky-traversing Divine Master didn't show any weakness, and he performed his strongest killer move. The divine spear in his hand trembled and stabbed forward fiercely. Then, the entire void in front of him suddenly collapsed. The light blade that was slashing towards him actually slashed into the collapsed void and disappeared in an instant. The spearhead of the sky-traversing Divine Master's void-breaking divine spear appeared in front of the Dark Knight Emperor. The Dark Knight Emperor was shocked, and he quickly placed the divine axe in front of his chest. Clang! The void-breaking divine spear in the sky-traversing Divine Master's hand stabbed the divine axe directly, and sparks flew everywhere. The ferocious impact caused the Dark Knight Emperor to fly backward. Void Great Way? On the mountain top, Gu Fei saw the scene, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. The power contained in the void-breaking divine spear should be the power of void. Otherwise, how could it break the void? The void-breaking divine spear and the sky-splitting divine axe were trash in Gu Fei's eyes. They weren't worth mentioning at all. He randomly took out a few divine weapons, and they were much more powerful than the two divine weapons. Again. Chapter 4164. Sky-traversing Divine Master was known as the strongest ultimate god in Heaven Divine World. The divine weapon in his hand was one of the strongest divine weapons in Heaven Divine World. If it were someone else, there would be no need to fight. However, Sky-traversing Divine Master's opponent was the Emperor of Dark Night. The Emperor of Dark Night was the first invincible existence in Dark Night Continent, to conquer the entire Dark Knight continent. In order to unify Dark Knight continent, he once turned the Dark Knight continent into a river of blood. Countless experts in Dark Knight continent were ruthlessly killed by him. Many of the overlords and peerless emperor gods in Dark Knight continent died in his hands. The Emperor of Dark Knight was the emperor god with the strongest murderous nature in Dark Knight continent. At that moment, his murderous intent stirred, and the color of heaven and earth changed. Countless living beings within a 10,000-mile radius were terrified to the extreme. Even the emperor gods who were watching the battle nearby felt their souls trembling. Such a strong murderous nature. How many living beings must he have killed to accumulate such a strong murderous nature? Some of the older emperor gods were shocked to the extreme. There seemed to be countless ferocious souls struggling and roaring around the Emperor of Dark Knight. It was extremely terrifying. This guy seems to be on the path of killing. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he saw that. The Emperor of Dark Knight wasn't the first to enter the path of killing. The servant he subdued in Ancestor God Realm was a madman who entered the path of killing. At that moment, the void-breaching divine spear in sky, traversing Divine Master's hand, broke through the dense murderous aura and stabbed at the Emperor of Dark Knight. Die! The Emperor of Dark Knight didn't hesitate and slashed at the incoming spear with his axe. The murderous aura emitted from the sky-breaking axe was like a stormy sea. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed as it swept across the sky and earth. Clang! The two divine weapons collided again. The sound pierced through the void, and the sound wave shook the entire heaven and earth. Rays of divine light shot out in all directions. Wherever the divine light passed, there were pitch-black space cracks that tore the sky and earth apart. All the god emperors who were watching the battle nearby turned pale with fright when they saw the divine light that shot out. They dodged in panic. However, there were a few screams, and 3 unlucky emperor gods were pierced by the divine light. In the next moment, the 3 unlucky emperor gods turned into ashes and their souls were destroyed. Even the god weapons and god treasures they were carrying had turned into ashes. 2 emperor gods were grazed by the divine light, and half of their bodies turned into blood mist. They were severely injured, and they were scared out of their wits. They turned around and ran away. When the other god emperors saw this, they broke out in cold sweat. Luckily, they weren't the unlucky ones. At this moment, 3 beams of divine light directly shot towards the mountain where Gu Fei was. Gu Fei stood on the top of the mountain with his hands clasped behind his back. It was as if he didn't see the 3 beams of divine light and didn't care about them at all. He was still looking up at the battle in the sky. Just when the 3 beams of divine light were about to hit the top of the mountain, a huge dragon rushed out of the mountain. The huge dragon merely stretched out a dragon claw and directly shattered the 3 beams of divine light of destruction that pierced through it. Roar! The huge dragon roared at the sky, and terrifying sound waves spread across the heaven and earth. It was a real dragon's roar, and it shook the heaven and earth. The god emperors who were watching the battle from afar felt their blood boil, and the weaker god emperors spat out a mouthful of blood. Supreme God. Is another supreme god born? The god emperors of the heavenly god realm were shocked. The southern divine region actually had 4 supreme ultimate gods at the same time. Of course, there were only 3 ultimate gods left in the southern divine region. That was because the purple thunder supreme god was killed by the Dark Knight Emperor. There were strong and weak gods and great emperors. The purple thunder supreme god was only a low-level god. How could he be a match for the Dark Knight Emperor? It was extremely rare to see so many supreme gods appearing at the same time in the entire heavenly god realm. The battle between the Dark Knight Emperor and the heaven-traversing divine being had definitely shocked the entire heavenly god realm. It was a battle between great emperors. Battles of this level rarely happened in the countless years. The 2 great experts fought until the void shattered, the stars shook, and the entire sky seemed to be overturned. In the end, the 2 great experts fought into the depths of the starry sky. A battle between experts of this level could directly destroy an entire region. As long as they fought in the depths of the starry sky, it would not affect the southern divine region. However, at this time, The Wang family's ancestral land was completely destroyed. It was a divine land, but this divine land had turned into ruins. Just as the Dark Knight Emperor and the heaven-traversing divine being fought into the starry sky, a ball of divine light suddenly appeared in the ruins of the Wang family's ancestral land. Then, a group of people rushed out of the ball of divine light. This group of people were the Wang family's ancestors. Wang Xian, Wang Yuan, Wang, Wang Jin and the others were all there, looking at the ruins in front of them in fear. The destruction of the ancestral land made all the disciples of the Wang family extremely sad and angry. The destruction of the Wang family's ancestral land was definitely an unimaginable loss to the Wang family. However, the Wang family's inheritance did not end because the Wang family's cave was still there. The Wang family's true inheritance was in the Wang family's cave, not in the outside world. Ancestor this. Wang Jin looked at Wang Xian and clenched his fists. Those people were really despicable. They actually destroyed their ancestral land. There's no need to say anything more. Wang Xian raised her head and looked at the sky. At this time, there were constantly strong lights in the depths of the starry sky. It was the last and most dazzling light that was released when the stars were destroyed. Even on the ground, Wang Xian and the others could still feel the terrifying pressure from the depths of the starry sky. Is this the power of a divine venerable? Wang Xian's eyes flickered. This power was the power that she was pursuing. Let's go see Master. Wang looked at the mountain in the distance. All right. Wang Xian nodded and then led a group of Wang family's senior elders to the mountain where Gu Fei was at with the other ancestors. Boss, the Wang family is here. Fatty said. Gu Fei nodded and said nothing. Greetings, Master. Wang Xian led a group of Wang family's senior elders to the mountain and then knelt before Gu Fei. When the other god emperors saw this scene, they were all indescribably astonished. The dignified ancestor of the Wang family was actually kneeling to a youth? Get up, Gu Fei said calmly. Wang Xian and the others quickly stood up and retreated to the side. At this time, the Emperor True Dragon had already returned to the mountain and stood behind Gu Fei. I guess it won't be easy for these two to decide who's the winner, the Emperor True Dragon said. Then let's wait here, Gu Fei said as he jumped onto a huge rock and sat cross-legged on it. The Emperor True Dragon was confused. Didn't Master want to capture sky-traversing divine venerable? Did Master change his mind? He dared not ask further. The others could only wait on the mountain. However, at this time, a mysterious figure appeared in the sky. The figure took a step and instantly arrived above the mountain where Gu Fei was. The Emperor True Dragon raised his head. You dare to behave atrociously in the heavenly divine world? The person in the sky was shrouded in black fog. Two blood-colored lights shone in the black fog. It was a pair of blood-colored eyes. A powerful pressure descended from the sky. Gu Fei was still fine, but everyone from the Wang family nearly peed their pants in fear. Coward, come and fight me if you have the guts, the Emperor True Dragon said to the mysterious person in the sky. What did you say? Who are you calling a coward? The mysterious person in the sky was furious. I'm talking about you, coward, the Emperor True Dragon sneered. Go to hell. The mysterious person was angered by the Emperor True Dragon. At the next moment, a huge palm descended from the sky and grabbed the mountain. The huge palm covered the entire mountain. The Wang family was scared out of their wits. The True Dragon Emperor revealed his true form. A gigantic dragon soared into the sky, its dragon claws tearing through the void as it clawed towards the mysterious man. Boom! The dragon claw collided with the giant hand descending from the sky. In the next moment, the two forces instantly exploded, forming a terrifying storm of destruction that swept out in all directions. The two figures instantly separated. Come and fight me if you have the guts. The Emperor True Dragon soared into the sky and entered the starry sky. Damn it! The mysterious person was obviously mad with the Emperor True Dragon. He also soared into the sky and chased after the Emperor True Dragon. Master, is that guy an ultimate god too? Emperor God Mo Yuan asked curiously. Gu Fei, who was sitting on the rock, did not say anything but nodded. An ultimate god might be invincible in the eyes of others, but it was nothing in his eyes. He used to be a supreme existence in the eternal realm. To him, an ultimate god was not even a sage. However, in the heavenly divine realm and the dark night continent, an ultimate god was an invincible existence. There are so many ultimate gods in the heavenly divine realm. Emperor God Mo Yuan's forehead was sweating. No wonder the Dark Knight Emperor wanted to retreat to the Dark Knight continent. There were so many ultimate gods in the heavenly divine realm. No matter how strong the Dark Knight Emperor was, it was impossible for him to fight so many ultimate gods at the same time. At that moment, the battle between the Emperor True Dragon and the mysterious ultimate god broke out. In the starry sky, there were stars exploding and bright lights bursting. The two of them had no scruples at all. A part of the starry sky was almost destroyed. The heavenly divine realm was too complicated. The Dark Knight Emperor could not conquer the entire heavenly divine realm because there was only one great emperor in the Dark Knight continent. Now, there was a True Dragon Emperor. With the appearance of the Emperor True Dragon and the Dark Knight Emperor, the two great emperors could indeed fight against the ultimate gods in the heavenly divine realm. However, the outcome was uncertain. Chapter 4165. There were already 3 ultimate gods in the heavenly divine world. They were the legendary supreme existences. When the news spread, the entire heavenly divine world was in an uproar. However, when the Dark Knight Emperor took action and killed Purple Thunder Divine Lord, all the cultivators in the heavenly divine world were stunned. The legendary ultimate god was killed by the Dark Knight Emperor? That was an ultimate god, the strongest person in the heavenly divine world since ancient times. However, one of the ultimate gods had fallen today. Although Divine Venerate Purple Thunder was killed by the Dark Knight Emperor on the spot, Divine Venerate Sky Traversing made a move. At this moment, Soaring Divine Lord and the Dark Knight Emperor were fighting in the depths of the starry sky. Terrifying pressure came from the depths of the starry sky, and countless living beings were terrified. While the sky-traversing ultimate god and the Dark Knight Emperor were fighting, Gu Fei and the others were intercepted by a mysterious ultimate god. The mysterious ultimate god was fighting the True Dragon Emperor, and the two supreme experts fought their way into the starry sky. Today, the southern divine region was in an uproar. The entire heavenly divine world was in an uproar. Countless experts were looking at the southern divine region. A great emperor versus an ultimate god. It was a battle between the strongest person in the heavenly divine world and the strongest person in the Dark Knight continent. The outcome would directly affect the two worlds. The experts in the heavenly divine world naturally hoped that Soaring Divine Lord could chase the Dark Knight Emperor back to the Dark Knight continent again. However, it would be very difficult this time. To Gu Fei, it was not important who won or lost. Boom! In the starry sky, a dragon claw directly shattered the void. More than a dozen stars directly exploded, and a part of the starry sky turned into a piece of chaos. On the mountain top, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a big rock. Emperor God Mo Yuan and the experts of the Wang family stood below the big rock. The people of the Wang family were already stunned. The might of a great emperor was not something they could withstand. Previously, with the protection of the True Dragon Emperor, the people of the Wang family were still fine. However, now that the True Dragon Emperor had left to fight the mysterious ultimate god, the experts of the Wang family were shivering under the terrifying pressure. Even the ancestors of the Wang family, Wang Xian and Wang Wang, were terrified. Gu Fei glanced at the experts from the Wang family and extended his right hand. An ancient cauldron immediately appeared in his hand. The simple and unadorned ancient cauldron did not seem eye-catching at all. However, the aura emitted from the ancient cauldron shrouded the entire mountain. In the next moment, the experts of the Wang clan felt their bodies loosen up. The terrifying pressure on their hearts immediately disappeared. This is, Wang Xian and the rest stared at the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand with great astonishment. Could this ancient cauldron be on the same level as the void-breaching spear and the heaven-shattering godly axe? If they knew that the ancient cauldron was much more powerful than the void god spear and divine emperor axe, they would be they would gods. The Void God's spear and Divine Emperor axe weren't even Divine Emperor God weapons. Only a perfect world like the Ancestor God realm could produce a Divine Emperor God. A mid-tier world like the Heaven God realm couldn't produce a Divine Emperor. Only a perfect world like the Ancestor God realm could produce a Supreme Expert. If it wasn't for the source of Heaven God realm, he would have left the Heaven God realm and gone to the upper world. The ancestors of the Wang family naturally didn't know that Gu Fei didn't care about the so-called Divine Emperor God realm's strongest Divine Emperor God realm. Rumble. Shocking noises could be heard from the starry sky. All the Emperor gods had rushed into the starry sky to watch the battle. Only God Emperors were qualified to watch a battle of this level. Living beings below the level of God Emperor were unable to withstand such a supreme divine might. Master, who do you think will win? Emperor God Mo Yuan suddenly said. His sudden voice shocked the people of the Wang family. The experts of the Wang family raised their heads and looked at him. What does it have to do with me? Gu Fei looked at Emperor God Mo Yuan and said. This, Emperor God Mo Yuan was stunned when he heard that. He had never thought that Gu Fei wouldn't care about the great battle. At this moment, Gu Fei's mind was not on these trivial matters at all. What he wanted to do was to recover his invincible cultivation base and then investigate his origins. I wonder what happened to Gu Ling. Gu Fei suddenly thought of his daughter, Gu Ling. Ever since Gu Ling stepped on the ancient road of the human clan, there was no news of her. However, he knew that Gu Ling and his disciples were still alive. Back then, Gu Fei gave Gu Ling the Emperor's divine mace to protect herself. It was a supreme Dao weapon that could go against an extreme Dao weapon. In the human realm and heaven realm where the power of heaven punishment existed, who could hurt Gu Ling except for a supreme martial artist? As for Erebus, he had also disappeared for a long time. I wonder if Old Tortoise has become a supreme martial artist. Gu Fei suddenly had an urge to go back and take a look. However, it wasn't time yet. His eternal martial body was gradually recovering. Gu Fei's martial body was transforming into an eternal martial body. His martial body wasn't something that the ultimate gods and great emperors in the Heaven Divine Realm could imagine. He had already surpassed the Heaven Divine Realm and could ignore all his opponents in the Heaven Divine Realm. Of course, Gu Fei knew that although the Heaven Divine Realm was only a mid-level world, someone from the upper world might have done something to it. The origin of heaven and earth wasn't that easy to get. One must know that this was the source energy of the heaven and earth. If anything were to happen to it, the entire heaven and earth would be destroyed. Ha ha! Suddenly, a laugh was heard from afar. The experts on the mountain looked in the direction of the laughter and saw that a group of people had appeared in the sky at an unknown time. To be exact, it was a divine army. The two people at the front were Emperor God Tatian and Emperor Yun. Emperor God Tatian laughed arrogantly. Like a dark cloud, the divine army quickly flew toward the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were. Soon, they arrived in the sky above the mountain. A terrifying imperial energy fell from the sky. Emperor God Mo Yuan's expression changed when he saw that. It's Emperor Tatian. Wang Xian and the other ancestral patriarchs of the Wang family were terrified. A young man in armor next to Emperor God Tatian shouted at the people on the mountain, "Cowards of the Wang family, come out and die. We might leave your bodies intact." Master, Wang Xian and the other experts of the Wang family looked at Gu Fei anxiously. Gu Fei was the only one who could save them at a time like this. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He still closed his eyes to rest. Who in the Heaven Divine Realm can protect you? Come out and die. Yun Xie, the son of the evil the Arch, said with a cold smile. Wang Xian and the others panicked after hearing what Yun Xie said. They regretted leaving the grotto heaven of the Wang family. However, the grotto heaven of the Wang family was already unstable. If it collapsed, they would all die in there, and the Wang family would be exterminated. They're my people. Their lives are in my hands. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the demonic emperor's son, Yun Xie, who was standing outside the mountain. Haha, who do you think you are? How dare a true god act so presumptuously in front of me? Are you tired of living? Yun Xie stared at Gu Fei and said arrogantly, "How dare you?" Emperor God Mo Yuan shouted as he stared at Yuan Xie. "Who are you shouting at? Come out and fight with my father if you have the guts," Yuan Xie sneered. This guy was a con man, and he was conning his own father. "Young man, you're courting death." Mo Yuan glanced at Gu Fei. Seeing that Gu Fei didn't say anything, he took action immediately. He pointed at Yuan Xie, and a divine light shot out from his finger towards Yuan Xie. "Your opponent is me." The Heaven Trampler Evil Emperor took a step forward and stretched out his hand to directly block the beam of light that shot towards him. The two emperors fought against each other. There were two emperor gods on Emperor Taishan's side, while there was only Emperor God Mo Yuan on Gu Fei's side. No matter how one looked at it, Gu Fei's side was at an absolute disadvantage. Everyone in the Wang family was in despair. Die. Emperor God Mo Yuan had been suppressing his anger for a long time. He roared and took a step forward. He dashed out from the top of the mountain instantly. Hong. Emperor God Mo Yuan threw a punch at Tatian Evil Emperor as soon as he came up. A blinding divine light rushed out from his fist and burst out with an unprecedentedly dazzling divine light. It was as if a divine sun had suddenly appeared in the world. Under this punch, the void of the world exploded. Pitch-black spatial cracks, like incomparably huge abysses, appeared in the entire world. One punch shattered the universe. That was Emperor God Mo Yuan's strongest punch. Even Emperor God Tatian was shocked by Emperor God Mo Yuan's punch. The power of the punch was so terrifying that Yuan Xie had already peed his pants. He hid behind his father Emperor Tatian and trembled in fear. How is this possible? Yuan Xie muttered to himself. He was truly frightened by what he saw. On the top of the mountain, Gu Fei opened his eyes and was a little surprised. Emperor God Mo Yuan also had a trick up his sleeve. Everyone had a trump card, and they wouldn't use it easily. However, once the trump card was used, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Roar. Emperor Tatian let out a roar. The next moment, 9 evil shadows dashed out from his body and collided with Emperor God Mo Yuan's punch. Boom, 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 boom. Every evil shadow collided with Emperor God Mo Yuan's fist, and there was a loud bang that shook the universe. It was as frightening as thunder roaring beside one's ears. However, the mountain that was protected by the cauldron was still as stable as a mountain, and it didn't move at all. The power of an emperor god was nothing in front of the mountain river cauldron. It could completely block a wisp of its aura. The people of the Wang family on the top of the mountain were relieved to see that. Master had protected them after all. No one could kill them with Master around. Emperor God Tatian was just a bunch of clowns in front of Master. Those clowns dared to look down on Master. They were so stupid. Chapter 4166. Emperor God Mo Yuan gave it his all and threw a punch that had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The divine light that was emitted from his fist was even more dazzling than the sun. Everyone in the Wang clan was astonished by the scene. All right, the heaven-trampling evil emperor shouted and unleashed his art of 9 evils. In the next moment, 9 shadows rushed out of his body. To Emperor Tatian, it was a happy thing to meet a good opponent. Then, he could fight to his heart's content. Boom. The first evil shadow collided with Emperor God Mo Yuan's fist instantly, and a ball of glaring divine light burst out. As long as the void was enveloped by the divine light, it would be destroyed straight away. That was a god emperor. He could shatter the void with a wave of his hand. The destructive wave spread out instantly and engulfed a radius of 10,000 miles. On the ground undulated like waves from the terrifying wave that came down from the sky. The Wang clan's ancestral ground had been erased from the ground. Boom. After that, there was another loud bang, and the second evil shadow collided with Emperor God Mo Yuan's fist again. However, Emperor God Mo Yuan's fist was like an ancient sacred mountain that continued to move forward. When the second shadow hit Emperor Taishan's fist, Emperor God Mo Yuan's fist did not move at all. Emperor Taishan's 9 evils heaven skill was the best in the southern divine region. Even southern heaven god Emperor Xian Kuan did not dare to be careless when facing Emperor Taishan's 9 evils heaven skill. Emperor God Mo Yuan was undoubtedly one of the best emperor lords under the Emperor of Dark Night in the Dark Night continent. He had always been low-key and had hidden his strength well. One had to admit that before Emperor God Mo Yuan met Gu Fei, he had been pretending very well. He knew how to keep a low profile and bide his time. However, now that he had followed Gu Fei and had his life and death restricted by Gu Fei, he could no longer pretend anymore. He knew very well that if Gu Fei wanted to kill him, it would only take a single thought. As long as Gu Fei wasn't satisfied with him and decided to kill him, Emperor God Mo Yuan would die. The heaven-trampling evil monarch's 9 evils heaven art was churning crazily. The third evil shadow instantly clashed with a loud sound that reverberated throughout the sky and earth. Some god emperors were attracted by it and rushed down from the starry sky to watch the battle nearby. A powerful storm of destruction swept across the sky and earth. What is the heaven-trampling evil emperor doing? The other side has 2 great emperors. If the Dark Knight Emperor were to defeat the traversing Divine Lord, the heaven-trampling evil emperor would be done for. Since heaven-trampling evil emperor dares to make a move, it means that he is not afraid of the 2 great emperors. A god emperor said disapprovingly, "The sky-trampling evil emperor seems to be related to some supreme force in the central divine realm." Someone said something like that. What? The other emperor gods were shocked to hear that. One must know that the strongest forces in the central divine territory were super powerful forces with legendary ultimate gods. No wonder. Someone thought of this and could not help but exclaim. The heaven-trampling evil emperor had confidence and background, which was why he dared to challenge Emperor God Mo Yuan. He dared to not take Gu Fei seriously and dared to kill everyone in the Wang clan. "You go and kill Wang Xuanji," the heaven-trampling evil emperor said to Emperor Yun. "All right." Emperor Yun nodded. In the next moment, he turned into a ray of divine light and soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. At this time, Wang Xuanji's Emperor God tribulation was about to end. It was really despicable for Emperor Yun to kill Wang Xuanji at this time. One must know that Wang Xuanji, who had just passed the Emperor God tribulation, must be extremely weak. With Emperor Yun's cultivation base, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill Wang Xuanji, who had just passed the Emperor God tribulation. On the mountain, the great ancestors of the Wang clan were anxious. Wang Xuanji was their hope. If even Wang Xuanji was killed by Emperor Yun, the Wang clan would really be in decline. With an emperor in charge, the Wang family could shock everyone. They could slowly rest and recover. "Master, please save the Xuanji old ancestor." Wang Xian and the others rushed to the rock where Gu Fei was sitting and knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Gu Fei. The Wang clan was really afraid. Once Wang Xuanji was killed by Emperor Yun, the Wang clan would not be destroyed even if they relied on Gu Fei, but they would never be able to rise again. At this time, in the distant sky, a masked woman saw this scene and was shocked. The great ancestor of the Wang clan was actually kowtowing to Gu Fei. This was absolutely unbelievable to her. This person is not simple. Next to the masked woman, a majestic middle-aged man looked at the black-robed young man on the mountain. "Master, please save the Xuanji old ancestor." Everyone in the Wang clan knelt before the rock and kowtowed to Gu Fei anxiously. Rumble, thunderclaps resounded incessantly from afar, while a terrifying aura of destruction swept over. It was the might of the heavens and the earth. Wang Xuanji was still undergoing the tribulation, but the tribulation clouds had gradually shrunk. However, the might of the tribulation had grown stronger. Emperor Yun hadn't acted yet, and he was waiting. Gu Fei looked indifferently at the kneeling members of the Wang clan, and then he said, "Wang Xuanji won't die?" "Thank you, master." Everyone in the Wang clan was instantly overjoyed. Since Gu Fei said Wang Xuanji wouldn't die, then it would be difficult for Wang Xuanji to die even if he wanted to. However, Gu Fei had no intention of acting. This caused everyone in the Wang clan to be anxious, and they didn't know how Gu Fei was going to save Wang Xuanji. Wang Xian and the other great ancestors of the Wang clan glanced at each other anxiously. After all, Emperor Yun was a god emperor, so Wang Xuanji was definitely dead if he targeted him. Meanwhile, countless dazzling rays of light suddenly erupted from the depths of the star. Countless stars actually exploded at the same time, and the terrifying force of destruction caused the entire starry sky to tremble. Boom! Following a loud bang, a figure flew out from the depths of the starry sky. That person was the Dark Knight Emperor. The Dark Knight Emperor lost? The god emperors of the heaven divine realm were surprised and delighted. The Dark Knight Emperor was sent flying thousands of miles away. His hair was messy, and his body was stained with blood. A drop of blood was dripping from the heaven-breaking axe in his hand. At the same time, a figure slowly walked out of the destructive storm. Divine God traversing. Seeing that figure, the god emperors of the heaven divine realm were extremely excited. Haha, divine God traversing of our heaven divine realm is still better. A god emperor of the heaven divine realm said with a laugh. Hee hee, how can a great emperor from the Dark Knight continent be a match for the divine god of our heaven divine realm? Someone said disdainfully. However, when the god emperors of the heaven divine realm saw divine God traversing's appearance, they were immediately dumbfounded. Divine God traversing was in a worse state than the Dark Knight Emperor. His left arm was severed at the shoulder, and there was a blood stain on his forehead that was oozing blood. He was actually seriously injured. This, the god emperors of the heaven divine realm couldn't laugh. How is this possible? When the god emperors of the heaven divine realm saw divine God traversing's miserable state, they were dumbfounded. Then, although divine God traversing had lost an arm, his right hand was still holding the spear, the void-breaking divine spear, tightly. Divine God traversing lost? Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the starry sky. Roar! Divine God traversing roared fiercely at the sky. A terrifying wave of divine power immediately exploded from his body, and a ball of divine light surged from his body and enveloped him directly. At the place where divine God traversing's arm was severed, his flesh, tendons, and bones were growing rapidly. Very soon, a new arm appeared on his body. Besides his arm, the crack on divine God traversing's forehead was also mended. In just a few breaths' time, divine God traversing's injuries were completely healed, and an extremely powerful aura exploded from his body. Divine God traversing recovered to his peak state directly. When the Dark Knight Emperor saw that, he was dumbfounded. Die! Divine God traversing roared furiously, and the divine spear in his hand stabbed at the Dark Knight Emperor. The void-breaking divine spear instantly turned into an immortal divine light and shot at the center of the Dark Knight Emperor's eyebrows at an extremely fast speed. Swoosh! The divine light pierced the center of the Dark Knight Emperor's eyebrows directly, but the Dark Knight Emperor's figure disappeared in the void. Divine God traversing spear couldn't hurt the Dark Knight Emperor at all, and it only pierced the Dark Knight Emperor. Rumble! Just then, the void above divine God traversing's head shook violently. A light blade instantly broke the universe and fell on the top of divine God traversing's head. The divine spear in divine God traversing's hand swept upwards. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resounded. The void-breaking spear fiercely collided with the light blade descending from the sky, causing transparent ripples to spread in all directions. Divine God traversing fell from the starry sky directly. Just then, a domineering figure appeared in the void. The heaven-breaking divine axe split the sky and displayed great power. The surrounding emperor gods from heaven divine world who were watching the battle felt a buzz in their heads, and they had a splitting headache. It's too scary. All the emperor gods retreated far away. Swoosh! Just then, a spear shadow went against the sky and pierced through the Dark Knight Emperor's divine body in an instant. A ray of bloodlight appeared in the void. Void-breaking divine spear. Revered sky-traversing divinity finally used his trump card. This spear of his was silent and extremely fast. It was as if it had fused with the void. Even the Dark Knight Emperor couldn't dodge the spear. Preposterous. The Dark Knight Emperor was shocked and furious. A terrifying destructive power instantly invaded his body and destroyed the vitality in his body. Boom! At the next moment, the Dark Knight Emperor's entire body seemed to be burning. Boundless divine light surged out from his body, and the destructive power that invaded his body was instantly forced out. This Chapter 4167. The two experts were evenly matched, and all the emperor gods who were watching the battle were shocked to the extreme. It was truly difficult to determine a victor between the traversing divine being and the Dark Knight Emperor. Until the very end, no one could guess who would be the final victor. Die. The Emperor of the Dark Knight looked as though he was on fire. Blazing divine light rushed out of his body, and the surrounding void was constantly being destroyed. He roared and charged towards divine Venerable Sky Traverser with the heaven-breaking divine axe in his hand. His divine body was pierced by Sky-traversing divine warrior's spear earlier. Sky-traversing divine warrior's attack had completely triggered his murderous nature. Swoosh! The Dark Knight Emperor simply swung his axe at divine Venerable Sky-traversing divine Venerable. He didn't use any fancy moves, but the power displayed was earth-shattering. Wherever the axe passed, the entire void collapsed. It was as though the axe was going to destroy the world. The destructive aura spread across heaven and earth, and everything under the axe was destroyed. Let's decide the winner with one move. The battle blood in divine sovereign soaring sky's body boiled. The void breaker spear in his hand emitted an unprecedentedly brilliant divine light. He gently shook the spear in his hand, and countless spear shadows immediately soared into the sky, meeting the heaven-shattering divine axe that was slashing down. Boom! The strongest divine weapon in Heaven Divine Realm and the strongest divine weapon in Dark Knight Continent clashed. The two forces were enough to kill any Emperor God below Great Emperor. No matter how nature-defying an Emperor God was, it was impossible for them to block such a blow. No one knew how terrifying a full blow from a Great Emperor or an ultimate god was before this. However, everyone realized how powerful an ultimate god or an ultimate god could be after this. The two forces clashed, and a terrifying energy storm was formed in the next moment. Then, it swept out in all directions with both of them as the epicenter. Wherever the energy storm passed, everything was destroyed. The energy storm spread, and the void was destroyed. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. The clansmen of Wang family on the mountain top were scared out of their wits. Gu Fei continued to sit quietly on the rock on the mountain top as though he didn't see the earth-shattering scene. The ancestors of the Wang clan, on the other hand, were terrified. However, when this energy storm that could destroy everything arrived at the mountain where Gu Fei was, it disappeared thousands of feet away. The entire mountain was suppressed by a formless and powerful force. However, the mountain that Gu Fei was on could not be shaken. The mountain river cauldron was suppressing the entire mountain. Everyone in the Wang clan was shocked. At this time, it was pitch black outside the mountain. There was no light at all. The void had shattered and turned into primal chaos. The entire mountain was shrouded in primal energy. Amidst the chaos, two figures were fighting with all their might. The Dark Knight Emperor and the Flying Sky Divinity were still unable to determine the victor. They started fighting in the chaotic aura. On the other side, the outcome of the battle between Emperor God Mo Yuan and Emperor God Tatian had already been decided. Emperor God Mo Yuan was extremely powerful. Every punch was like countless stars exploding at the same time. The terrifying destructive power knocked the Heaven Trampler Evil Emperor thousands of miles away, and he kept coughing up blood. Everyone who witnessed this scene was indescribably shocked. Even Gu Fei did not expect Emperor God Mo Yuan to be so powerful. Of course, no matter how powerful he was, in Gu Fei's eyes, even Emperor God Mo Yuan was not strong enough. Heaven Trampler lost? The God Emperors of the Heaven God Realm were shocked. One should know that the Heaven Trampler Evil Emperor was one of the 5 strongest God Emperors in the Southern Divine region. He could compete with the Southern Heaven God Emperor. The Heaven Trampler Evil Emperor's 9 Evils Heaven Art was the best in the Southern Divine region. However, today, the Heaven Trampling Evil Emperor who had dominated the Southern Divine region had met his strongest opponent. What should we do? Yuan Xie, the son of the Evil Emperor, was shocked and angry. Why isn't Emperor Yun back yet? Yuan Xie was extremely anxious, but there was nothing he could do because he could not interfere in a battle of this level. At this time, at the place where Wang Xuanji was going through the tribulation, Emperor Yun was still watching Wang Xuanji go through the tribulation. He did not make a move. He was waiting for the moment when Wang Xuanji was done. Wang Xuanji had already sensed Emperor Yun's arrival. Preposterous. Wang Xuanji was shocked and angry. The tribulation clouds in the sky were about to dissipate, but the vitality in his body was almost depleted. When the last bolt of tribulation lightning was blocked by Wang Xuanji, a shocking killing intent suddenly appeared, and a fist fiercely smashed into Wang Xuanji's body. In the next moment, Wang Xuanji did not even have time to scream before he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. How is this possible? Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. That was Wang Xuanji, the strongest person in the Wang family. Old ancestor. On the mountain, Wang Xian and the other ancestors of the Wang family were even more dumbfounded. Didn't Master say that the profound sky ancestor would not die? Gu Fei still looked indifferent. Master, this. Wang Xian looked at Gu Fei, who was sitting on the boulder with his legs crossed, in shock and anger. Gu Fei did not say a word. At this moment, the cloud of blood mist in the void suddenly moved and gathered together. In the bloodlight, a figure appeared. Soon, the bloodlight disappeared, and Wang Xuanji's figure appeared in everyone's sight. Roar! Wang Xuanji suddenly roared into the sky, and his voice shook the firmament. A strong pressure of an emperor god spread from his body, and the weather changed, and the sun and moon dimmed. How? How is this possible? Seeing this, Emperor Yun was shocked. He had been accumulating power for that attack just now. It was a shocking attack that could definitely kill all the god emperors. Even Emperor Yun's body had cracks on it. At this moment, the battle between the Dark Knight Emperor and the sky-traversing Divine Master was earth-shattering. Rumble. The Dark Knight Emperor held the sky-breaking Divine Axe and swung it at the sky-traversing Divine Master. Everywhere it passed, countless stars trembled, and huge stars exploded. The Divine Spear in the sky-traversing Divine Master's hand flew up, turned into an immortal light, and met the sky-breaking Divine Axe. Swoosh! That almost immortal divine light pierced through the void and blocked the peerless Divine Axe that was slashing down. The two divine weapons were blown away at the same time. At the same time, the two figures collided with each other. The void suddenly exploded, and the chaotic aura rushed out. At the next moment, the sound of bones breaking could be heard, and the sky-traversing Divine Master was sent flying. Both of his arms were bent in a weird way, and it was obvious that the bones in both of his arms were broken. As for the Dark Knight Emperor, he walked out of the destructive void step by step. At this moment, the Dark Knight Emperor's tyrannical divine body displayed powerful combat power, and his physical body could go against the peerless divine weapons. The sky-traversing Divine Master was obviously at a disadvantage. Haha! The heavenly god realm will be my world in the future. The Dark Knight Emperor laughed and said, You, the sky-traversing Divine Master was so agitated that he spat out a mouthful of blood. If even he wasn't the Dark Knight Emperor's opponent, who else in the heavenly god realm could be the Dark Knight Emperor's opponent? At this moment, the sound of bones rubbing against each other could be heard from the sky-traversing Divine Master's arms. The broken bones in his arms were connecting quickly, and his flesh, tendons, and bones were growing rapidly. In an instant, the sky-traversing Divine Master's broken arms were completely healed. The sky-traversing Divine Master grabbed with his right hand, and the strongest divine weapon in the heavenly god realm, the void-breaking Divine Spear, was caught in his hand. Buzz! The sky-traversing Divine Spear shook in his hand, and a powerful divine power of the void exploded from the Divine Spear. It instantly enveloped the area within a radius of 1,000 miles. Void Realm. The sky-traversing Divine Master displayed his final trump card. An ultimate god's domain was the most essential difference between an ultimate god and other god emperors. The place where an ultimate god was at formed a world of its own, and they were the supreme rulers of that world. The Dark Knight Emperor was immediately enveloped by the sky-traversing Divine Master's void realm. The Dark Knight Emperor was shocked. At the next moment, countless rays of bloody light burst out of his body. Without any warning, his powerful divine body was pierced through by a shapeless divine power. especially the bloody hole in between his eyebrows. It was even more shocking. What? There were God Emperors who saw the scene, and they were quite shocked. Although the Dark Knight Emperor's eyebrows had been pierced by the sky-traversing Divine Master's domain power, he didn't die just like that. Dark World. The Dark Knight Emperor roared in anger, and a ball of black light emerged from his body. It instantly swallowed everything in the surroundings into darkness. The power of darkness that spread out from the Dark Knight Emperor's body opened up the sky-traversing Divine Master's void realm. Die. The Dark Knight Emperor's voice came from the darkness. At the next moment, countless rays of black light pierced through the sky, traversing Divine Master, and pierced through his void realm. Void extermination. With a thought, the sky-traversing Divine Master's void realm collapsed abruptly. The destruction formed a terrifying power that headed towards the Dark Knight Emperor. However, the Dark Knight Emperor's dark world swallowed everything. The mighty destructive power was swallowed by the power of darkness, and the power of darkness rose to a level that even the sky-traversing Divine Master was shocked. The Dark Knight Emperor's dark world countered the sky-traversing Divine Master's void realm. The sky-traversing Divine Master was at a disadvantage once again. Of course, although the Dark Knight Emperor could suppress the sky-traversing Divine Master, it wasn't an easy task to kill the sky-traversing Divine Master. However, the outcome of the battle was already determined. Rumble. The Dark Knight Emperor's dark world continued to expand, and the sky-traversing Divine Master's void realm collapsed entirely. Even the sky-traversing Divine Master was almost swallowed by the dark world. The Dark Knight Emperor hid in the darkness, and he was already in an invincible position. When Gu Fei saw the scene, he still looked calm, and there wasn't any sadness or joy on his face. The few old ancestors of the Wang family saw the situation, and they were terrified. Chapter 4168. Sky-traversing Ultimate God, who was known as the most powerful Ultimate God in the Central Divine Territory, was still being forced to retreat by the Dark Knight Emperor despite holding the Divine Realm's most powerful divine weapon, the void-breaching Divine Spear. Buzz. The void shook as the Dark Knight Emperor's dark power continued to spread as though it was going to devour the entire world. It was extremely terrifying. Many stars were engulfed by the spreading darkness. Even the Emperor gods, who were watching the battle from afar, could feel the strong power that was emitted from the darkness, which could engulf the universe. This guy, the Emperor gods from the Divine Realm were inexplicably shocked and quickly retreated further away. Only the mountaintop where Gu Fei was still standing on the ground. Neither sky-traversing Ultimate God's void domain power, nor the Dark Knight Emperor's dark power could shake the mountaintop. At that moment, the entire mountaintop was shrouded by the Dark Knight Emperor's dark power and fell into absolute darkness. Just when the Wang clan was in shock, a ball of divine light directly appeared above the mountaintop. A divine pearl was suspended above the mountaintop like a divine sun, emitting a bright light. This is Wang Xian, Wang, and the other Wang clan's old ancestors looked up at the divine pearl in the sky with fanatical eyes. That was a peerless divine pearl. Although the divine power fluctuation spreading from the divine pearl was extremely powerful, it did not make people feel uncomfortable or oppressed. That was because it was a refined divine pearl. If they could refine the divine power in that divine pearl, they might be able to reach the sky in a single bound and become a peerless ultimate god. How could the Wang clan not be shocked when the divine pearl Gu Fei took out was a peerless divine pearl? Boom. At that moment, an extremely shocking collision sound could be heard. The Dark Knight Emperor's dark world kept shaking as an extremely powerful force was attacking the dark world. The battle between the Dark Knight Emperor and sky-traversing ultimate god was not over yet. This battle caused the stars to shatter and the world to collapse. Not only did the Wang family's ancestral grounds no longer exist, but even the surrounding area of 50,000 kilometers was destroyed. Countless living beings died because of that. The pitch-black darkness enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles. All living creatures that were enveloped by the darkness were annihilated. Even God Emperor existences were no exception. Of course, those god emperors of the heavenly god realm were not so foolish as to stand there and wait to be killed. Boom! Just when everyone thought that the battle was over, a loud noise was heard. Then, they saw a beam of divine light penetrating the endless darkness and rushing out. Amidst the divine light, a powerful figure appeared indistinctly. That person held a divine spear in his hand, exuding a majestic aura. His clothes had already disappeared, revealing a well-built body. His eyes were countless times brighter than the stars in the sky. Its rampaging divinity. The god emperors of the heavenly god realm who were watching the battle couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised when they saw that person. I didn't expect your cultivation to increase by so much, soaring divine Venerable said coldly as he stared at the dark domain below. You don't seem to have made any progress. A voice rang out from the darkness. Then, the darkness that enveloped the area immediately retreated like the tide and entered a person's body. This person was the Dark Knight Emperor. Humph. So what if your cultivation has improved greatly? You want to kill me? What a joke. Flying Sky Hierarch said disdainfully. Arrogant and conceited brat. The Dark Knight Emperor stared at Flying Sky Hierarch and squinted his eyes. Cut the crap. Come again. Flying Sky Hierarch shook the divine spear in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Pfft, do you think I'm afraid of you?" The Dark Knight Emperor said disapprovingly. Boom. At the very next moment, there was boundless black light that burst out from the Dark Knight Emperor's body again. The black light instantly enveloped 10,000 miles of land and engulfed Flying Sky Hierarch. Void destruction. Divine Sovereign Skypiercer roared furiously, and a powerful wave of spatial power immediately surged out from his body. The space around him immediately shattered and was destroyed. With Flying Sky Hierarch as the center, the entire void of the universe shattered and disappeared continuously. Even the darkness that spread out from the body of the Dark Knight Emperor was obliterated. What? The Dark Knight Emperor was shocked. He couldn't believe that this guy still had a trump card. At first, he thought that he would win for sure. But from the looks of it, it wasn't certain who would win. Absolute darkness. The Dark Knight Emperor was furious. He had no choice but to use his strongest domain power. In fact, he still had a trump card just now. These guys, at that moment, Gu Fei, who had been uninterested in the battle, couldn't help but shake his head. These two guys really had too many tricks up their sleeves. He reckoned that these two guys had been scheming for their entire lives. They were scheming against others and even themselves. Boom. Two powerful domain forces collided with each other. Void Destruction Force and Darkness Force. Both of these forces were terrifying destructive forces. No one would have thought that these two destructive powers would appear at the same time. The Dark Knight Emperor was the #1 expert in the Dark Knight continent. It was not surprising that he had mastered the darkness power. However, Flying Sky Hierarch was the #1 ultimate god in the Divine Realm's Central Divine Territory and had mastered the Void Destruction power. An ultimate god who had mastered such power was very strong. He was a natural warrior and was destined to have an extraordinary life. Rumble. The two destructive powers canceled each other out and collided with each other. The two supreme experts were desperately activating their divine powers. Every part of the Dark Knight Emperor's body was releasing powerful divine powers. He strode forward step by step, directly closing in on revered divinity Traverser. Flying Sky Hierarch was also closing in on the Dark Knight Emperor. Every step they took would cause the entire void to tremble violently. The two experts' pace was shockingly synchronized. 10,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100 feet. The distance between the Dark Knight Emperor and Flying Sky Hierarch was constantly shortening. Clang. In the end, the void-breaking divine spear and the heaven-breaking divine axe collided. The void destruction power and darkness power instantly erupted, and the two forces spread out in all directions. Everything in its path, whether tangible or intangible, was directly destroyed. Of course, except for the mountain that Gu Fei was on. An ancient cauldron was suspended in the sky above the mountain. The aura it emitted had stabilized the void, causing the mountain to be as stable as a primordial divine mountain. These two guys are quite capable. When Gu Fei saw this, he couldn't help but nod his head. The Dark Knight Emperor and Flying Sky Hierarch indeed had the ability to destroy heaven and earth. However, this was the heavenly god world. If they were to go to the upper realm, they might not even be able to destroy a small mountain. The more complete the laws of heaven and earth, the more stable the void was. The Dark Knight Emperor and Flying Sky Hierarch could move unhindered here, but it was impossible in the upper realm. Gu Fei was very clear about this difference. This was also the reason why he didn't let Zhou Ziru and Emociener out. In the immortal god world, they might be able to move unhindered, but in the heavenly god world, it was another matter. Here, they were just ordinary people. Master, these two are the strongest existences. Why don't you subdue them? Wang Xian said. From Wang Xian's point of view, if Gu Fei subdued these two, it would be equivalent to conquering the entire heavenly god world. Conquering the entire heavenly god world. Since ancient times, no one had been able to do it. If Gu Fei succeeded in conquering the entire heavenly god world, he would be the first realm lord in history. Of course, although the fatty often said that he was the realm lord of the heavenly god world, with his cultivation, it was impossible for him to conquer the entire heavenly god world. At this moment, no one knew where the fatty had gone. Kill. Kill. At this moment, the two supreme experts who were confronting each other roared at the same time. In the next moment, boom! The two figures flew backwards at the same time. The divine weapons in the hands of the Dark Knight Emperor and Flying Sky Hierarch flew out. Eat my fist. The Dark Knight Emperor clenched his right hand and threw a punch at the sky-traversing divine Venerable. Wherever the punch passed, the void was constantly annihilated. Preposterous! Flying Sky Hierarch roared. His divine body couldn't be compared to the Dark Knight Emperor's divine body. The Dark Knight Emperor's divine body was extremely strong while Flying Sky Hierarch's divine body was slightly weaker. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and punch as well. Boom! The two fists collided instantly. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Then, Flying Sky Hierarch staggered backwards and his right hand was bent strangely. Flying Sky Hierarch was in so much pain that his vision turned black. However, he endured it and didn't show that he was in too much pain. Again, the Dark Knight Emperor took a step forward and punched towards Flying Sky Hierarch again. It was a simple and direct attack, but it actually displayed a shocking might. Boom! Flying Sky Hierarch was sent flying again. Almost all the bones in his body were broken and shattered. He was almost smashed by the Dark Knight Emperor's punch. You're too weak. The Dark Knight Emperor said disdainfully. What did you say? When Flying Sky Hierarch heard this, he was shocked and furious. This guy actually said that he was too weak? However, if it was a divine body, Flying Sky Hierarch's divine body wasn't as strong as the Dark Knight Emperor's. Bam! Crack! Flying Sky Hierarch was like a sandbag as he was punched by the Dark Knight Emperor again and again. It was unknown how many bones in his body were broken. Damn it! Flying Sky Hierarch was almost going crazy. Ever since he cultivated the divine fruit of Wei, he had never been in such a sorry state. To him, this was absolutely a great humiliation. The Dark Knight Emperor didn't stop until Flying Sky Hierarch was beaten into a pig's head. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei was speechless. Was this guy, the Dark Knight Emperor, humiliating Flying Sky Hierarch? The Dark Knight Emperor had once fought with Flying Sky Hierarch. In that battle, the Dark Knight Emperor suffered a great loss and had to return to the Dark Knight continent to recuperate for countless years. There was a great hatred between these two guys. Chapter 4169. The battle between the Dark Knight Emperor and the heaven-traversing divinity alarmed the entire heavenly god realm. This was because this was a showdown between the strongest experts of the heavenly god realm and the Dark Knight continent. The outcome would decide the fate of both worlds. The two supreme cultivators were evenly matched. Their cultivation bases were about the same, and their weapons were also the most powerful divine weapons in their respective worlds. Even the divine abilities they had cultivated could not be distinguished. At the end of the battle, even the heavens and earth were blasted apart, and their respective divine weapons were also sent flying. The Dark Knight, the Arch, and the heaven-traversing divinity fought with their divine abilities and weapons. In the end, they didn't even need to use their divine abilities and weapons and could only rely on their physical bodies to fight. As a result, the heaven-traversing divinity of the heavenly god realm was out of luck, as he was directly beaten into a pig's head by the Dark Knight Emperor. Bang! 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 Concentrated sounds of collisions rang out. The Dark Knight Emperor's punches landed on flesh, and every single one of them ruthlessly smashed onto Traversing Divine Lord's face, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Traversing Divinity's teeth were all knocked out, and his bloody teeth flew out of his mouth. Eat my last punch. The Dark Knight Emperor made a 360-degree turn and punched Flying Divine Venerable's nose with his right fist. Kacha! The sound of bones shattering rang out, and the entire bridge of the sky Traversing Divine Lord's nose was directly smashed. Even his face caved in, and his entire face was squeezed together. It was a bloody mess, and he looked extremely hideous. The god emperors of the heavenly god realm were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. He was the #1 ultimate god in the heavenly god realm's central celestial territory, the strongest existence. How could he be beaten up so badly? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Traversing Divinity was sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away by the Dark Knight Emperor's final punch, smashing directly into a savage ancient land. Boom! The entire savage, desolate, ancient land shook, and dust filled the air. Roar! Right at this moment, a furious roar resounded from the depths of the ancient, desolate grounds, and then the heavens and the earth changed. Boundless energy of the heavens and the earth converged madly towards the ancient, desolate grounds. In an instant, the weather changed, and the sun and moon lost their light. What happened? Everyone was indescribably shocked. This is bad. Lord Hongtian has barged into the god-forbidding desolate region. Someone exclaimed. What? That's the legendary forbidden land of the southern divine region, the god-forbidding desolate domain? The god emperors of the heavenly god realm were all shocked. The god isolation despair region was a primordial ruin, and even after countless years had passed, this ruin still hadn't been obliterated by the energy of time. That was a place that none of the gods in the heavenly god realm dared to set foot in. That was because too many gods had died there. It didn't matter if they were human gods or outlander gods. As long as they entered, they wouldn't be able to come out. There were broken walls and skeletons everywhere in this area. There were true dragon divine bones that had been scattered by the wind and sun for tens of thousands of years, and divine phoenix true bones that were embedded in the pillars. Most of them were human bones. On the ground, in the bushes, among the rocks, there were human bones everywhere. There were no animals or people here. Not even an ant or a moth could be seen. There were only unknown weeds growing in the cracks of the rocks and trees on the ground. In the god-forbidding desolate domain, there were even peerless divine medicines growing. It was those peerless divine medicines that had caused the death of countless living beings, especially the human race. It should be known that peerless divine medicines were treasures regardless of whether it was to the human race or other outlander races. Consuming the peerless divine medicines would allow one to obtain great power. To any living being, this was a fatal temptation, and it was worth the risk. However, for countless years, there was no one who could walk out of the god-forbidding desolate domain alive. Naturally, there was no one who could obtain the peerless divine medicines inside. There was great danger in the god-forbidding desolate domain. Even god-emperors didn't dare to enter, let alone a hierarch. However, on that day, Traversing Hierarch was actually punched into the god-forbidding desolate domain by the Dark Knight Emperor. Endless smoke and dust rose in the god-forbidding desolate domain. In the next moment, there was a terrifying burst of divine power in every corner of the god-forbidding desolate domain. The void that was enveloped by the divine light was directly annihilated, forming a black hole. Looking down from the sky, there were black holes everywhere in the god-forbidding desolate domain. Everyone was shocked to the extreme when they saw the scene. No wonder those living beings who had entered the god-forbidding desolate domain disappeared. The destructive power in the God-forbidding desolate domain was too terrifying. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the center of the God-forbidding desolate domain. There was a divine hall there, an ancient and complete divine hall. It was the only complete building in the entire God-forbidding desolate domain. The entire divine hall was shaking, and a shocking power was awakening in the divine hall. There are living beings in the God-forbidding desolate domain. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. At that moment, there was a huge pit where traversing hierarch fell, and a figure was climbing out of the pit with difficulty. Roar. Traversing hierarch climbed out of the pit and stood beside it. He roared at the sky. His face was covered in blood, and his body was stained with blood. He was in an extremely sorry state. He stretched out his right hand, and a divine light immediately flew over from the sky. He grabbed it in his hand. The divine light dissipated, and a divine spear appeared in traversing hierarch's hand. With the spear in his hand, traversing hierarch's aura immediately became different. A powerful aura erupted from his body. Dark Knight, do you dare to come in and fight? Traversing hierarch raised the divine spear in his hand and shouted at the Dark Knight Emperor, who was outside the God-forbidding desolate domain. Ha ha! The Dark Knight Emperor suddenly laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Traversing hierarch said coldly. Do you think I don't know what this place is? The Dark Knight Emperor's face turned gloomy. I'm asking if you dare to come in and fight. Traversing hierarch stared at the Dark Knight Emperor and said, Then do you dare to come out and fight? The Dark Knight Emperor stared at traversing hierarch. TSK, what Dark Knight Emperor? You are just a cowardly guy. Traversing hierarch said in disdain. Humph. Come out first. The Dark Knight Emperor suddenly looked at traversing hierarch with a smile that didn't look like a smile. Damn it. Traversing hierarch held the divine spear in his hand, and his battle intent was like a rainbow. The wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He wanted to provoke the Dark Knight Emperor into entering the God-forbidding desolate domain, but the Dark Knight Emperor didn't fall for it. At that moment, traversing hierarch was surrounded by countless black holes. There were even black holes in the sky. It was definitely not an easy task for him to come out from the God-forbidding desolate domain. Interesting. Gu Fei suddenly stood up from the top of the mountain and looked at the God-forbidding desolate domain. There was actually such a place in the southern divine region. He could feel that this place was different from the others. Chapter 4170. Gu Fei was a little surprised that the southern divine region of the heavenly god realm had a god prohibition desolate region. Those emperor gods, and even the ultimate gods in the heavenly god realm, could not sense the difference in the god prohibition desolate region, because the living beings in the heavenly god realm had never left the heavenly god realm. In the heavenly god realm, no one knew the essential difference between the god prohibition desolate region and the aura of other places. Gu Fei, on the other hand, could tell at a glance. The God Prohibition desolate region's aura was another kind of aura. The aura of heaven and earth was unique. Every different heaven and earth had a different mark which could not be duplicated as it was unique. Even if it was the same supreme existence that could split the heavens and earth apart, the different heavens and earth opened up would also be unique. The heavenly God realm is not that boring after all. There are still some surprising places. Gu Fei looked at the God Prohibition desolate region in the distance and muttered to himself. Master, Wang Xian and the others were surprised to see Gu Fei suddenly stand up. Boom. At that moment, the divine palace in the center of the God Prohibition desolate region suddenly erupted with an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. Everything within 1,000 feet around the divine palace was instantly crushed. Even the ground below the divine palace was the same. The entire divine palace was suspended in the void with powerful and terrifying black lights surrounding the divine palace. Each of the black lights directly tore the void between heaven and earth. Everyone was dumbfounded to see that scene. Boom. Another loud sound came from the inside of the temple. It seemed like something was about to rush out of the temple. What's that? Ferocious Divine Master was not very far from the divine palace. He was shocked when he heard the sound and the vibration under his feet. At that moment, the black holes around him were gradually becoming smaller, and the annihilated void was constantly being repaired, but the speed was not very fast. However, ferocious Divine Master dared not take the risk. As the number one ultimate god in the central divine territory, he knew that the desolate region had devoured more than one ultimate god. He did not want to die there. Is it a prison? Gu Fei smiled and said, Prison? Wang Xian and the others were confused as they did not know what Gu Fei was talking about. Boss. At this moment, a figure appeared at the top of the mountain. This person carried a large halberd and was dressed in a Taoist robe. He was fair and chubby. Who else could it be but Fatty? Gu Fei didn't ask what this guy was doing, because even if he asked, if this guy wasn't willing to tell the truth, it would be useless. The battle between the Dark Knight Emperor and the heaven-traversing divinity could not continue for the time being. The battle between Mo Yuan and Emperor God Ta Tian had also come to an end. Emperor God Mo Yuan had defeated Emperor God Ta Tian directly, which was a result that everyone found hard to accept. When the Cloud Emperor went to kill Wang Xuanji, he originally thought that Wang Xuanji had just passed the heavenly tribulation and was extremely weak, so he would be able to kill him with a single strike. However, although Wang Xuanji was blasted into a bloody mist by the Cloud Emperor's attack, he immediately recovered. Wang Xuanji instantly reassembled his divine body. He threw a punch at Emperor Yun. With a look of disdain, Emperor Yun stretched out his right hand to grab Wang Xuanji's fist, grabbing it in one swift motion. However, at the moment when Emperor Yun's hand grabbed Wang Xuanji's fist, a powerful divine power exploded from Wang Xuanji's fist. Emperor Yun's hand that grabbed Wang Xuanji's fist shook violently, then his entire palm exploded into a bloody mist. Roar! Emperor Yun roared and quickly retreated. The next moment, his right hand that had been blasted into a bloody mist grew out again, as if it had never been injured. 1,000 miles of Star River. Wang Xuanji roared in anger and immediately displayed his trump card. Countless stars appeared in the void and turned into a Milky Way, blasting towards Emperor Yun on the opposite side. Emperor Yun was shocked and angry. He couldn't even take down a guy who had just passed the heavenly tribulation. How embarrassing. Boom. With a loud bang, Emperor Yun was directly blasted dozens of miles away. The dignified Emperor Yun actually did such a despicable and shameless thing. I have learned a lot today. Gu Fei stared at Emperor Yun in the distance and said disdainfully, What do you know? Those who achieve great things don't bother about trifles. Emperor Yun said coldly, they're all sanctimonious guys. Gu Fei shook his head. What did you say? How dare you say that I'm sanctimonious? Emperor Yun was displeased. Very displeased. Go to hell. Emperor Yun used his strongest strength. He pushed his hands forward, and the entire world was annihilated under his hands. It was extremely terrifying. Starblade slash. Wang Xuanji roared. As he stretched out his right hand, endless starlight descended from the sky. In the next moment, the shadow of a blade appeared in his hand. It wasn't a real artifact. It was just the power of the blade that Wang Xuanji had evolved with his supernatural power. Swoosh. Wang Xuanji directly slashed at Emperor Yun without any hesitation. The dazzling blade radiance directly fell on Emperor Yun's head. Just a small trick. Emperor Yun stared at Wang Xuanji. His hands were still pushing forward. The saber light that rushed out of Wang Xuanji's hand directly cut through the heavy force and slashed directly in front of Emperor Yun's brow. As long as his saber light fell down, Emperor Yun would be cut into two with one slash. However, Emperor Yun was one of the 5 strongest god emperors in the southern divine region. It wasn't an easy task to kill this guy. Clang! The blade radiance landed on Emperor Yun's hand and actually made a crisp sound of metal colliding. How is this possible? His hand is even more powerful than the blade. Seeing this scene, many people couldn't believe what they were seeing. Preposterous. Wang Xuanji only felt that his palm was shattered. It was extremely painful. He never thought that the counterforce would be so strong. Boom. The Cloud Emperor made his move. In an instant, he closed in and struck out with his palm. Wang Xuanji hurriedly punched at Emperor Yun's palm. Rumble. Like 2 huge stars colliding, The terrifying power of destruction spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, sand and stones flew, and the sun and moon dimmed. Wang Xuanji and Emperor Yun flew back at the same time. No one expected that a guy who had just passed the heavenly tribulation would be so strong that he actually dared to fight Emperor Yun. That was Emperor Yun, the 5 strongest god emperors in the southern divine region of the heavenly god realm. He was almost invincible in the southern divine region. Chapter 4171. Wang Xuanji was the ancestor of the Wang family. He had lived for countless years and once dominated the southern divine region, competing with the south heaven god emperor for the emperor fruit. Of course, although Wang Xuanji was known to have a heaven-defying physique and a cultivation that was almost invincible below the emperor realm, he still lost to the south heaven god emperor in the end. Back then, Wang Xuanji fought with the south heaven god emperor who had yet to become an emperor. He was seriously injured and on the verge of death, but his internal injuries could erupt at any time. However, his will to live was extremely strong. If it was anyone else, they would have died long ago. For some reason, he couldn't die. Wang Xuanji was already a half-step god emperor. After countless years of accumulation, even though he had internal injuries, he still didn't give up on becoming an emperor. Until today, he finally succeeded. Today, as an emperor, I shall conquer the world and sweep away all enemies for master. Wang Xuanji roared at the sky. His chest rose and fell as he took a deep breath. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth immediately gathered toward him and entered his body. Divine lights like spirit snakes could be seen swimming under Wang Xuanji's skin. Sweep away all enemies? You? Emperor Yun said disdainfully. No matter how heaven-defying Wang Xuanji was, he was only an emperor who had just become a god emperor. How could he be a match for one of the 5 strongest god emperors in the southern divine region? Kill! Wang Xuanji exhaled and shouted. With a wave of his hand, a galaxy descended from the sky and collided with the cloud emperor. Petty tricks. Emperor Yun stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. Rumble. A mist as heavy as a divine mountain immediately emerged and directly collided with the Milky Way that was rushing over. In the next moment, the river of stars shattered, and a terrifying destructive power erupted. The entire world collapsed and shattered, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared between the heavens and the earth. The mist shot out by Emperor Yun could actually obliterate a galaxy. The next moment, the fog surged, and powerful figures appeared in the fog. Wang Xuanji was shocked to see this. What kind of divine ability was that? At this moment, the figures in the mist rushed out and pounced towards Wang Xuanji, each of them bursting with a shocking murderous aura. The killing intent unleashed by the countless fog men formed by the fog was earth-shattering. What is that? Wang Xuanji threw a punch at a misty figure that was charging at him. Violent star power erupted from his fist, like a star exploding, destroying everything in its path. The misty man directly collapsed in the void, turning back into mist. However, in the next moment, the fog man actually condensed again and punched Wang Xuanji in the chest. A dull sound of impact rang out. Wang Xuanji felt as if he had been hit by a divine mountain and was sent flying backwards involuntarily. At this time, countless mistmen blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they pounced towards Wang Xuanji. Haha, what do you mean by sweeping away all your enemies? You can't even defeat me, so who can you sweep away? Emperor Yun's voice resounded in the fog. Wang Xuanji was instantly drowned by the misty figure army. At this time, in another part of the starry sky, there was a supreme great emperor-level divine power. It was the divine power of the true dragon emperor and another ultimate god that came directly from the starry sky. Countless stars shook violently under the pressure as if they would fall from the starry sky at any time. All the emperor gods were shocked. Another great emperor-level battle was still going on. The mysterious ultimate god was extremely powerful and could actually fight endlessly with the true dragon emperor without losing. Roar! Terrifying dragon's roar resounded as countless stars in the depths of the starry sky collapsed in an instant. The entire starry sky was illuminated by the bright starlight of the exploded stars. A huge dragon appeared in the starry sky. The huge dragon was so huge that its pair of dragon eyes were bigger than the stars. The huge dragon swung its tail and directly sent the mysterious ultimate god flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. He crashed into 3 stars and kept coughing up blood. Divine flame of annihilation. The mysterious ultimate god raised his hand and countless divine flames rushed out from his body. They turned into fire blades and slashed at the huge dragon. The huge dragon was too huge, and it could not dodge at all. The fire blades slashed on the dragon's body, and its scales and flesh splattered everywhere. There were many wounds on the huge divine body. The blood essence of the true dragon was extremely domineering. Even the terrifying divine flame from the fire blades could not evaporate the true dragon's blood. The divine flame of annihilation could not hurt the true dragon, but the power of the fire blades could not be underestimated. They could easily break the thick scales of the huge dragon. It was a lose-lose situation. At this time, the battle between Emperor God Mo Yuan and the heaven-trampling evil emperor had come to an end. The heaven-trampling evil emperor was defeated, and almost all the divine generals and divine soldiers that he brought with him were killed by Emperor God Mo Yuan. Only a small portion of them managed to escape. The son of the evil emperor, Yun Xie, had already escaped when he saw that the situation was not good. The 5 strongest emperor gods in the southern divine region are just SOSO. Emperor God Mo Yuan looked in the direction that the heaven-trampling evil emperor had escaped to and looked disdainful. Emperor God Mo Yuan returned to the top of the mountain and bowed to Gu Fei. Gu Fei nodded and took out a divine elixir and threw it to Emperor God Mo Yuan. "Thank you, Master." Emperor God Mo Yuan caught the elixir and was pleasantly surprised. He quickly swallowed it. Because he swallowed too quickly, he started coughing. The next moment, a layer of faint divine light appeared on Emperor God Mo Yuan's body, and the wounds on his body healed at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. Wang Xian and the rest were shocked when they saw this. What kind of divine elixir was this? It could heal Emperor God Mo Yuan's wounds instantly and restore him to his peak state. One should know that Mo Yuan was an emperor god. Ordinary divine elixirs were useless to him. In order to heal an emperor god, it must be a peerless divine elixir. Boom! The next moment, a powerful divine aura exploded from Emperor God Mo Yuan's body. Not only did his wounds heal, but his cultivation base also seemed to have improved a lot. The divine elixir that Master gave Emperor God Mo Yuan was definitely a peerless divine elixir. The way Wang Xian and the others looked at Gu Fei had changed. Gu Fei was too mysterious in their eyes. No matter how they looked at it, Gu Fei was just a divine man. He was not even a divine king. However, he was a ferocious man who could kill an emperor god and destroy the universe with a flick of his finger. Moreover, the elixir that Gu Fei threw out casually was a peerless divine elixir. Where did he come from? Wang Xian and the rest were curious. Although they were curious, they did not dare to ask. One should know that their lives were in the hands of Gu Fei. He could destroy their bodies and souls with just a thought. I will never forget Master's kindness of giving me a new lease of life. Emperor God Mo Yuan knelt down in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not care about Emperor God Mo Yuan at all. He only lifted his head and looked at the palace in the center of the God-forbidding desolate zone. Boom, boom, boom. There were continuous banging sounds, and the entire ancient palace was shaking violently. Not only were there ancient and mysterious divine patterns faintly visible on the palace, but they were also intertwining with each other. There was a strong power that suppressed the entire palace. What is that? It is trapped in the ancient palace. Someone was muttering. Who knows? The God-forbidding desolate zone has existed for countless years. It must have existed since ancient times. An emperor god from the older generation stared at the palace with a solemn expression. The palace floated in the void, and the living beings in it were hitting the palace continuously. However, although the palace was shaking violently, they could not break through the palace and dash out. Then, God-traversing Sky, who was trapped in the God-forbidding desolate zone, sat down and recuperated. Seeing this, the Dark Knight Emperor rushed to the mountain where Gu Fei was and landed on the top of the mountain. Master! Emperor Dark Knight knelt down in front of Gu Fei directly. What? Who is that person? Emperor Dark Knight addressed him as Master? The Emperor gods in Heaven God World were dumbfounded. Emperor Dark Knight, the #1 expert in Dark Knight continent, addressed the young man in black as Master? Gu Fei just grunted and didn't look at the Dark Knight Emperor. Emperor Dark Knight stood up and retreated to the side. Let me lend you a hand, Gu Fei muttered and opened his inner world. He took out a divine spear and threw it at the ancient palace in front of him. Swoosh! The divine spear broke the sky and stabbed the ancient palace. Kacha! The divine spear stabbed into the ancient palace. Roar! The next moment, there was a terrifying roar in the ancient palace. Then, the divine spear that was stabbed into the ancient palace suddenly flew out. Then, there was a gush of black air that gushed out from the hole in the divine spear. Master! This, Emperor God Mo Yuan and Emperor Dark Knight were shocked when they saw this. Why did Master let the living creature out of the ancient palace? Gu Fei ignored Mo Yuan and the others. He waved his hand and the battle spear flew back from afar and landed in Gu Fei's hand. Then, he threw it into his inner world. The living creature in the ancient palace turned into a black fog and rushed out of the ancient palace. The black fog floated up and gathered into a black cloud above the palace. A terrifying aura burst out from the black cloud. Even Gu Fei himself felt frightened. What kind of living creature was in the ancient palace? The black cloud in the sky rolled violently, and a terrifying destructive aura spread in all directions. Everyone stared at the black cloud above the ancient palace in fear. The black clouds continued to converge and shrink. Soon, a figure appeared in the black clouds, and the black clouds directly entered the figure. A living creature appeared in the black cloud. That is, seeing this living creature, everyone was shocked to the extreme. This living creature was different from all the known divine beasts in Heaven God Realm. This was an unknown, ancient living creature that had never been seen before. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.